Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today we're doing some live debates. I may or may not include timestamps in the description below. We'll see. It depends on whether or not I remember to do so, really. I mean, that's going to be one of the main variables in deciding that. So, with that being said, hopefully we get some good debates in. Yeah. Oh my god, I can't even speak. I've deliberately designed the title in such a way that'll get specific kinds of debaters. Because you know what? I complained about too many people debating me on trans issues. Why don't I just, do a 180 and just say, yeah, we're going to focus on that today, okay? I'm okay with focusing on that for a day. Mainly because there's like a specific argument that I wrote down that I want to go through. I want to try it out and see how effective it is. We're going to get into that. I wrote it in premise, conclusion, format, and everything. And something tells me that it will work wonders when actually addressing the sex-gender distinction. With that being said, hello, Femyoz, and congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Manta. Hello, Azuna. So, saying hello, beautiful Femyozer, the truniest debater of 2026. Truth nuke. Absolute truth nuke. But yes, if you want to debate me, if anyone wants to debate me, why is this? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Discord is like very, very strange. But yeah, I mean, it's generally going to be like that. And yeah, with that being said, it's been a while. How's it going? I'm doing all right, Alex. How are you? Hope you're doing well, Engelin DeMapper. Hope you're having a good day. Saying, OMG, I debate this constantly with people at school, and constantly people have no proper rebuttal to it. Yeah, that makes sense. Can I get mod yet? You know what? Yeah, Femyoz, you've been around for a while. Yeah, you get standard moderator. You've been active for a while. Okay, you're kind of like an OG at this point. All right, I deserve it too, so I can ban anyone who isn't at least 20% away. Yo, that's a crazy thing to say. So hopefully the stream actually gets going in the algorithm. Hopefully we don't get suppressed by the algorithm gods. I will be very, very sad if we do. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need the algorithm to snark us today. All right. Doing good too. Just bored to see what's up this time around. Hell yeah. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Hello, Daniel Barry. Hope you're also doing well. But yeah, I mean, there's some arguments that I want to go over that I think are going to be useful when specifically talking about the sex-gender distinction. Okay? And I've written it in premise, conclusion format. So premise 1, humans are derived, sorry, I can't even read my own writing, apparently, even though I typed it out. I'm very intelligent. Okay, this is going to go wonderfully. Okay, premise 1, humans derived 2 distinct social categories / roles from sex. Premise 2, these social categories can be defined as gender. Premise 3, sex is strictly biological. Premise 4, social categories are not the same as biological categories. Conclusion, sex and gender are not the same. Okay? So basically, the conclusion logically follows from the premises, right? Because like obviously it's going to be the case that if it's the case that we agree that sex is biological and gender is social, right? Which I would get them to agree to, right? With the first 2 premises, then I basically get them to agree to the rest. And then inadvertently agree that sex and gender are fundamentally distinct. So, yeah. So that's definitely going to be a line of argumentation that I want to try today. In order to see how people respond to it. I'm just curious, if anything. But yeah, with that being said, we don't have anybody in the waiting room yet, so we're gonna wait. If there's people talking shit in chat, maybe I'll like debate them and get one guy on purpose. We'll see. With that being said, also, hello, Melody. Good to see you again. Hello, Scarlett. Hello, Rob Dens. Hope you're doing well. Everyone. Debate me, JK. Yeah, I mean, fair. I mean, I've titled it in a way where people are probably going to come in to talk about trans issues. Okay, we've got the Discord for call-ins linked in the About section of my channel. We've got it linked in the poll. So it's like, we've got everything, okay? We've got everything that we need. Okay, we just need some people to join the waiting room to debate me. What happened to Firebat? Yeah, so basically Firebat is a rapist. Not even joking. They inadvertently admitted to it. So yeah, that was the thing that happened. I definitely recommend watching my interview with Sarah Faye, aka Firebat's ex. You can just go to the past live stream section of my channel if you're interested in that. I would definitely watch the VOD for that. Anyways, what you been up to? Well, I've just been existing, I guess, floating around. Sup diaper filler. Okay, dude. Really good stuff happening in the Femyoz YouTube chat. Really, really awesome stuff. Really, really wonderful stuff happening here. Great intellectual conversations, if I may. Femyoz, can I suck on a 1-inch baby carrot pretending it's you? You know, I mean, I can't stop you. Like, there's nothing I can do to stop you, but like, you know, it's not something I would explicitly endorse either necessarily. Sounds fun, lol. Same, I guess, just existing. Yeah, I mean, Firebat becoming a rapist or getting outed as one, I guess. You know, was not on my bingo card, okay? That was not something I was expecting by any means. Okay? Yeah, I thought they were just a loser. I was hoping for the Firebat redemption arc, okay? I was rooting for that. Okay, but we never got it. We never got it, okay, chat? Which I think is really fucked up. Sorry, why am I rereading a message? I've gained 37 subs. Thanks for your advice, Femyoz. No problem. No problem. No worries. You are giving me a Woody. Really good comment. We need more awesome comments like that. Okay, really, really cool stuff happening. Is joining the Discord strictly to debate you? Yeah, so I have 2 Discord servers, okay? So if you go to the About section of my channel, okay, you will see a call-in debate server and then a community server, okay? So, Firebat Bingo went on for years. Dude, that shit was so fun. That shit was awesome, okay? Dude, I'm hoping that we can get some debates, but for the person that asked, I have 2 Discord servers, okay? The first one that'll show up is called Debate Me Here, parentheses call-ins, okay? That is exclusively for debates. There's not like going to be like any community element to it, okay? And then we have the community Discord, okay? This is where I just sort of hang out. It's basically like my chat off stream, if you think about it. So if you like my community, if you like me, if you like what I do, etc., I would definitely recommend joining that. But, Jesus is the right way, so if Charlie Kirk. Really, really awesome stuff happening in Femyoz chat today. Really, really cool stuff happening. Dude, I love these epic messages. Okay? Yeah, it doesn't even make any sense. Apparently we're meant to be able to comprehend whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. I guess. I don't know what it's meant to indicate. Okay, I genuinely couldn't tell you. Are you Antifa? Am I anti-fascist? I mean, yeah, I'm against fascism. I don't see why I wouldn't be. I'm definitely not in favor of it. So, yeah, I mean, by definition, I would have to be, right? Schizomaxing? Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I am puking out of my ass. Thank you for sharing. Really, really good comment. I always find these. Let's go. Anyways, Bible. What about the Bible? I wipe my ass with the Bible, chat. That is right, everyone. Okay. Currently watching the kick stream and chatting on YouTube. W setup, y'all. Hell yeah. Dude, the thing is dude, kick chat kind of gets neglected because it's like mostly spammers. You know, it's like, we love you, Charlie Kirk. Also, do you believe? Full stop. Jesus? No. Full stop. I do not believe. Full stop. Jesus. Fucking hell, dude. Are you trans? No, the title says debate a trans woman because I'm cisgender, actually. I'll have you find. That's what that really indicates. Okay? That's what that means. All right? Dude, I'm just like a cis woman that's just LARPing as trans. That's right, everyone. Dude, what is this? Oh, dude, this looks awesome. What did we just discover? Okay, this is the person in my chat. Dude, they have one video from 2 weeks ago. Though we love you, Charlie, we will carry your word on. Dude, that's awesome, bro. Really, really cool stuff happening. Okay, what does the description say? Hi, I am a Christian. I will only be posting prayers and get ready for church with me and maybe some edits of Jesus. Trust Jesus. Dude, what am I fucking reading, dude? What is this shit? So you're a chick? You better believe I am. You better believe I am. But yeah, I guess I'm just waiting for people to join the waiting room. Dude, in the meantime, do we watch the "We Love You, Charlie, We Will Carry Your Word On" video? Do we watch that? Do we watch this? This looks awesome, dude. This looks like great Kino content. You have a male voice? Yeah, dude. I've gotten lazy with voice training. I'm sorry. I'm very lazy with my voice, dude. I hate to break it to you. All right, let's find out why what this is about, okay? Dude, what is this? What is this? Oh boy, I'm so excited. In remembrance of Charlie Kirk. Let's go, dude. Yes, I love Charlie Kirk, dude. Let's go, dude. I love him so much. I want to fuck him in his neck hole. That is right, everyone. I'm gonna fuck Charlie Kirk in his neck hole. That's right. Dude, I hope they sing "We Are Charlie Kirk." I think that would be really awesome. Dude, are they gonna sing it? Dude, are they gonna sing "We Are Charlie Kirk"? Holy recessed maxilla. Why is Charlie Kirk's maxilla so fucked? Dude, yeah, his entire maxilla is completely recessed. What is happening?
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband.
Oh, let's go. We got AI Charlie Kirk. Let's fucking go, dude. Yes, we love AI Charlie Kirk.
A great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to
we
speak
are
truth and
Charlie
to never lie.
Kirk.
To stop thinking about
We
yourself all the time
carry
and
the
instead
flame.
think about what you should do to help other people.
Dude, let's fucking go, dude. We love Charlie Kirk. Yay. I want to fuck him in his neck hole. Yes. Anyways, I think it's a really awesome video. Thank you for sharing Christian for life. I think that's really cool. Really awesome stuff. I'm so glad that we watched that epic masterpiece together. All right, that was some really riveting content. Okay. Anyways, the leftists love Tuesdays. Is that so? Is that so? Why? Because I'm streaming today? Is that the reason as to why? Why are you so hostile? I don't know, man. Because it gets engagement. It says, debate a trans girl. Then why did you run from Perry earlier? Dude, I don't give a fuck about Perry, okay? I wasn't live streaming, so it's like, what's the point? Like, what was in it for me? Okay, if I'm not live streaming, then like, why would I bother? Okay, I'm not gonna give Perry content for free. Fuck that. That guy is weird. Okay? Anyways, let's see here. I'll get your... okay, that's a interesting comment. We're just, we're gonna skip that one. We're skip that one. Can I get you for a night? I don't know, can you? I miss when brain rot was just phantom tax and skibbity... now it's all AI slop. Yeah, but what about the epic Jeffrey Epstein fan edits? I think those are pretty awesome, okay? You know, as a big supporter of Israel myself, you know, I must say, you know, the Epstein edits, you know, I mean, big fan, dude. Big fan. Let's go. Glory to Israel. Let's fucking go. Anyways, Epstein for Diddy is an AI gem. Exactly. It's extremely gemmy. All right. All right, you cannot convince me that the AI Epstein versus AI Diddy isn't gemmy, okay? That's a fucking gemerald right there, all right? All right, I don't want... I actually think that in comparison, you know, things like Phantom Tax and Skibbity Toilet are complete brimstone, okay? That's how they compare. I miss when brain rot was nigh on cat. I mean, we didn't really call it brain rot back then, but yeah, I mean... yeah, that one is incredible. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, we love Epstein versus Diddy edits, okay? Anyways. Let's see. Yeah, oh, I already read that. Dude, why am I why are there no call-ins? Why are there no... dude, nobody is in the waiting room. Okay, it's like when I'm actually live, then suddenly no one wants to debate me. It's like I get fucking messages, oh, fucking debate me, and it's like, you know, I'll be like, you know, on my phone, barely awake, laying in bed. And it's like, no. Why would I do that? Okay, if I'm gonna do that, I better be getting something out of it. Okay? Either that or like, I don't know. I mean, there'll be some exceptions. There'll be some exceptions. I miss when brain rot was poking people on Facebook. Well, you must be very old then, because I would never use Facebook. I mean, I'll get your address, girl, to take you on a date, of course. Yeah, that's kind of fucking deranged. I can't lie. That's a crazy thing to say. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Want to debate capitalism? I don't know, dude. I'm not sure if I want to debate that today. You know, I've debated that before. Not that I haven't debated trans issues before. It's like, sometimes I'm in the mood for some topics over other topics. I feel like I'm in the mood for, like, either trans issues or abortion, okay? Because I haven't debated very much in a while, so it's like, you know, I guess I haven't gotten bored of those topics in a while. Because, like, you know, so that scared the fuck out of me. Here, wait, let me put it on Do Not Disturb forever. There we go. Now it won't make the Discord noise. Talk about Cyrax. Dude, what is there ever to talk about with it's always the same shit over and over again. Like, I don't know, it's boring. Anyways. Debate what? You have no opinions, just trolling? I mean, I do have opinions. I don't know what you're on about. Okay? Dickers is debating Stale 2000. What the fuck is happening tonight? Wait, is this real? Should I take a look at this? Is this something that I can farm content out of? What are they even debating on? Thoughts on the whole poppers and sissy dynamic taking over the trans agenda. Dude, I think it's really awesome how we have, you know, incredible people like Firebat, you know, who are doing it purely as a fetish. And when I say that, I'm not saying it to like gatekeep the trans community, okay? I've been vocally against that, okay? I'm generally anti-gatekeeping, okay? No, we're talking about a very, very specific individual where it's like they basically admit that it's a fetish. So it's like, okay, yeah. They're debating slurs unironically. Let's fucking go, dude. That sounds awesome. You can always talk about Lily Tino. That's fucking boring, dude. Lily Tino sucks. She's boring. There's nothing to talk about. Oh, did you know she like took photos in the bathroom once? Isn't that so weird, guys? It's like, yeah, it's like vaguely bad, I guess. Like, not really. I just don't care. It's like, what exactly would I be able to say that nobody else has said? Okay, everything's already been said. Who cares? Anyways. Let's see. Since you're half boy, half girl, can you queef out your peen? Dude, glad to see we're getting really awesome questions like that, okay? You can't be trans to call yourself a sissy. Yeah, that's like, I don't think Firebat understands that, like, you know, the sissy is like exclusively a fetish term. Like, you're talking about like a male emasculation fetish. Like, you're talking about something very specific there, you know? Your kick stream went offline. Yeah, dude, I think my Wi-Fi lagged for a second. Hey, don't hate a fan. I would never hate the fans, don't worry. Weirder question, isn't the thing around your throat uncomfortable to wear? No, it's not tight enough for it to be. Anyways. Dude MS that date trans dudes are gay. You mean trans men? Yeah. There are no chicks with dicks. Well, that's just not true. Only dudes with tits. Well, that's just like factually incorrect, right? You're just like fundamentally misunderstanding the sex gender distinction. So let me like spell it out for you, okay? So the first premise is going to be humans derived two distinct social categories / roles from sex. I think we would all agree with this, right? Claim otherwise is basically just a claim that there's no distinction, okay? There's no social categorization happening. We know that's not true, okay? Now, what do we define these social categories as? Well, we would obviously define them as gender, right? That's literally what the term means, right? That's what the term is used to describe, okay? Okay, and you would also agree that sex is strictly biological, right? And you would also have to agree that social categories are not the same as biological categories. So if we combine all these facts together, we must necessarily come to the conclusion that sex and gender are not the same, right? Because you basically agreed, by agreeing to the previous premises, that sex is biological, gender is social. Social things are not the same thing as biological things, okay? Therefore, sex and gender aren't the same, okay? That's the argument. What if I don't agree? Yeah, which one of the premises do you disagree with? What part of the argument that I laid out do you have contention with? Nope, wrong. Yeah, like, so which one of the premises is wrong? Like, do you disagree with any of the premises? If you don't disagree with any of the premises, why doesn't the conclusion logically follow? I think you should fuck live. Really awesome suggestion. Really good stuff. Dude, you are just a gay man. But I like women. How could I be a gay man? I'm confused. Anyways, stop chatting shit in the fucking chat, okay? Get in the fucking server, dude. Okay, if you want to debate me, get in the debate server, okay? It's linked in the about section of my channel. It's in the poll. It's literally the first thing that should show up is a Discord link. Join the waiting room. Fucking debate me. Okay? Yes, amazing rebuttal. Dude, I like when the rebuttal is just nope, wrong. I disagree with you, Lamau. Yeah, what if I don't agree? It's like, okay, that's really. Oh, we got somebody. Hello, Joe. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello. So I'm not here to debate you. I'll say that right now. We've called before and we just agree on everything. But I had sort of a question, or a few questions, I suppose. So in your chat, right? People can be a bit mean sometimes. People will call you a man, refer to you by he, him pronouns. How do you deal with that?
I guess I just don't take it personally. It's like if it was any other trans person in the situation, it'd be the same thing. So it doesn't really affect me. It's like, yeah, if I'm openly a trans person, I mean, that's what's gonna happen inevitably. So it's like I've just sort of accepted that that's just a fact of the matter. So I just use it to make content. Because why wouldn't I?
Enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
So, is there anything else you wanted to ask?
Do you have a Discord server where I can talk politics with people? Because I can't really debate here because we just agree on everything.
I mean, I do have like a community server, but
Yeah.
I mean, most people are gonna agree with you on there as well, probably. So, I mean, you could join the community
Well,
server.
yeah,
It's also
I'm
linked
not
in the about
looking for
section.
disagreement. I'm looking for just conversation about politics.
Yeah,
But
of
that
course.
doesn't really work here because it doesn't make for an entertaining stream.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would definitely recommend joining the Femtards. So if you go to the about section of my channel, there will be 2 Discord links. Okay, so the first one is going to be the server that you're in right now, which is called Debate Me Here (parentheses Collins). That's what you joined. There's also one labeled Community Discord that has a different link. You're gonna want to click on that one if you want to join the community server, right? And yeah.
I've got it here. Perfect.
Yep.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
I'll let you debate someone else and actually have some interesting content.
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Cool. See ya.
Have a good one. Okay. Okay, well, that guy was nice. Yes, this caller is epic. I agree. He's pretty chill. How long have we been going? We just started. Dude. Honestly, I don't think that debate streams work when nobody is joining the goddamn thing. Dude, I don't know. We've like died in the algorithm, I guess. Dude, my YouTube fucking hates me, dude. YouTube hates me, bro. YouTube hates me. YouTube is like, fuck you, bitch. Dude, maybe if I like change the tags or something. Dude, maybe if I just change the tags, maybe that'll fix everything. Shadow banned, YouTube is transphobic. Yeah, because like, I mean, this content was like doing fairly well in the algorithm before. TikTok would probably give you 10 times more debaters, but then you'd have to censor yourself hella. Yeah, which I'm not willing to do. Fuck that. Okay? I refuse to self-censor because I'm not a fucking pussy, dude. Fuck that. That's some pussy shit. Okay? Who do you think I am? I would never. Okay? Hell nah. I'm not enough of a pussy to self-censor. Femyoz, you need to say some very controversial things that get people to call in. Yeah, dude, I actually think that all cis men should be forced feminized and forced to transition. I think that'd be really cool and epic. You know, because if you think about it, men hit the wall at the age of 23. Okay, we have to keep this in mind. Men hit the wall at the age of 23 when they hit twink death, and then they become these disgusting, fat, ogre-maxing losers that are balding, okay? And, because of that, we need to make people less chopped. So the best way to do this, of course, is to save them from twink death by putting estrogen in the water, force feeding them HRT, doing all of this stuff, in order to prevent them from, becoming chopped. And as a result of that, we must unite together as a nation to force feminize all men. Okay, it's very, very important. Okay, we can't have people dying of twink death. Okay, twink death is the bane of everyone's existence. Do you want to become a disgusting ogre-maxing moid? I thought not. And if you don't want to become a disgusting ogre-maxing moid, it's time to take HRT. Okay? Dude, can you change a tire by yourself? Fuck no. Anyways, guys, I am now going to forcibly feminize you. Yeah, as you should, in order to minimize twink death. Twink death? Yeah, so you know what a twink is, right? You know what a twink is, right? It's going to be like a relatively, feminine looking dude, right? Relatively feminine, skinny looking, not very hairy, young man, essentially. Now, men have a tendency to age like milk, okay? Men age like milk because of testosterone, especially if they have DHT in their system, okay? DHT is a shit hormone, so if nothing else, you should absolutely suppress your DHT in some way, right? So that could be through finasteride, that's gonna be the most common. I would actually go a step further and recommend dutasteride because it's gonna be more effective, it's gonna suppress more DHT, which again, is a completely shit, useless hormone that's just gonna make you bald, hairy, and disgusting, okay? That's the absolute minimum that you should do as a guy, all right? But I would also recommend, going the HRT route, just take estrogen, become more feminine. Because if you think about it, women are actually more attractive than men, statistically speaking, okay? And why is that? Well, it's because, men age like milk. And we've just sort of accepted this as like a society. We've just accepted that men, get to look disgusting. But I say no more, okay? We need equality for beauty standards, okay? Men need to be held to the same beauty standards as women, okay? Men need to have body image issues and eating disorders too, guys, all right? We need equality for all, all right? It's very important. Anyways, hey, I'm trans, I work in home repair, change tires, and do my own brakes. Type shit. I can't relate. I don't know how to do those things. I'm gonna be real. I'm jealous of Femyoz's hair. Let's fucking go. Making people jealous. Femi, what if I'm a trans man? Well, you get an exception because I'm woke, okay? So it doesn't matter if it's internally consistent. Because as long as it sounds vaguely woke and provocative, then it'll make people mad. That's just clavicular. Yeah, exactly, dude. Dude, I actually support clavicular because he's giving men body image issues, which is going to mean that they're going to try harder, when it comes to their looks. And what that means is that there's going to be less chopped people. Society is going to be better. So if you think about it, it's actually genius, okay? Clavicular is actually a huge net positive to society, if you really think about it. If you're not saving for plastic surgery, no matter what you look like, I mean, what are you doing? You clearly don't have enough body image issues, okay? You clearly probably haven't even developed an eating disorder yet. And, that's not good, of course. No, men don't do all that shit because we have self-esteem and morals and ethics, none of which you have. Wait. So lacking morality is when you care about your own looks? Morality is when it's yeah, dude, I don't give a fuck about my looks. I can be chopped. I'm not saying there's any... Look, okay, if you want my serious position, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with being chopped, okay? Look, fact of the matter is, it's also not morally wrong to, not want to be chopped, though. Wait, men don't do all what? Yeah, I know, it's, crazy. It's almost like men aren't, a monolith or something. Dude, maybe if I, start saying that, men are all evil or something, then we could get, we could, rage bait people and, they'd get mad. Fem, can you put the debate link or debate me in your vid? No one's reading the title? Well, I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm too lazy. Disingenuous contrarian shitposting won't bring anyone to debate. Yeah, I mean, it'll engagement max. But, like, yeah, no, that's fair. Like, look, if someone wants to actually debate me on some shit, go for it. Okay? If someone wants to do a shitpost debate, go for it. I'm okay with either. You know? Like, either one is fine. Are trans people a monolith? Absolutely. We're a hive mind. Okay? Definitely not straight, but also not gay. Wouldn't that be wouldn't that violate the law of excluded middle? Wouldn't that violate the law of excluded middle? It's either the case that it's, you know, I'm either going to be one or the other, right? I'm either going to be straight or gay, which is not straight, right? If it's the case that gay refers to not straight and straight refers to not gay, okay, then it's necessarily going to be the case that, you know, I must necessarily be one or the other, okay? So if you really think about it, you know, you've engaged in a logical fallacy, really messed up stuff. I can't believe you would do that. It's over. But yeah, anyways, you're so beautiful. I hope you have a lovely day. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. America, the land of the free pedophiles. You mean like the Epsteins of the world, the billionaires that control everything? Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. It is the billionaire pedophile elites that are the most in control. Anyways, do you struggle to poo? A really good question. Really, really awesome stuff happening in the Femyoz live chat. Femyoz should debate Epstein? True. Dude, what should I debate Epstein on? The ethics of pedophilia? The ethics of cannibalism? Dude, what do I debate him on? Have a non-woke, very conservative, deep red trans friend who would disagree. I see. Would you be able to get them on the live stream? Would you be able to get them in the server to debate me? Anyways. Where was I? You should be in bed, dude. Oh, yeah, dude, the Trough has a really good sleep schedule, all right? Just so you all know. Just so you're all aware. What is your end goal with this debating vehicle? Huh? Well, I don't know, content. Curing my boredom. You know, all that stuff. Lips looking good, mama. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. So not a monolith. Whoa, it's almost like I was fucking joking or so. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. It's almost like I was shitposting. Whoa, dude, that's awesome. Wow. I'm so sick of retardicans and libtards. I'm so edgy. Hell yeah, dude. Let's fucking go. Bro's trying to be a woke destiny. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. Dude, that's right. I'm gonna become like a rapist, but like woke, okay? I'm gonna be the most woke rapist of all time. That's right, okay? It's like when you do a bunch of rape, but you're woke, okay? It's like, you know, I do the raping, but like, it's okay because, you know, I'm in favor of socialism instead of capitalism. And I also support Palestine. Okay, so that's the difference. Though I do think it's really epic and based that Destiny raped people. I thought that was like really cool and awesome. I hope he does that more, because I think that's, you know, that was really cool of him. You know, that was like awesome and based. Anyways, you do come across genuine. I mean, it depends on what I'm saying, right? It's like, you know, sometimes I might be shitposting, sometimes I might be genuine. It's like, I feel like I shouldn't have to spell it out for people, though. It's like, what do you fucking want me to do? Like, give fucking tone indicators? Like, yeah, this is me when I'm being silly. Hey, this is me when I'm being serious and making a serious point. Like, what do you fucking want, dude? It's like, I shouldn't have to explain when I'm making a serious point. Okay? Shouldn't have to do that. Should be fucking obvious. Alright? It's not illegal as mortar launcher is its... Oh, what? I don't even know what you're yapping about. Average Hassan viewer. I don't even watch Hassan. But anyways, Femyoz, you grape and don't support the pew-pewing and boom-booming of Palestine. Dude. The fact that people unironically talk like that makes me want to actually, you know... What's the best TikTok friendly way of saying it? Unalive myself. There you go. Dude, I fucking hate that there's people that unironically say shit like that. It was a compliment. No, I agree. But I was like insulting other people that were like not able to tell. Who was asking for you to explain yourself. Somebody earlier in chat wasn't able to tell when I was joking, and they got upsetty spaghetti. I heard a news station say unalive at some point. Dude, we actually live in the worst timeline. We legitimately live in the worst possible fucking timeline right now. Pew pew makes me irrational angry. Yeah, it's just like say school shooting. Like what is this? What is this fucking schmool schmooting bullshit? Or school pew pew. Like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You should debate olive oil run again. That was epic. Yeah, dude. That was really keynote content. That was awesome. That's probably why my channel is so dead in the algorithm, is because I fucking did that shit. Okay, I did whatever the fuck that was. Okay, no way that increased my watch time. Okay, that would have decreased the average view duration. Okay, now YouTube hates me. All right, I should have just ended stream at that point. Advertising guidelines have been disastrous for language. No, literally. I mean, it's just like fucking horrendous. We live in the book 1984 now. True. Truth nuke. What's your stance on Iran slaughtering its own citizens? I think it's really cool and awesome when countries do that. That's right. That's my position. I think it's really cool, and more countries need to follow in the footsteps of that. I think that's really epic. Okay. I think that's wonderful stuff. Okay. Anyways, so what do you fucking want me to say in response to that? Yeah, I think it's really awesome that they're doing that. I think that's really cool. Fucking hell, dude. I like to say the TikTok lingo ironically because it's fucking dumb. Yeah, fair. Aren't you worried about AI? I mean, yes and no. I'm only worried about AI in the context of our existing society and economic structure. Right? I do think that there is a potential society in which AI wouldn't be an issue. Okay. Day 2138 of asking, is it grippy? You better believe it is. So condescending, so sarcastic. Dude, I would never be sarcastic. No idea what you're saying. Me personally, being sarcastic, I would never do that. How to get testosterone? I don't know. Rape. You just rape people and then you become a real man. Okay, that's how it works. That's right. AI can't be as retarded as you. Yeah, AI is never gonna replace me, okay? AI would never make the jokes that I make, okay? There's like filters on AI that like usually prevent it from saying the kinds of things that I do, okay? So it's like you have to go to my channel to see me say the kinds of things that I do, okay? What color is Trump? Orange, obviously. Sarcasm is what makes Femi funny, low-key? Hell yeah. Complaining about a lack of content when you can't engage with people without unironically... What do you mean unironically flip-flopping around any point by saying it's just a joke? Oh yeah, dude, I was making a really serious argument when I said that rape is awesome, dude. Dude, when I say W rape and W pedophilia, dude, those are serious positions that I hold, okay? No hint of irony, okay? All right, that's one of those things where I need to use tone indicators for you to figure it out, all right? Very important that we do that, all right? So otherwise, you might think I'm being serious. Oh, no! That would be so bad. Anyways. There's no way AI can replace humans. In what way? In what way? It can replace things that humans do. It can't replace humans, but it can replace the things that we do. Where is the debate? I'm waiting for people to join the waiting room in the Discord server, okay? I'm waiting, all right, in the waiting room. Okay, I'm in the waiting room, okay? I'm in the waiting room. Hope that helps, okay? Discord is going to be linked in the about section of my channel. It'll be like, call it something like call-in debates or something like that. Or debate me here. It'll be obvious. It'll be labeled as like the debate server, okay? You'll want to click on that link, join there. Join the waiting room, and then I'll drag you in, and then you can debate me, okay? That's right. But yeah, I'm waiting for people to join in order to debate me, but people are scared. Okay, people are pussies. They don't want to debate me on trans issues. Waiting on Stale 2000 to call in. Dude, I would love to debate Stale on whatever. I'm not even familiar. What would I even fucking debate him on? Anyways. Trump is a rapist, felon, child molester, liar, thief. True. Unironically true. I don't think you're willing to engage with anything seriously. Well, that's just not true. I've engaged in many debates seriously, right? Just because I do some shit posting, just because I like to joke around sometimes, doesn't mean I'm unwilling to engage in a serious debate. Okay, if someone calls in to debate me, I will have a serious conversation with them. Okay? I'm more than willing to do that. But if I'm just, talking to chat, it's like, yeah, why would I take that seriously? Why would I ever take that seriously? Hello, Mango Thigh. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hello, not applicable. Hope you're doing well. Hello to everyone that's tuning in. What are some do's and don'ts for someone wanting to start getting into the trans dating pool? So don't do rape. That's bad. Okay, rape is bad, guys. Don't do rape. Okay? Contrary to popular belief, trans people usually don't like that very much. What else? You'll want to it's satire, comedy. Dude, I would never say anything satirical. That would be crazy. Jokes aside, would you let transhumanism develop without limits, considering bodies as toys and eugenics as hobby? Well, it depends on your definition of eugenics. Like, if it's the case that we have transhumanism, but in a society that's not capitalistic, yeah, there's literally no problems with that, regardless of whether or not there's limits. I would actually wager that transhumanism without limits is not necessarily something that'd be wrong in general, right? It's not necessarily eugenics per se. It's more along the lines of, selecting for things that are desirable, getting rid of diseases, right? If you are genetically predisposed to having some sort of disease, right? And then you have those genes modified in order to not have said disease before you're even born, you are statistically more likely to live a higher quality life. Okay, that is a fact. It is utility maximizing, therefore. In order to modify those genes, in order to remove the likelihood of getting diseases, that's a fact. Okay? So, because it would be something that would just improve people's lives, there's no reason to be against that. Right? Anyways. What about rape as an RP? Is it wrong if they want it? You mean consensual non-consent? Well, obviously there's nothing wrong with consensual non-consent. Screening for Down syndrome is technically eugenics and everyone does that? Yeah, exactly. It's listen, fact of the matter is, it's again, it's going to depend on what you define as eugenics. But yeah, based on the definition that a lot of people that are afraid of transhumanism will use, it's you do realize that you're okay with things that you would classify as eugenics. By your own definition, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Oh, dude, why is nobody in the waiting room? Dude, what is this shit? Dude, I guess I should just give up on debate streams. Okay, these used to get viewers. These don't get viewers anymore. Okay, we used to get hella people in the waiting room. Okay, dude, my channel is dead. It's fucking over, dude. So over. Genetic screening and enforced well, I'm not in favor of enforced abortion. That's where I would draw the line. I would say, no. People should have the choice, okay? I'm pro-choice, not pro-forced birth, not pro-forced abortion, okay? I'm quite literally just pro-choice. I join, but probably just agree with you on everything. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Master debate streams are done. Dude, is debating actually dead as a medium? I swear to God, I saw people, I saw there was a person that was a live stream debater person show up in my vertical live feed a week ago. So I don't know, maybe it's just dead when I do it. I don't know, man. Maybe I need to do something differently. Okay? Maybe I should just give up and do some fucking segment. I don't know, man. Oh, there's finally somebody in the waiting room. Finally, dude. Hello, you're on the air.
It is finally time I meet you, Femi.
Hello. What do you want to talk about?
It is I, Mango Thigh.
Oh, type shit, type
I have
shit.
no fucking clue. I just wanted to announce myself. I am Mango Thigh.
Good shit, good shit. What do you want to talk about?
You seem very lonely.
Yeah, true. There's nobody in here. That's facts. So what do you want to talk about? What do you want to... Do you disagree with me on anything, or...
Nah, bro, you're just fucking awesome.
All right, well, thank you. We are trying to get people that disagree with me in here. But I could do a shitpost debate if you want. So would that be something? Because I'm just bored. I'll debate whatever. I don't care anymore. Okay, I'm actually like desperate for content, dude. Dude, what are your thoughts on the flying spaghetti monster? Like, what's your evidence against the existence of the flying spaghetti monster? Like, what's your evidence against that?
I ain't never seen no fucking spaghetti fly in my life.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of things that you haven't seen, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist, right? Like, it could be the case that you've never personally seen, you know, dark matter or another solar system even, right? With your own eyes, right? It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right? It exists just because you can't see something, right? Or like, you know, electrons. You can't see electrons, but they exist, right? You just can't perceive them because they're too small. So whether or not something is within your field of vision isn't what determines whether or not it exists.
And if he was real, he would have probably already conquered the world.
Why?
Because if he is real, he's just that awesome.
Yeah, but like, why do you ascribe that motivation to him?
I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah, so it's obviously going to be the case that you wouldn't be able to ascribe that motivation to him, right? So the motivations of the flying spaghetti monster are going to be beyond our comprehension, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you would agree then that, like, that wouldn't work as an argument. So you concede then that the flying spaghetti monster is real?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. I convinced them to believe in the flying spaghetti monster.
Hell fucking yeah.
Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. Thank you for coming on. Hopefully we get
I'm probably gonna go and just keep watching your stream, man.
All right, bet. Dude, this is very one-sided. Dude, I don't know. Dude, what am I meant to do if no one's like actually joining to debate me? Like, what do I fucking do? What do I do here? It's like I've seen MAGA people in chat. They're not joining the waiting room though. It's like, come on. Anyways. Dumpster in the marketplace of ideas. You can't see electrons anymore? Well, yeah, like whenever you ever seen an electron in person. Like just because you can't see something doesn't mean that it's not real. Right? You can't see dark matter. Right? But it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't see gravity. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Right? So it doesn't matter whether or not you can see something. If no one joins, watch the State of the Union so we can mock Trump. You might pick up in the algorithm enough that some conservative shitter hops on via the law of large numbers. Yeah, true. But like, dude, this is like, we're getting like raped via the law of small numbers, okay? Dude, this fucking sucks, dude. This shit sucks. Okay. Maybe if I just like remove the tags and just like replace it with Femyoz, chill trans girl stream, for just like the tags, and we'll see if that changes anything. Yeah, we'll just like try that. Maybe if I just change the tags. All right, and then if that doesn't do anything, we'll change the title and see what happens. Watch the State of the Union you're throwing? Okay. Dude, I convinced them of the flying spaghetti monster. Let's fucking go, dude. That's awesome. Okay, anyways, State of the Union 2026. Is that where all right, dude, let's fucking go. Alright. Since no one wants to fucking debate, we're just gonna do political slop tent. Okay, we're gonna change the title. Okay, what do we change this to? Hold on, let me close that. We're gonna change it to hold on, give me a sec. Trump's embarrassing State of the Union address. Okay, I think that's awesome. Keep trans in the title, you get a lot of people to debate you. Clearly not. Clearly not. State of the Union is that we're all fucked by Republicans. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, we'll watch this. We'll watch this fucking garbage, dude. Okay. Alright, let's see. What is this shit? Okay, well, dude, 11 hours ago, dude? Are we fucking for real, dude? What is this? Okay, we'll just start from wherever it is live.
That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner.
Dude, who is fucking super chatting to a fucking news YouTube channel? What are we doing here? Trump is a hero. Sorry if someone doesn't agree here. Too bad. Democrats divide the country in any way possible. Oh, that is rich coming from a magatard. Dude, what is this?
Gerstner, thank you, Brad.
Okay, dude. Okay, get to the fucking point, dude. Get to the point.
Modest additional contributions. These young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody?
Yeah, where are you getting this from?
It started with nothing. Over 100,000, could be much more than that.
Yo, where are you getting this from? I mean, the economy is fucking dog shit right now. Where is this money coming from? What are we saying?
To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov. Trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing.
Yeah, great. Him fucking shilling himself. Really cool. Really awesome stuff.
Every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started.
Dude, he just fucking yaps. This sucks.
Now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest
economic turnaround, dog. Our country's going down the shitter. What are we fucking talking about? What are we saying?
In history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
All right, I'm fucking bored, chat. Do I have to watch this shit? It is rich considering the Trump DOJ has violated the Epstein Transparency Act literally tens of thousands of times to protect Trump's elite pedophile club. Dude, do we have to watch this garbage? Okay.
Or tariffs.
Oh, you mean that the tariffs that are basically just a tax on consumers, right? Because all you're doing is you're taxing... You're taxing companies that import goods. Okay, that doesn't stop the companies from importing the goods. That just means that the companies end up paying more money, you would think, except no, they don't. They just raise the prices so that they make the same amount of profit, okay? You don't have to have like a big understanding. You don't have to have the strongest understanding of economics in the world to know this, okay? It's really fucking obvious.
These tariffs took in hundreds of billions.
We can't talk about Epstein if the Dow is 50K. True.
Of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security.
But like you've done the opposite.
Basis.
National security basis. What are we talking about? You've completely fumbled the bag, okay? It's like not only have you completely violated due process entirely, consistently, but it's not like it's not like you're particularly good at deporting more people. Okay, if you actually look at the numbers in terms of how many people was deported under Obama's first term versus how many people were deported under Trump's first term, it's roughly the fucking same. Nothing changed, right? Same principle applies.
Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars.
No, they're not paying us. That's not how tariffs work. Tariffs don't tax other countries. That's not what that means. Tariffs are taxes on corporations that import from other countries, and then that tax gets passed on to the consumer when the companies inevitably raise prices.
They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want
surely creating a consumer tax will fix the issue.
to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making
What are these deals, Trump?
money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was
But that's just not true.
how Donald Trump
Dude, no inflation is just a fucking lie. Okay? There's absolutely inflation. What are you talking about? You're just saying wrong shit.
called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics did
Dog, he thinks that he ended inflation. You obviously don't know anything about the economy if you think that you ended inflation. What are you fucking saying?
They got it totally wrong.
It's just like, he just like says so much shit that's just provably false. It's like, that's why I don't enjoy covering this kind of stuff. It's just like, he just like says one wrong thing after another wrong thing. And it's like, dude, I have to like constantly correct every dumb thing he says.
Got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down.
Oh, you mean that the ruling from your own conservative Supreme Justices that you appointed, that what you're doing is unconstitutional? Yeah, why do you think that is? Why do you think that would be unconstitutional? Oh, maybe, I don't know, because there's like some sort of overreach in power that might have something to do with it. You've been consistently doing that, you know, throughout your entire second term.
Very unfortunate ruling.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate that they would abide by the Constitution. Very, very unfortunate. Very messed up stuff.
But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the
Dude, what fucking deal is he talking about?
same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement.
Dude, yeah, it's so unfortunate that they would choose to do the thing that doesn't violate the Constitution. Yeah, really, really messed up, okay? They should be following Trump, not the Constitution, clearly.
So despite the disappointing
Someone said, hail Trump in the comments. I mean, these people are fucking completely divorced from reality. They hate America.
ruling, these powerful country saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in.
Dude, you haven't saved anything. No money has been saved here. You haven't saved our economy. You haven't saved anything. Okay, you're fucking delusional. Okay? You're lying and or delusional. Okay? You unironically think that you ended inflation. What are we saying?
Peace protecting many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs.
What are you saying? You're just fucking making shit up. You actually did the opposite. You caused conflict. What are you saying?
Settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal.
Yeah, what fucking wars did you end? It wasn't the Ukraine, it wasn't the Russian invasion of Ukraine like you said you would end. Okay, you said that was gonna come to an end. You know, within a day of your of being in office, that was a fucking lie. Okay, so it's not that one. So what is it?
Legal statutes, and they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before.
Yeah, dude, it's probably better, and the solution will be stronger. Dude, he's just fucking saying words.
Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time tested.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, fuck checks and balances. Congressional action? Dude, we don't need that, okay? All right. Trump is judge, jury, and executioner. We don't need checks and balances here.
And approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past.
That's not what tariffs are. Tariffs aren't paid for by foreign countries. That's not what a tariff is. By definition, that's not what a tariff is, okay? Companies get taxed by tariffs. That's what that means. They get taxed from importing goods from other countries, right? That tax That money that the company pays, that gets passed on to the consumer. They just raise prices. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. This is a fact. Okay?
Passed substantially replaced the modern day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Dog, what are we talking about? You've cut taxes for billionaires. What are you fucking saying? Yeah, dude, the fucking billionaire pedophiles that I love, yeah, dude, I cut their taxes. Great job. Awesome stuff. Really, really cool. Clearly, they didn't have enough money.
Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and
This is your brain on CNN. So, like, notice how you're not disputing any of the things that I said, because everything that I said there was correct. You know, like, everything that I said just now, just, like, completely factually correct. So you can't even make a counter-argument? Can't even think for yourself? Oh, that is so rich coming from you. You'll just believe anything Trump tells you. Dog, you don't even know what a tariff is. You don't even know what a tariff is. And you're telling me that I can't think for myself. Buddy, you think that a tariff is when other countries pay a tax on imported goods. You're retarded. You're fucking stupid. Trump has done so much for this country. Like what exactly? Undermine our democracy? Yeah, that's really awesome. Really good stuff. Fox is watched by millions of brainless right-wingers, though. Yeah, it's like, dude, what am I, like, what do you fucking want me to, like, what am I meant to be saying here? Do you want me to fucking just agree with, like, all the fucking provably wrong bullshit that they say? MSNBC brain? Yeah, true. MSNBC brain is when you understand what tariffs are. That's so true. That's facts. Oh, nothing but good, but he's done so much? Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, he's done a lot of things. Not really any good things. He's done things. You know, that is true. He did do things. That's facts. You're getting more viewers now? True. I guess we'll have to cover this fucking garbage, even though I don't wanna.
Trillions and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America.
Continue, but they're not. You haven't increased any amount of money pouring into the U.S. That hasn't happened. That's just false.
Because we finally have a president who puts America first. To put America.
No, you don't. You're America last. You hate America. You're anti-Constitution. You are the literal opposite of America first.
First. I love America.
You hate America. You hate the Constitution. You hate everything America stands for. What are we talking about? The algorithm will funnel you viewers if you keep the speech up. Yeah, I guess.
For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people.
Right, but things are so different now. What are we fucking saying? Like, be so for real. Nothing has improved under you. You're just making shit up. Nothing is materially improved.
Who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond.
Buddy, you are way more corrupt than Biden, okay? You were Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Okay, you're a literal fucking pedophile. Okay? You mentioned in the Epstein files over 5,000 times, for the record. Just based on, you know, the half that were released. Not to mention the other half that weren't released, of course. Which I guarantee you contain even more damning shit. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, it's like he's stuck talking about Biden. Like, dude, it is 2026. Why are we still talking about Biden? Okay? This shit is so fucking old.
Reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from men.
But this is like not true. You're just saying wrong shit. Biden did not have an open border policy. You're just wrong about that. Okay, if we actually look, okay? Were deported under Biden. Okay? Let's see here. So, from 2021 to mid-2024, over 4.4 million immigrants were deported. Okay? So, what are we talking about? Let's see. Trump first term. Okay? During Trump's first term, from 2017 to 2020, 1.5 to 1.9 million. So, there was actually less deportations under Trump. What are you fucking talking about? You're just full of shit. It's obvious that you're incompetent. You don't know what you're doing.
Mental institutions, they were
So there was actually less deportations under Trump than there were under Biden.
murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen.
Dog, what are we talking about? That you deported less people in your first term than Biden did in his first term. What are you fucking saying?
And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time.
Yeah, you haven't done anything to stop inflation. What are we fucking saying?
Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody
Wow, they're just like you then, just saying words. How convenient.
gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to.
Yeah, have the prices gone down? No? Okay, so why the fuck are you using this as a talking point? Prices have not gone down. What are we talking about?
endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
Well, you definitely haven't solved it, so, like, what are you fucking saying?
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew.
So, that's a bit of projection on his end, because your most recent statement that you made was a fucking lie, right? You're saying that the Biden had an open border policy when he deported, you know, like 4 times as many immigrants as you did, you know, within his first term compared to yours. So, like, what are we fucking saying here?
Their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created.
You mean like the thing you're doing, lying, the thing that you've been doing the entire time.
The high prices. Our policies are.
Ah, yeah, dude, because of Biden's high price policy. You know, his notorious high price policy. What are we fucking saying? Like, this shit is so infantile. How are people stupid enough to believe this shit? I mean, this is the most juvenile shit imaginable. And people actually eat this shit up. Oh, yeah, dude, Biden's high price policy. People are meant to take this seriously.
Rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
No, they're not. That's just false. Where was this pushback against Biden? Well, you don't think I was calling him Genocide Joe? You don't think I was calling him that? Don't get me wrong, I was shitting on Biden. Trump is even worse than Biden. Okay? So, like, I don't know what your fucking point is.
The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And
no, it's not. Well, by a lot. It's lower by how much? Like a lot, like a bunch maybe. Just fucking making shit up again.
even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago.
Yeah, well, you haven't demonstrated the contrary, so what are you fucking saying? The prices have not gone down.
Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down.
Yeah, you see the numbers when you go to the store. You see that the numbers haven't gone down. You're not paying less for groceries now. This is just a fucking lie.
The numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another.
But the numbers haven't gone down. The numbers just haven't gone down. Okay, you can see the numbers when you go to the grocery store. Okay, they have not gone down. What are we talking about?
Big tax cut. I'm also
A tax cut for who? Billionaires? Big corporations? Just saying. Whenever they say tax cut, they don't specify, oh, tax cut for, you know, the working class or anything like that. They just mean tax cuts for billionaires. That's what they mean. But they're not going to say that. They're not going to say that.
confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of healthcare caused by you.
Right, as opposed to the reasonable cost of private insurance, right. Yeah, that sure is going wonderfully, yeah, because healthcare is really affordable right now. What are you talking about? You're retarded.
It's the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare. Big insurance company has gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving...
So your solution is to do the thing that benefits insurance companies by saying, well, fuck it. We're going to remove universal health care, right? We're not going to have any of that. We're going to remove any semblance of it. Any semblance of anything, any public health care option, I mean. Okay, not only are we anti-universal health care, but we're anti any public option. Okay? You are benefiting the corporations. You are the one that is pro-insurance company. You're the one enriching them. You can't claim to be anti an insurance company or against enriching them when you're the one that has the policies that are in favor of enriching them. You fucking moron.
Giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%.
Yeah, stock prices, I'm going to be real. Even if he's correct about stock prices, that's not going to be indicative of the average person's wealth, okay? Those aren't going to be the same. Like, they always fucking defer to stock prices. That shit doesn't matter. Okay, that's not going to affect the average fucking person.
Like nothing else. That's why
you know, as much as, I don't know, maybe the price of groceries. Or, I don't know, how much they get paid at their job. Or, I don't know, the cost of, healthcare. Yeah.
I introduced the great healthcare plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money.
Yeah, but like, you're not in favor of any policies that would allow that. You're in favor of more privatized healthcare. More privatized healthcare means more money for private insurance companies. That's what that means. You are in favor of enriching them. Okay? Which is the literal opposite of what you're saying. This doesn't make any fucking sense. It's not just that his talking points are wrong. It's that his talking points are contradictory. He just constantly contradicts himself. It's so fucking dumb.
Money directly to the people so they can...
Directly to the people as they pay greedy insurance companies for private insurance. That gets the money into the pockets of the people who can't afford insurance. Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
But that's just like another thing that's not true. If something is for profit, rather than just to break even, then necessarily, it's going to be more expensive on average, right? It's objectively more efficient to have universal health care. I mean, this is just a fact. This is just like an empirical fact.
In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big.
Price transparency for what?
And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people.
Wait, price transparency for what? Insurance?
We're going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on healthcare and everything else.
But that's just not true. Healthcare isn't cheaper now. You're just wrong about that. Healthcare isn't easier or cheaper to get now. Like, you're just saying wrong shit.
I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before.
Oh, you're gonna decommodify pharmaceuticals? No, you're gonna promote like you're gonna promote big corporations. You're not gonna do anything to stop them. Because you're necessarily in favor of of big corporations. Okay, right.
Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried.
Tried to do what?
Most didn't try, actually.
You could be more specific. You're just like saying nothing.
But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all
tried to do what? Make things more expensive with your shitty tariffs? What are we fucking saying? Yeah, dude. I'm sure other presidents really wanted to do blanket tariffs in order to increase the cost of goods for the average person. What are you fucking saying? You're retarded.
Talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription
prices haven't gone down.
Drugs will now pay the
they're not more affordable. Healthcare isn't better now. Okay, that like she's just like fucking lying.
Lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs anywhere.
But that's just not true. Like in terms of what like an actual person, what an individual person is going to be paying, it's not lower. Like what are we fucking saying?
Where the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be in my third term, but
I mean, like the fact that people take this guy seriously. I mean, this is just like sad.
Strange things happen.
Trump is an enemy of the state. True.
I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare.
You probably also took a lot of non-prescription drugs to get to the mental state that you are. I'm gonna be so fucking for real.
From the highest price in the entire world to the lowest.
That's just like not true. Once again, you're just making shit up.
Achievement. The result is
yeah, it'd be a big achievement if that actually fucking happened. Unfortunately for you, Donnie, it didn't fucking happen. You're making shit up. You're lying. Okay, the cost of healthcare has not gone down. You're full of shit.
Price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now.
Right, where are you getting these numbers from? Because that's not true. Okay, I have prescription drugs. Okay, anytime that I go to fucking whatchamacallit, Walgreens, okay, they tell me, you know, it'll be, you know, such and such with the copay or whatever. That hasn't gone down. Okay. If the prices had gone down by 600%, I probably would have noticed. Other people would have noticed. Shit has not gotten cheaper. It's just a fucking lie. People aren't paying less. People are not paying less money.
Now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov, and I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500.
Yeah, why do I find that hard to believe?
Reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are...
I mean, we can look into that to see, like, is what he's saying legitimate? I mean, he's a fucking scam artist. We already know that he's lying. But we could look into TrumpRx to see, you know, does this have any credence to it? We already know the answer is going to be no, but we could look into it.
We're all praying for you, and you're going to be a great...
Yeah, I'm sure your thoughts and prayers will save everyone.
Mom.
He doesn't run gas prices.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law.
My most favorite nation program. Again, it's like this guy talks like a fucking retard, and we're meant to take him seriously. My most favorite nation program.
Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify
But you haven't decreased drug prices. It's just like factually
it
incorrect.
anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand
Well, watch what happens to gas prices when we invade Iran. It's like no one remembers. Yeah, history repeats itself, but way faster than I thought it would.
from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory, so that
You mean the thing that they already did?
no one's prices will go up, and in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how that plays out. Something tells me it's not going to.
unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over there.
Right, right. So it's like, he'll always say some shit like this. Oh, expect to see some good things. And then when the good things are supposed to happen, nothing does, or things get worse. So it's like, you know, it's like, do we fucking buy the bullshit? Do we fucking buy the bullshit? I mean, he's just talking out of his ass. You can even fact check what he's saying. But it's like if he says constantly one wrong thing after another. I mean, we can fact check some of the stuff that you guys think is like important after. But I want to get through this if I can. Okay, this is probably going to be, you know, kind of a long segment. Okay,
The
I don't have
next
all night.
number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us
Home ownership. Okay, how is that being under attack?
tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all
Right, right. But I'm surely you're going to do something to stop big investment firms. Except, no, you're fucking not.
cash and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed
Yeah. So, like, what's your policy? What's your policy to fix this?
executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up into thousands single-family homes.
Investment firms. Okay. I mean, if that's true, I won't criticize that. I don't really care about that.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
Okay, but don't pretend like you're not pro-corporate. You can't convince a cult their glorious leader could be wrong. Yeah.
We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always
Huh? What are you talking about? Who is there?
protect Social Security,
Right.
Medicare.
It's like, yeah, why is he acting like he's anti-corporate? Like, he's one of the most pro-corporate motherfuckers imaginable. It's like almost every single one of his policies is extremely pro-corporate. I mean, this guy is entirely bought out.
Okay. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people.
Wait, so A, where is this money coming from? And B, where are you getting these numbers from?
Because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records, your 401ks are way up.
It's coming from the stock market.
Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year, as we ensure that all Americans can profit from
Trump can't stop lying constantly. Yeah, it's like, do I need to address every retarded thing that he says? Like, do I?
Rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to put an end to that. I'm sorry that there's just like not something that you can put an end to. Like you are part of the problem there. You're one of the people that's corrupt. You're one of the people that's bought out. Okay. All right, you were a Jeffrey Epstein puppet, okay? Femi, I sent you something on Discord related to the Trump RX claims. If you end up wanting to do a deep dive, thank you. I do want to cover that at some point. Bro, stop pausing. Just watch. Freaking 0.1 attention span. Dude. I didn't know that attention span units were a thing, but okay. Oh, fuck. Oops. I don't know where we were.
Very much room. Thank you.
Okay, where were we?
Bleeding profusely after perform in her town's Christmas parade.
Okay, sorry.
Yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we...
Yeah, except it's going to be the case that illegal immigrants are statistically less likely to commit violent crime. So, like, why are you blaming illegal immigrants on something that they're statistically less likely to do? But of course, he's not going to mention that.
Allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that...
But Biden deported more people than you. You in your first term deported less people than Biden. I'm pretty sure you also deported less people than Obama in his first term. So what are you fucking saying? This is like some bullshit.
For decades, our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline...
Dude, I don't care, dude.
Elizabeth's killed
Who cares?
In the gallery
I want to hear about your stupid sob story. Who gives a fuck? Okay.
Much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved.
Okay, but like again, you're just saying the same wrong thing again. Okay, Biden and Obama deported more people than you. Obama's first term, he deported more people than you in your first term. Biden in his first term deported more people than you in your first term. What are you fucking talking about? You're just lying.
But indeed, they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to...
Yeah, that's why they deport more people than you. It's because they open up the borders. That's why more people get deported under them. Right? I'm not even saying this is somebody that's in favor of mass deportations. Right? I'm not in favor of mass deportations. But if you are, then like, wouldn't you side with the Democrats on that one? Since more people get deported under Democratic administrations than Trump? Like, what are we fucking saying? I mean, this is such a stupid argument.
Some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between America...
But again, if we're talking about the worst criminals in the world, no, you're wrong. Illegal immigrants statistically commit less violent crime than U.S.-born citizens. So once again, just another fucking lie. He just says one wrong thing after another wrong thing. And that's, dude, I don't know, man. Dude, maybe I should just not pause as much.
Americans in a wide open border. Right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress.
More wrong shit. But the border is more open under you, Trump.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy.
Let's make America great again. True.
Actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight,
Protecting them from terrorists and murderers. Right.
I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice.
Why are you gonna act like you didn't increase the deficit? Like, what are you saying? Like, well, are you pretending like you haven't engaged in a shit ton of deficit spending yourself? What are you fucking saying? You stupid retard.
We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money.
So you can't make this argument when you engage in a shit ton of deficit spending. Like, what are you fucking saying? Stupid fuck.
Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight, I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration.
Dude, this guy looks as fucking miserable as I am, dude. This guy also doesn't want to be here, dude. I'm only here because, dude, you guys want me to fucking watch this shit, okay?
In reaffirming a fundamental principle, if you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Well, no, the duty of the American government, the first duty is to protect people's freedom. Right? In America. Okay? Right, due process is gonna apply to legal immigrants. A, because you're gonna have to be able to determine whether or not they're legal or not. And B, it's also gonna be the case that the solution to the illegal immigrant issue, if you will, is not to deport people, not deporting people more or whatever, okay? Even though Democrats do technically deport immigrants more than the Republicans at this point, at least compared to Trump, right? Because Trump is so fucking incompetent and he doesn't know what he's doing. So that's why he has less deportations in his first term than Obama in his. Okay, there's a reason for that. But even if we just ignore that fact, okay, the solution is not to deport more people. Okay, the solution is to make it easier to legally immigrate. Okay, that is the solution. Do you give due process to someone who broke into your house? I mean, that's just like a blatant false equivalency. Why would you compare those two things? Right? It's going to be evidently the case. Right? It's going to be evidently the case that they don't belong in your house. Okay? It's going to be very obvious. Okay? And there'd be some sort of objective or measurable harm there. Okay? There'd be an objective and measurable harm in forcing you to let them stay in your house. Okay? There'd be like some sort of harm there. Okay? If we're talking about like, oh, a fucking nation's border? Oh no, they fucking crossed the border. Then what? What do they do then? Well, they contribute to the economy. They increase supply and demand. Okay? They would do so even to a greater extent if the process of legal immigration was easier. Mind you, people don't choose to be illegal immigrants. They would rather be legal immigrants because they actually, don't get underpaid as much when they're here legally. Whereas if you're here illegally, companies can just pay you fuck all and you can't do anything about it. Because if you try to, you get deported. Okay? So that's how that currently works. Okay, that's our current system. Wait, are you for or against ICE or immigration? I'm anti-ICE. I'm pretty pro-immigration, but I'm also saying that Trump is also fucking lying out of his ass when he's saying that he's doing mass deportations, because even that's not true, because he's so incompetent. He's actually, within his first term, right? Within his first term, he did less deportations than Biden under his first term, okay? That's a fact. That's just an empirical fact. You can look it up. Same thing with Obama's first term versus Trump's first term. It's actually quite similar numbers. So this idea that Trump is doing these mass deportations, that's not even necessarily true because he's incompetent. Now, when he does do deportations, when deportations are being done, they're being done without due process. They're being done in the most un-American anti-freedom, fascistic way imaginable, right? We're just like, well, let's just like target this person because, like, you know, they're brown and they have an accent, I guess. You know? Because ICE also doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. So, you know, you have that. So, like, there's like literally no angle from which you can defend Trump. Literally none. Also, thank you, I Dig Chick Flicks for the 10 saying, fucking love you, Femi. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Did you say Trump did less deportation in his first term? Yes. Okay. From 2017 to 2020, there were approximately 1.5 to 1.9 million deportations. Okay. Under Biden, from early 2021 to mid 2024, there was 4.4 million deportations. Okay. Okay, let's see. What is it under Obama? Obama. Okay. Okay, let's see. During Obama's first term, they deported approximately 1.6 to 3.2 million people, depending on whether or not the metric includes only formal removals or also includes voluntary returns. So, out of the 3 people listed, okay, 2 Democrats and Trump has actually deported less immigrants. So, considering the fact that he's supposed to be the mass deportation guy, he's really fucking bad at his job. So it's like you can't, and if it's the case that, you know, you're pro-immigrant, it's like, well, when the deportations do happen, they happen in the most inhumane way imaginable. So it's like, no matter, there's no angle of defense here. Literally none. Let's continue. Yes, let's clap for the wrong information. Oh my god, dude. Such a waste of time, dude.
Not standing up.
Okay.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up.
You should be ashamed of yourself from blatantly lying through your teeth consistently.
Be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens, in many cases drug lords, murderers.
In many cases, drug lords and murderers. But again, if you actually look at the stats, it's actually the case that illegal immigrants commit violent crimes at lower rates than U.S.-born citizens, right? So it shouldn't be fucking, I don't know, violent crime rates, for instance, criminality that determines whether or not we deport them. Because clearly, if we're talking about violent crime, they actually do it less. Okay?
All over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country. And you
womp womp.
Should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, be ashamed of yourself for being in favor of basic human rights. Oh, hold on.
And perhaps most importantly,
I mean, yeah, obviously these people all know that he's a fucking joke, but they have to capitulate. Right? Because all these people are bought out as well. So it's like, it doesn't fucking matter.
I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Yeah, right. How are you going to save America exactly?
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections.
Dude, how exactly are illegal immigrants voting? What are we fucking talking about? You just like made this up.
Cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant.
Yeah, how exactly would you vote as an illegal immigrant? How would you do that? How would you go about that?
It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Don't you already have to show your ID though? Don't you already have to do that? Isn't that like a part of the process? Like, okay, dude. Illegal immigrants can vote in some places. Where?
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
So more barriers to voting, of course. Okay, apparently in some states you don't.
And
Okay.
no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel.
So again, making it more difficult to vote. Obviously, you know, they want less people to vote, so that makes sense.
None.
Yes, Republicans are the kings of gerrymandering.
And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
They get a representative that can vote for the president. Legal immigrants get to vote based on the census. Trump won by fraudulent votes. We educating this fool? Who, me or Trump? Well, if you went to church and are truly following Christ, dude, Christ died and stayed dead. A rip bozo. Okay?
And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a...
Dude, what? He was like socialist, I think. Mamdani? I assume you're talking about Mamdani. He's not communist. He's pretty sure he's like in favor of like a weak form of socialism. It's not the same thing.
A nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want...
What are his policies that are bad? What policies does he have that you disagree with?
People to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card.
Yeah, you realize this doesn't benefit the economy, right? This does nothing to help.
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both.
Again, creating more barriers to entry to voting isn't going to have any positive impact, right? Right? It's also going to dissuade legal citizens from voting, right? Because if you have to go through this whole rigmarole, right, you're going to be de-incentivized, right? Most people are just going to be like, well, there's going to be, you know, they might be like, oh, well, there's too many barriers, okay? I can't be fucked, right? So if you're dissuading people from voting, then it's like, yeah, is that not like a way of having the people be represented less? Because you're de-incentivizing people voting? Like, is that not the outcome?
Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything
Dog, you're not saving shit. What are you fucking yapping about?
else happens.
It's like if the country needs to be saved from anyone, it's from, you know, wealthy billionaires like Trump. Okay, or not, sorry, wealthy millionaires and pedophiles. Wealthy billionaires like Epstein, his best friend Trump, who's, you know, a millionaire, but like still fucking evil. He's a pedophile.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make
Yeah, it says the guy that like, oh, I don't know, tried to cheat after losing the 2020 election, but okay. All right, sure. Uh-huh.
up all excuses.
I mean, you literally tried to overthrow a democracy in 2020, but go on, fucking complain about cheating, I guess. Sure.
It's racist. They come up with things, you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat.
No, it's not imagination. Like, you trying to overthrow the government in 2020 is a thing that you and your supporters did. Okay, and once you realized it wasn't going anywhere, then you were like, okay, go home. Right? Because you realized you weren't going to win that. Okay? That's what happened.
They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And
right, what policy positions do they have that you disagree with? Like, real policy positions, not talking points.
we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Alright, let's see. Is anyone in the Discord waiting room? No? Okay. Thought I would check. Just to make sure.
More opportunity to show common sense.
What policies, positions? Are you serious right now? What about leaving the borders open and not arresting criminals? But that's just, like, not true. More immigrants were deported under Obama's first term than Trump's first term. So, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're retarded. You don't even know what you're saying. You have no idea how any of this works. Okay, the fact that you don't know this means you don't know anything in relation to this. You don't know what you're talking about.
In government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her...
Dude, what are we fucking talking about? Nobody is being forced to transition. This is literally just like a fucking lie. Made up grift. Okay?
...as a boy and hiding it from her parents.
Dude, nobody is making anyone transition. Again, this is just like completely made up.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Also, you can't even get puberty blockers, let alone HRT, without parental consent. So, another just, you know, flat out lie.
Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son.
What, did the person want to go back to their parents? Or were they scared of their parents? What are we fucking talking about? Also, how do you know that that's even the reason? Where are you getting this from?
Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home.
Yeah, exactly. You can medically transition as a minor with parental consent in some states. But you would need the parental consent. Like there's no kids transitioning without parental consent anywhere in America. It's just not happening.
And suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
Dude is lying with fake numbers, and then he goes to a sob story to get people's attention. No, literally. It's like, save the fucking sob story, dude. Okay, no intelligent person buys this fucking bullshit, dude.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this?
Dude, bravery for what? What bravery? Is the bravery in the room with us? What are we fucking talking about? Stupid retard.
15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him?
Yeah, you saying it today, I would still have the same position, actually. Yeah, what is wrong with him? Yeah, what is wrong with this guy? What is he fucking yapping about? Yeah, nothing has changed.
But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states.
No, it's literally a made-up issue.
Without even telling the parents. But
yeah, this just isn't happening. Again, if we're talking about medical transition, you're just factually incorrect about that. Like, you explicitly need parental consent and the gender dysphoria diagnosis and 6 months of persistent gender dysphoria, alongside a whole myriad of other symptoms to even just get puberty blockers as a minor, let alone HRT. So you're just wrong about that.
But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender.
Dude, nobody is doing this. Who is forcing their kids to transition? It's actually way more common for trans kids to be forced to try to fit into a cisgender mold, okay? So actually we have the opposite problem, where trans kids are forced to present as cis. You fucking moron.
Gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately.
Like, nobody is transitioning people against anyone's will. Like, what are we fucking talking about? This isn't happening. Again, it's just like a made-up issue. All hail Plankton, true.
These people are...
It's like
crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
Yeah, you're totally not the crazy one. You know, arguing against the voices inside of your head.
Amazing. Gentlemen. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just...
How are Democrats destroying the country? I'm confused. Like, what are Republicans doing that's so much better than the Democrats? Like, what are we fucking talking about?
In the nick of time, didn't we?
But, like, you haven't improved the country, so, like, what are you saying?
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
Yeah, speaking of America's youth, you're one to talk. You know, considering the fact that, you know, you rape children. Okay, you did that on Epstein's Island. Okay, you were best friends with a child rapist. And then you tried to fucking hide from the Epstein files. So, yeah, I definitely wouldn't be the person talking about protect the kids if I were you, buddy. Okay?
Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous...
Dude, I mean, they're... Look, I'm not gonna say that, you know, they're necessarily launching another mechanism through which they can exploit children, but look, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. But we have to remember that these people are fucking evil, dude.
Really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're gonna have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed.
That the AI challenge? What are you pro AI?
And strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
This isn't a Democrat or Republican issue. Trump is a pedophile, full stop. True. Biden was not a good president, but at least he wasn't lying about hurting and abusing children on an island. Yeah, exactly. At least he didn't fucking rape children, you know? It's like, I know it seems like a low bar, but it's like, you know, at least he's not a fucking child rapist. Like, unironically, we've gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, I mean, that is, you know, like, I guess that's not even a barrier to entry anymore. Wow, her forehead is very shiny and big. Jesus fuck. That is a massive forehead. From that woman right there. That is huge. Why is it so fucking big and shiny and greasy? Fucking Megamind over here. Jesus fuck, I thought my forehead was big. Dude, it's just like covered in oil. Dude, why does she look like that?
I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous.
Yay, more delusion, more delusional people. Woohoo! More irrational fucking retards that believe in shit that isn't real. Yippee. Also, you're not even a Christian, so like, why would you be saying this? You don't believe any of that shit. Okay? It's like the way he just like so flagrantly LARPs is like being a Christian too. It's like, you know, not only are you like, you know, saying, yeah, it's good that people believe in this retarded shit, but even he doesn't believe in the retarded shit that he's supposedly in favor of.
This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend.
Yeah, I know you like to think about young people all the time, Trump, but, you know, stick to the topic.
Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Dude, rip Bozo, R.A.P. Bozo. Dude, I'm smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack, bitch. Dude, why are we still talking about Charlie Kirk at the Big 26? Like, let's be real. Nobody takes this shit seriously. Unless they're fucking retarded.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin. And
El Bozo.
martyred for his...
No, he actually died from fentanyl overdose, okay? The autopsy came back. Charlie Kirk died from fentanyl overdose, all right? Dude, but to be fair, though, I mean, he's like 5 months sober now. You love to see it, all right? Dude, it's been almost half a year, okay? It's been almost half a year of Charlie Kirk being sober and not doing fentanyl, which I think is awesome. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe because of the fentanyl.
Beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Yeah, give us your fucking crocodile tears, Erica. We totally believe that you're not like a fucking deranged psychopath.
Because they're
Shit, where the fuck? What did I press? Shit. Where the fuck were we?
But he's doing great. Working very hard to end the Ninth War, the killing and slaughter.
You haven't ended
again
anything.
And again, we're honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zaretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman.
Was this the other sob story? Dude, where were we, dude? I accidentally pressed some shit.
100% from a year ago.
Hold on, where were we? Sorry. Dude, I'm fucking bored of this shit, man. This shit sucks, dude. Dude, I don't know. Honestly, I can't be asked to cover this. I'm bored. I don't want to cover this garbage anymore. Okay, this is lame. This is gay and cringe. You are a hateful, filled person with a sad and lonely existence, dude. You really got me there. Alright, let's see. Dude, this person's in the waiting room. Hello, you're on the air. What would you like to talk about?
Hey, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing alright. What's up?
Hey, so I just wanted to talk very quickly about Trump. Now, I just want to preface this by saying, I used to be a Trump supporter. I'd supported him in his term, second term, and including his start of this term currently. Okay. But to start off, let's take it back a moment to, I believe, February, this previous February, when Trump was grandstanding the Epstein files. Remember, he brought out all these conservative influencers, DC Drano, all these guys, gave them all binders that said Epstein Files Part 1. It's like, we're going to release the files. They're all going to jail. Even J.D. Vance, before they even got inaugurated, they're like, we need to release these files. But now it's radio silent. You know, they even went so far as to say it's a liberal hoax. It's a liberal hoax. Go ahead.
Yep. I mean that is sort of how they operate. It's like they say things that sound popular. They don't actually give a fuck about the ramifications, and it's like, oh shit, wait, these might actually get released, and we're implicated in that. So now suddenly they're trying to spin the narrative, right? And also trying to redact as much information as possible. Redacting all the names of the people that are in positions of power, all of the as much as they can. Doing a very shit job, mind you, but still trying to redact the names of guilty people.
Well, let me ask you this, and
yeah,
in particular to the Epstein files. Why do you think? Because personally, me, I say fuck both sides at this point. I don't. Neither one of them are out for the good of the American public or the average person. But why do you think that the previous administration didn't do anything with it, or even before Biden's presidency? I mean, this
I don't
this
think
whole
they were
thing
able
with Epstein
to.
was widely known.
I'm pretty sure they weren't able to, from what I remember. Like there was it wasn't able to be released. Well, if I recall.
Well, the only reason it was released now was because they were compelled to release it by Congress and whatnot. They were compelled to release it. And Trump is all about optics. That's a big thing for him. So if it gets past Congress and then he's like, yeah, I'm not going to sign it, then people are going to throw a fucking shit fit. So at that point, he really had he saw the writing on the wall. He had no choice but to sign it, to release it. But as far as I personally, I'm not aware. I can't say for a fact one way or the other whether or not they could or could not release the files. I just find it weird that they didn't, or they didn't even talk that much about it within that presidency. And aside from the files
I do think
themselves,
that they should have brought it up. I think that a lot of them were scared. I don't think that necessarily meant that they were implicated by it, but that they were connected to people who might have been, right? I think, and the way that I view this is, look, it's going to be billionaire pedophiles that are going to be funneling money into both parties. Like, this is obviously going to be the case, right? And this is something that I've been saying for a while now. It's like, corporate lobbying is a fucking disease that needs to be eradicated, okay? Death penalty for corporate lobbyists. I'm in favor of that. I don't give a fuck. We need to get rid of these people. Aside from that, I will say, in terms of who I'm in favor of voting for, that's just going to simply be on the basis of harm reduction. So whoever is in terms of actual policy going to be, you know, I guess less pro-corporate, whoever's going to make whoever is not going to, you know, make the issue even worse, right? So somebody like Trump has made the issue significantly worse, right? Where someone like Biden kind of just, you know, exists.
Well, I'd say barely exists, but I'd say that that as far as conservative and liberal go, I think in this modern age, the ideas of both the parties' core values have been very muddled.
Well, yeah, I mean, the goal,
especially with, you know, as you mentioned, lobbyists, they're more interested in.
Well, the goal is to distract us with culture war talking points. It's literally just conquer and divide, right? And while it's going to be the case that, like, you know, politicians are going to have, like, some level of autonomy, right? But the people that are in the most power are going to be the people that actually fund them, right? Because you have to keep in mind that the people that they're funding are just following the money.
You know, let me ask you this, because I feel like this is a good segue.
Yeah.
And this is a very hot topic at the moment. What are your thoughts on Israel?
I'm pretty anti-Israel.
Okay. There's different reasons for why people are anti-Israel.
Yeah, I mean, they did like the whole genocide thing. That's kind of a big
one.
That definitely up there.
That could kind of sway people's opinion.
Yeah.
On that. But my personal reason for being, because I'm anti-Israel now. Before, you know, a couple years ago, I didn't really have an opinion on it one way or the other. I just really didn't care that much about them, considering it's not America, so I'm not that concerned about them. Right. But here recently, especially with all the Epstein files being released, it just calls into question exactly, you know, for example, AIPAC, you know, how much money they're giving to all these politicians to further the wants and needs of the state of Israel.
Yeah, and that's why I make this.
I just dislike them on that base.
Yeah, and I make this point all the time. Like whenever I give an example of like, okay, well, like what would an example be of how this like affects, you know, actual policy? It's like, okay, well, if we actually look at like what are the vast majority of politicians, you know, on either side of the aisle are going to be in favor of, right? And those are going to be the interests of the corporate lobbyists. What is the common ground there? Okay. And you look at the common ground, it's like, okay, they're all pro-Israel. Well, why are they all pro-Israel? Well, it's because they're all funded by AIPAC, right? So it's going to be shit like that where you look at where the money comes from, where it's going. You can sort of draw certain conclusions from there, right? Now, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be a perfect way of making certain determinations. But it's like if there seems to be like a complete incongruence where it's like, you know, being pro-Israel isn't even that popular, yet, you know, none of these politicians are actually reflecting that in terms of trying to represent their constituency, there's going to be a reason for that. Right? Exactly. It's definitely worth keeping that in mind. Right? But this doesn't just go for this doesn't just go for a pro-Israel position. I mean, this is one of many positions, any pro-corporate position that these people unanimously have. It's going to be the same thing. Because the thing is, for somebody like Epstein, they donate to both Democrats and Republicans, okay? And the reason is because at that point, it doesn't matter who wins. Whoever wins, they're going to have influence over. So it doesn't make a fucking difference to them. So.
Yeah, I see. my thing is you know when Trump was running, he was very heavily anti-war.
Yeah, he was lying.
No new wars, and the Ukraine-Russian war is gonna be over day one.
Yep.
But like this whole new thing with Iran, I'm sure you're aware of this whole Iran situation. Part of the reason that we're getting involved with Iran is, of course, the talks of nuclear weapons, fission devices, nuclear capabilities, just in general. Now, let's take it back to the Obama presidency. During the Obama presidency, there was an agreement in place between the United States and Iran that as long as they kept the creation, as long as because obviously nuclear isn't always used for weaponry, right? It can be used for energy and whatnot. We had an agreement with them where as long as they kept it within a certain threshold, everything would be fine. But then when Trump first came in 2016, he got rid of that deal.
Yep.
He said, "I can create a better deal." He couldn't. He couldn't get a better deal going on. And part of the reason why we're in this now is because he wants to create a better deal. And Israel, the fact that there's countries within their realm that have nuclear capabilities that is a threat to Israel, they don't like that. Just the fact that they are able to defend themselves in such a strong capacity, they don't like. So they kind of want to hamstring every country over there to some sort of puppet state, some sort of just a state that can't defend itself against Israel, so Israel can have total domination over on the Eastern Hemisphere. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Would I be correct in saying that you're pretty extreme left?
Yeah, most people would probably categorize me that way, I would say.
Okay. Because it's weird because I'm on this ship didn't happen until very recently. I'd say within the last month, 2 months. I used to be very moderate. I still have some. If I had to have a label, it would be conservative. But I have other socially liberal views like. Well, now, we'll get to abortion here in a minute because I believe that a woman's right to choose just because of the conservatives' belief of personal liberty.
Sure.
But I am very, very far right, and that shit did not happen until the last 1 to 2 months. I used to be very moderate, so I find it weird how, at least I know this is anecdotal, but. Me and you, who happen to be on the very opposite ends of this spectrum.
I get that a lot.
Yeah. Now, at least the more minor conversations, such as abortion, I know at least, even if I was still a moderate conservative, I know a lot of people within my peer group wouldn't agree with me on the abortion thing. But I mean, the whole idea of liberty is. Personal
and
freedom.
like the reason I'm a leftist is because I'm in favor of maximizing freedom, right? And that's going to include freedom from the oppression of corporations, right? And that's sort of where my position stems from. It's like the things that I'm going to be in favor of in that regard are going to be, I don't know, I guess like policy wise, like even if we were to just like create like a strong social wealth fund and heavily subsidize worker cooperatives, I mean, that would be like a really good start, right? Something like that, where it's like, okay, We're incentivizing it to be the case that say, for instance, workers have the ability to, vote for their managers, their CEOs, etc., right? Meaning that their interests have to be accounted for to some degree, right? It's not going to be perfect, but, a democracy is going to be preferable to authoritarianism, even at a smaller scale, right? So the power structure that's been left unchecked here, it's actually not the federal government, state government, or local government. And while there might be some discrepancies there where it's like, yeah, sure, in some aspects, parts of any of those might be left unchecked, the real power that's been left unchecked is corporate power. Okay? That is the real issue in society. And that's why these corporate lobbyists have so much control. just because their power has been left completely unchecked, right? And that's an issue.
Well, part of that issue is, first of all, the call for the ban on corporate lobbying or just lobbying in general has long been called for, but it's kind of like, why would we expect these politicians to vote themselves out of a paycheck? Because that's essentially what they would be doing.
Exactly.
In that sense, why would you vote in favor of something that would cut your net worth down by millions? They're not gonna do that whatsoever. But as far as the whole,
sorry,
no, you're fine.
Some...
So I take it that you're not in favor of private companies. You'd rather it be all
yeah, I'd prefer some form of collective ownership. Yeah, not to be conflated with ownership by the government, right? Because that would just be state capitalism, and that would just have like a similar issue of unchecked power.
So let me just ask you this, because this is coming from someone who owns their own business, has owned multiple businesses, and has been an employee, as well.
Of course.
What is, I can see why you'd have that opinion on big corporations such as, let's say Walmart. Walmart and the Walmart family
I'd be willing to make
family.
an exception for like small businesses, right? Like if we're talking about like a mom and pop shop, it's like I don't give a fuck. Yeah, do whatever you want, right?
But at what scale?
I'd be willing to be more lenient.
But at what scale would you have to? Because we have to draw a line somewhere, at least.
I don't know where that exact line would be. I don't know where that exact line would be, but like whatever metric we use to arbitrarily define, the largeness of a company, whenever it reaches a certain threshold, we decide, okay, this has enough power to the point where we need to collectivize said power to some capacity, right?
Well, I'd say I would somewhat disagree, just on the basis of, as it is, there's always going to be evil in the world, no matter where you look and no matter how hard you try to eradicate it. And I say that to say,
the system should not incentivize evil. That's the issue. Is that
no. What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying it doesn't. But I'm saying with the possibility that comes with having collective ownership is going to be the same issue that arises with corporatism, which is greed at the very minimum. You're going to have people
not necessarily.
Why not?
I'll explain why. So
go ahead.
If it's the case that like we have collective ownership, it doesn't have to be 100% worker owned, right? You could do, say, for instance, something like 70% owned by workers, 30% owned by consumers, for instance. We could do something like that, right? Just like as an example. It doesn't have to be those numbers specifically. So everybody's interests gets accounted for, right? It's not going to be perfect because democracy isn't perfect, right? But when voting for the who is in charge, right? People are going to at least try to vote for whoever they believe would be operating within their best interest. Okay, and that's a lot better than what we currently have, because right now we don't have a say over who has those specific positions of power over us, and that's one of the main issues. Right, and it's gotten to a point where they don't just have power over us at like a smaller scale; they have power over, well, the government itself. So it creates this horrific cyclical process of, just feeding into a system that only benefits the people at the top.
Well, I'd say that's more of an issue with, again, as you noted earlier, lobbying and
it's both
big giant corporations. Because, back when, the country was first founded and, we were getting started, we had the same ideals then as we do now, more or less. I mean, there's been obviously, tweaks since then.
And
but
I
back
come from
then,
this from the standpoint of being in favor of equality of opportunity, right? And obviously generational wealth and shit like that, is going to negate that. Right? There is no equality of opportunity. You do not have the same opportunities if you are if you're born, into like, a family that's barely scraping by versus the opportunities of some fucking Nepo baby. It's like, it's going to be night and day, right? There's going to be a huge distinction there. And then that increases the
Right,
generational
but
wealth gap.
so let's close that gap a little bit because obviously there's going to be a large difference there.
Yeah.
Let's use that same example with someone who's grown up poor versus say someone who's growing up a few blocks away from that particular individual that has it just a little bit better off. Do you think that poor person still doesn't have the same opportunities or maybe the same opportunities as a person a state away? Or I
mean, like you could say that they have similar opportunities. I mean, the goal would be to get the opportunities to be similar enough to the point where like, that the differences in said opportunities would be a lot more negligible. You obviously can't make it perfect. Nobody is actually going to have like a 100% equal opportunity in life as anybody else, right? I mean, that's literally not mathematically possible. However, we could definitely get a lot closer, right? We're like very, very, very far off currently.
Well, I think the first thing that we could work on is education, because although that the United States has a very high baseline IQ, we rank very far behind a lot of other countries when it comes to very particular things such as reading comprehension, mathematics, things like that. We rank very far behind. So I think a focus on education would be a good start because
I mean, it would definitely help, but I don't think it would resolve the issue.
Well, here's an example. They teach financial literacy in school, right? I believe at least in my school it was a requirement for you to take that class. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in most other districts it's at the very least an extra I forget what the term is for. Not an extracurricular, but an elective. It's an elective that you can take.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't take that class, then say you get it, you graduate high school, and you have no idea what APR is, or what interest is, or what a credit card does, and how you should utilize it. So and that's what I mean by education. You get taught these things. I believe the education system should be ultimately revamped. I mean, everyone needs to know how to do math, how science as a base works. But
yeah, I mean, I'm definitely in favor.
Should be
of all
taught
of
other
this,
things like valuable life skills.
Yeah, and I'm obviously not going to be against that by any means. I've been somebody that's growing up, I was very much so critical of the education system. It's like, okay, so you want us to be like these fucking, automaton bots that just go around, just like repeating tasks over and over again mindlessly without getting any actual benefit out of it, right? I've had this critique for a while now. I think a lot of people have. It's not a new or original critique. I think that most people would have something similar to say and would not believe that the education system is doing well. But I guess to bring it back to a more broad scale, you have to keep in mind, okay, well, who is funding the education? Well, that's going to be, either if it's private education, that's going to be, well, I mean, that's just going to be wealth, right? It's going to be wealthy people going to that. Yeah, it's going to be individuals or corporations or whatever. If we're talking about public education, that's going to be the government, which is to some capacity
ultimately funded by the taxpayers.
Yeah, but to some capacity, that the kinds of decisions that the government makes is going to be determined by, well, lobbyists, right? So we have to keep that in mind, right? Those decisions are also going to be influenced. So we're not really addressing the broader system here. We're not really addressing the broader system. It's like it would be a good thing to do to benefit that would benefit people if we improve public education. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think that would really address the core issue.
What do you think? To bring it back to equal opportunity, because I'm completely 100% against equality of outcome. Because
I'm not
to have
equality of outcome.
No, I know. I'm just to say it. But what do you think? Just one or two things off the top of your head that could be changed tomorrow that you view that could better offer someone quality or of opportunity.
Two things that I could change tomorrow, like I could snap my fingers, and just like magically change stuff.
Sure.
Okay, so one, I changed the country into I magically changed the country, actually the whole world into a market socialist utopia. Okay, that's the first course of action. Okay, the second thing I do is I remove any generational wealth, equally distribute it, and then I'm just like, okay, you do what you want now. Okay, so it's starting out at an even playing field. Okay, you have equal opportunities, no generational wealth. Okay, go from there. Okay, so you start.
Okay.
Everyone starts at the same point.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this then, because
Yes, there's gonna be some amount of deviation, of course. It's not gonna be perfect, right? But the amount of deviation would be significantly less under market socialism. By the way, I would also be in favor of going maybe a little bit further than that. Like if I were to, like, I'd be okay with like also decommodifying, like, you know, the pharmaceutical industry and shit like that. But that's besides the point. Anyways, continue. What were you gonna say?
well, I was gonna say, well, to begin with, to start off, I mean, there's been no country that's attempted socialism that's done it successfully. And
No country's
anytime
actually
I've had,
attempted socialism. Not
and
not
I
not
was
in the
about to
form
say,
that I'm talking about.
I was about to say that, you know, anytime I have a conversation or a debate with someone who is somewhat in favor of an idea akin to that, it's always something along the lines of, well, they weren't doing it right, or they weren't
Well, no,
doing it
they weren't
the
doing it
correct
at
way.
all. Well, no, they just like weren't doing it at all. They called it communism or they called it socialism, but that's not what it was, right? It's a fundamental error in reasoning to say that it is just because they're calling it that, right? It's like if it's the case that the government owns stuff, that's actually antithetical to a socialist worldview. Because socialism is not when the government owns stuff. It's like you're basically just saying, okay, well, the government has a monopoly on wealth instead of corporations. That doesn't actually address the issue, right? So I would obviously be against
Okay, well,
just
let me
saying that
ask
the
you this
government
then,
owns stuff.
because I have a feeling where you're going with this. So it's right, but I have a feel where you're going with this. So let me ask you this follow up then. So obviously, there's upkeep to have, you know, to have be done. It's a must, such as planting and reaping crops, keeping
that's
the
why I'm in
power
favor
grid
of
online.
Yeah, that's why I'm in favor of retaining the markets in order to retain productivity. That's the idea behind that. That's why I'm not in favor of going all the way.
But then they're gonna have to get paid in some form, because you can't just assume.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of
that
abolishing
they
currency.
will. Right, but what I'm saying is, who's gonna pay that person that currency? Who is gonna have that upper hand to be able, like, okay, I have this amount of money that I can give to you for your time.
Well, whoever they would collectively elect as their CEO or manager.
Well, I mean, okay, so then you're in favor of some sort of, I wouldn't go as far to say capitalist, but
Well,
you're in favor of some structure where
capitalism,
there
but
is a
better.
leader.
I know that the term market socialism sounds scary, but it's really just capitalism but better. But I mean, that's what it is. It's just like a way of decentralizing power to a greater extent, because it's right now it's the bulk of power in this society is based on wealth, which benefits corporations. Okay, and corporations seem to have, you know, relatively the same interests as each other, give or take.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. So let's say tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
and we're in this utopia that you described.
Yeah.
There's someone who invents this, you know, great life-changing invention. I'm not going to get into specifics on what it is, but it's life-changing. So
It's
on
the
so
cure to
forth.
cancer.
And
We'll
let's
just say
say
it's
that
the
they
cure to
decide
cancer.
to sell this invention. Sure.
Yeah.
Now they're not gonna gouge the price. They're not gonna say, oh, for a single dose of this cure to cancer, $1,000. They're not gonna do that. They're going like, you know what?
What would stop them from doing that?
$50. Well, let's just say, for sake of argument, they're
Sure.
not gonna do that. Let's just say $50. Now, Are you saying, just for clarification on my part, that they would not be allowed to reap the benefits, which would be the net profit of selling this invention and keeping that for themselves?
Yeah, I don't think they should be able to hoard a shit ton of wealth as a result of it. Yeah, no, I don't see what the societal benefit would be. I think that they should be able to make some profit, and I'm in favor of them still like being able to maybe make like a decent amount of profit. Let's say
Let's say
more than the average person, so that there's still like an incentive structure, but simultaneously, limiting that, so it's not like you can just like hoard a bunch of wealth.
Okay, well, then who would be the one to enforce that?
Well, probably the government.
I asked that. Right, but then then a police force.
Yeah, I mean, the same way that the government would enforce, like, say for instance, the federal government, enforces that state governments, operate based on the Constitution. It would be like a similar concept where you just have like a bigger structure, basically saying, hey, by the way, to the smaller power structure, you can't do this thing that infringes upon people's rights. It'd be a similar thing to that, right? Because I'm of the belief that the goal of the federal government should be to protect people's rights. Not to say not to infringe upon them, not to act as necessarily a police force against the people or anything like that, right? So I'm not in favor of the government saying what you can't do usually, right? Rather, I'm in favor of it saying what other power structures can't do in cases where those power structures are being oppressive. Does that make sense?
Well, I actually, it does, but I'm in favor of, because the whole idea of the American government at its foundation is, it's not the government's place to tell us what we can, they cannot do.
Yeah, but it also shouldn't be the corporation's place. It's just that we're blind to corporations doing it.
I'm not saying that either.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot more people are waking up to that aspect. I mean, I think the whole waking up to the corporation lobbyist thing happened like 2016, 2020. But I think a lot of people are seeing the backdrop of even that now with the whole Epstein files.
Correct.
But no, the foundation of the American government was that decision lies with the people. And these officials are elected officials. They are the representation of the people. They work for the people.
The problem with this is that they represent, big corporate interests, right? Because that's what they're paid to do. Because the people aren't the ones that actually give the money.
But again, that's what we're talking about today. But at its foundation, it was, and in comparison to the other countries of the time, it was a brand new idea. Every other country was either
of course,
a constitutional
but like again,
monarchy,
it spiraled. But the reason it spiraled out of control is because it didn't have any checks and balances on a specific type of power structure, right? And we see the results of that today, right? It's like because the power structure of corporations.
Well, there's checks and balances within. I was just going to say, well, there's checks and balances within the three branches of government specifically. But as far as I think we're agreeing here more than we're disagreeing. As far as
it doesn't seem like you're like strongly disagreeing with most of the things that I'm saying or anything.
I mean, I'll disagree with the socialist aspect of it just because it's not something I'd root for. But as far as the whole aspect of the lobbyists and corporations, I could totally get behind. Now,
I'm
going to ask you this.
Everything I'm suggesting is literally to just like keep the power of corporations in check, right? That's why I'm suggesting these things, right? Including socialism, and obviously, like socialism, like is going to have like a in terms of the term, it's going to have a negative stigma, due to propaganda, which, mind you, is going to be to the benefit of big corporations, right? Let's not pretend like they had no influence on that. They absolutely did. Okay. But if you just like look past, what it sounds like on a rhetorical level, and you actually look at the ideas behind it, you quickly realize that, okay, this is like a like actually a pretty reasonable way of preventing corporations from exercising, you know, an unnecessarily large amount of power, I guess.
No, I can agree with some aspects there. Now let me ask you this, because I feel like the topic I'm about to bring up next is going to really show, it's going to bend the horseshoe out a little bit, so to speak.
Sure.
It's going to really show our differences here.
Differences?
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on the current administration's handling of immigration?
Yeah, I would say that it's piss poor. I mean, if we just like look at like the lack of due process, I mean, I feel like that speaks for itself.
Okay, let's just go ahead and say, for sake of argument, let's just say they were doing everything by the book.
They're not.
You know, well, let's just,
it's like you're saying, but like, what if things were different? And also, it's going to be the case that like if you're in favor of so first of all, in terms of immigration, this
I know, but this is getting to a.
So the problem is that there's like a level of incompetency, and B, on top of the incompetency, there's like a level of cruelty to it, and also like just like complete disregard for the Constitution. So there's multiple layers to this. Okay, the first one that I want to address is you know, I guess the fact of the matter is nothing is being done to actually address the issue of immigration. Okay. I'll explain why, regardless of what method you're in favor of, okay? Now, I'm in favor of making it easier to immigrate. That's my solution, okay? Because they benefit the economy, right? I think it goes without saying.
You know that the United States has one of the easiest immigration policies in the entire world? Canada has stricter immigration policies than we do.
Yeah, I wouldn't really use that as an argument, though. That doesn't really mean anything.
Well, you say you're making
it's like,
easier,
well, yeah, other places are different. It's like, yeah, but like, that's not what we're talking
easier compared to what? What though?
Oh,
right, but like I'm asking, like what, like easier compared?
Yeah, so like
to what?
If the average,
like what's hard about the current
hold on, wait.
system?
Well, I mean, like the average waiting time, I'm pretty sure is 10 years. Some people just like aren't able to immigrate. I mean, you have to keep in mind that when people are illegal immigrants, they're not doing so by choice. It's like whatever marginal tax benefit they may be getting would be completely overridden by the fact that they're getting completely underpaid by the corporations that exploit them. You know that, right? Like they get paid less than minimum wage because if they complain about it, they get deported.
Well, actually, there was actually
you're
study
lagging.
Done on this. I can get up right now, but I don't want to. My apologies. I've got Madden NFL 26 in the background. Paul, that could be it. I was in the middle of the game.
Yeah. Oh, you're still lagging.
Right when you got to me, but no, there's study on this.
Oh, it might be on my end. I don't know. Chat, is my shit lagging?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I've heard you lagging a little bit. I haven't said anything, but I haven't really missed much in between the lag.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you've been lagging quite a bit, but yeah, I wasn't sure if it was me or you. It might be me. I can't tell.
I would test my speed, but that would kick me right off.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm pretty sure I got like 100 megabytes or something like that.
Yeah.
But there was a study that was done.
Okay.
Pretty sure there was one nationwide, but this one more specifically in Texas, where they measured the amount of illegal immigrants who went into, and this is related to healthcare specifically, where there's a certain number of illegal immigrants who went in and received healthcare, of whatever capacity that was.
Yeah.
And just didn't pay. And this is within the span of 1 month. Let me.
How much money are they making on average though? Because like we have to keep in mind that like if they're getting paid significantly less, which they are, like whatever, again, like I said, whatever marginal benefits that they might be getting from like being illegal or whatever is it's going to be mitigated. Right, and that's the point that I'm making.
Let me pull up this stat because I don't want to throw out a number that's wrong and then have me look like a fucking idiot. So I'm gonna pull this number up real quick.
Yeah, can you send a link somewhere?
Yeah,
as well.
Yeah,
when you do,
I'll send it to your
yeah, send it directly. Yeah, you can send it to me directly if you want. Because the thing is this shit could like regardless of any of this. I mean, this shit could be mitigated if we just simply made it easier to immigrate. Right? People don't illegally immigrate out of laziness. Right? That's not the motive. Right? So usually the motivation is something along the lines of wanting to provide a better future for the family, right? That's usually what it boils down to. So
Okay. So I found the statistic here. It's actually going to be two separate links.
okay.
Discord. Here it is.
Femi's Wi-Fi is tweaking a little. Okay, I think it might have been my end.
Find you
Let's
here. Your Discord dad fucking crazy, bro.
Dude.
That's
Rip.
hilarious.
Dude, my Wi-Fi hates me.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Okay, what's this?
So this first one is going to be, now granted, it's like as a PDF, it's like 94 pages, but it goes on to say that essentially that the taxes that are paid by illegal immigrants are only make up about 17% of the costs that they cost the taxpayer.
Okay, where does
and
it
the
say
second
this?
link I'm going to send to you.
Where in the 94 page? Can you give me like a specific page number or?
Yeah. I'll get that to you here in a second. But this second link I'm going to send you is going to be that that study that they did in Texas.
Okay. Yeah, because I would need to see, because I'm not going to read all 94 pages on stream.
No, I wouldn't expect you to.
Or at all, quite frankly.
What, you don't like reading?
No, I only do it if I'm trying to figure information out. I don't do it for fun. I do it because I have to. Okay, and then you've got another one. Okay. Which one do you want to go over first?
So
do you want to go over the second one first?
We can go over the second one first.
Because it looks like it's smaller.
Yeah.
So the text is very small, so I'm gonna have to like really zoom in. So what is this? Showing 121 million health costs per person not lawfully present. Okay. So this is from 2025. The Texas Health and Human Services Commission released data showing that in 2024 of November, Texas hospitals include 121.8 million in healthcare costs for persons not lawfully present in the U.S. Individuals not lawfully present in the U.S. visited Texas hospitals more than 31,000 times within that month. Okay. Hospitals throughout the state reported the data to HHSC in accordance with Governor Greg Abbott's Executive Order 46. Okay.
And he's
Executive Order directs Texas hospitals to report quarterly reports on patients who are not lawfully present, including the number of inpatient discharges, emergency department visits. The cost of care provided to these patients is required by federal law. Hospital providers inform patients their response will not affect their care. Okay. Though the 121 million incurred represents the month of November, future reports will include full quarterly data. So what is this? Okay, so total number of I mean this is just
that little graph there is just basically
yes. This is just like the
graph
cost
line of everything
the cost.
You just read.
Yes, this is just okay. All right.
But you notice there on the left side it says Medicaid, all that stuff, and Medicaid is a taxpayer-funded insurance.
Where does it say that?
So on the left, right, on the graph at the very bottom, it says type of visit, emergency department, Medicaid and CHIP.
Oh,
emergency,
okay,
emergency
I see
department, non-Medicaid, non-CHIP, so on and so forth. But aside from that, it's still the cost. So the number of visits versus the cost on the right side. Now, if we go back to that first link.
Wait. So if we're looking at Medicaid, if we're talking about Medicaid costs, it would actually be significantly lower. The majority is actually non-Medicaid, non-CHIP. Right? So if we actually look at
Sure.
Yeah, so
but
it's like
still,
it's about 20. Yeah, I mean it's still a lot of money.
But who does the cost go to?
Well, if they're not, if they're not, if it's not Medicaid or CHIP, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that money would be coming from.
Let me look that up real quick just to be sure.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't know. I'm not like trying to say that it's like a gotcha or anything. I don't know either. But yeah, it seems to be the case that for Medicaid / CHIP within a month about 25 million. Okay. So not the majority. The government pays for it. Well, we don't know. We don't know where that money is coming from. We have no idea.
Well, if it says the government pays for it, where does the government get its money? It gets its money from the U.S. taxpayer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hold on, because it's saying. What is it saying that all of this is paid for by the government? I don't know. I'd have to reread that. Texas. I mean, they're talking about hospital costs. They're not saying like necessarily how they're paying for it, aside from like whether or not they're paying through Medicaid or CHIP. So it's actually not.
So Medicaid and CHIP are kind of the same thing from what I'm reading. So
yeah.
Let's see.
But if they're not paying through that, then what are they paying through?
So it says
like are they paying out of pocket or?
So, for one, the CHIP program is the Children's Health Insurance Program, which is health coverage to uninsured children and families with incomes too high to qualify for Medicaid, but too low to afford private or group health plan coverage.
Yeah, so...
But the AI overview, and I'll preface this with anything on Google, is that stupid fucking AI overview. Hate it for one. Two,
right.
That shit can come up wrong. I'm not saying this, what I'm about to read is.
Okay,
just
sure. Go for it.
If anyone in your chat decides to look it up and do the due diligence, go ahead. But it says the non-inpatient Medicaid CHIP funds, including outpatient, clinic, and prescription drug costs, primarily go to managed care organizations, MCOs, with over 50% of total Medicaid funds going to comprehensive MCOs for managed care.
Oh.
The funds also support fee-for-service providers and supplemental payments to hospitals. So, what does it say here?
Yeah, because like I'm just like, because if it's just saying non-Medicaid, non-CHIP, I feel like that's just like very nondescript, right? That's not like actually telling us like how much is the government spending. Because like for all we know, this could be out of pocket.
Oh, okay. So okay. So it says based on current federal. It says based on current federal law and recent audits, Medicaid funds related to non-inpatient discharges for undocumented immigrants primarily go to hospitals and healthcare providers to reimburse them for emergency medical services. While federal law generally prohibits unauthorized immigrants from receiving full benefits, it mandates that hospitals provide stabilizing care for emergencies regardless.
Yeah, I mean, again, this isn't going to give us the information that we actually need.
But still, if we can just put that to the side for the moment, if we can at least look at those two sections right there for this page where it says Medicaid
we'll
specifically.
We'll say 25 million because like we don't know how much of everything else is being paid out of pocket. And then there was the 94 pages. What pages am I supposed to be looking at here?
So this first one, if you scroll down a little bit to page 7, it may be different for you since we have different FOVs. You're probably on the computer screen.
Is it the fiscal burden of illegal aliens on U.S. taxpayers? Is it that one?
Right now. Yeah, it's first. It's the first graphic for you. So it just gives you gives you a number amount. So it just says the expenditures state. This is just an overview of what this rest of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see where these numbers are coming from. So, is there like
this also yeah, but this also doesn't just go over healthcare. It also goes federal education. It goes over everything. But I'm trying to find the medical right here.
Well, how do they calculate that? How do they?
Well, let's just say, for example, with with the medical, for
Yeah.
example. You know, you can't treat someone for free. I mean, each you
Yeah,
know, they have
obviously.
inventories for what they have, and there's a dollar amount assigned to that. So, I mean, if something goes missing, like for example, pain medication, even if you're giving that to a legal citizen, or if you're pocketing it yourself as a nurse or a doctor, they're gonna know because the count's gonna be off. So there's a very stringent a system that goes in, especially in hospitals, that counts exactly how many of what is where, and if you did give it to a patient, how much for, and how much are you charging the insurance, or how much you're charging them directly, so on and so forth. So there's ways to audit that. I mean, that's part of how we got this information was audits. I mean, even my
Well,
businesses.
because
I mean, I have to track
with
everything I do.
Well, because I know with like the first thing that you sent, this was in accordance with Texas's Executive Order 46, right? So I would presume that there wouldn't necessarily be something similar in every state, right? I'm guessing there would be some states where you wouldn't even be able to tell, like, okay, how much. So if we're talking about like hospital visits, like how would you measure, for instance, hospital visits without that information being disclosed?
So from what I can gather from inferencing, the only thing that executive order did was compel them to report it. Now that doesn't mean that what happens
if they're not compelled to report it?
Then they don't have to.
Yeah, so then if they don't, then where are they getting these numbers from?
But it doesn't mean, because it's still checks and balances. I mean, being a hospital.
Yeah, but why would they care? Why would the hospital care to report that to the government? Why would they give a fuck?
Let me tell you, as a business owner, if you have something that is costing you money.
Wait, wouldn't it supposedly be costing the government money though?
Well, they still have to get reimbursed for it, because first of all, they have to give them the treatment, and that treatment costs money, whatever that treatment may be. And if they aren't getting that money from these illegal immigrants who either don't have health care to pay for it, or they just refuse the bills that they get sent, they have to get reimbursed for it. And the U.S. government does that. And
do they not get reimbursed if it's not an illegal immigrant?
No, they do.
Yeah, so like, why would they bother making the distinction? They could just be like, well, we had a patient, not mention whether or not they're legal or illegal, because it doesn't matter.
Because there's millions of illegal immigrants in the United States, but the difference is there's how many illegals. It's a per capita argument at this point. And again, going back to the checks and balances, if you're a business, which hospitals are,
right,
and something is costing you money, you need to know what is costing you money and how much exactly it's costing you, especially if it's a hospital and you have the opportunity to get reimbursed for what you're sending out and spending money on. You're going to track it.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like whether or not the person that's costing you money isn't illegal, that doesn't seem like that would be particularly relevant in terms of getting reimbursed.
Well,
in terms of how much money you would just like there's not a difference there. So what would the incentive structure be?
Well, for one, it was something that was compelled by that executive order by Greg Abbott.
Yeah, I'm saying where it's not being compelled. Why would he need to make an executive order compelling it if it was the case that they were already doing that?
So the difference between them already having the numbers versus giving that information out publicly are two very different things. Again, it's not, for me, like, I'm going to have numbers in my books, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to have it out plain for everybody to see.
Yeah,
like, I have those numbers. Like, I have those numbers.
So why would they give that to the government then?
Because the governor signed an executive order.
No, I'm saying in other states where that executive order hasn't been signed, why would they give it to the government?
Because they have to get reimbursed.
They can get reimbursed.
It's the same thing it's the same thing as if I tell the government.
Then if the only way to get reimbursed is to specify, how many visits or whatever are from illegal immigrants, then what was the point of the executive order if they're already going to do that in order to get reimbursed?
I don't know. That's not.
You
I'm
don't
not
know.
the governor.
So,
I have
so,
no
so
idea.
it's an
I have
executive
no.
order that's designed to do literally nothing.
Let's
That
see.
doesn't seem
Let's look it
logical.
up to see. Let's look it up to see.
Yeah, sure. Because like it's obviously going to be the case that if an executive order like that is being passed, what that indicates to me is that not all the information was being reported prior, right? That specific information wasn't being reported, right? Even for the sake of reimbursement.
Okay, here it says executive order. Oh, fuck. Executive order GA 46 issued by Greg Abbott on August 8, 2024 requires public hospitals to ask patients about their immigration status during intake. Hospitals must collect and report data on, costs associated with treating undocumented immigrants to the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Yeah, like why would they need to pass that if they weren't already doing that? But it seems like a useless executive order if it's the case that that's already
To
something
find out
they're
the
doing, right?
financial burden that. Well, maybe they were doing that to use it as a prop to get more illegal immigrants out. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
that
this is
doesn't
how
make any
much they're
sense.
costing us versus how much they're bringing in. Well, okay, well
Yeah,
then.
but you would already have the numbers. You
if
wouldn't need
they're-
that. You just be like, yeah, here's where we got the
Okay.
numbers from. And then they could be like, yeah,
Right.
we're going to use that. They wouldn't need to pass an executive order for that.
Sure. But if the illegal immigrants are costing more than they're bringing in via tax dollars, wouldn't you be in support of that executive order?
No, it wouldn't make sense. If what you're saying is true about it being the case that this information would all get reported anyway, why would I support an executive order that literally does nothing? That doesn't make any sense. I would just say this is a waste
Because
of
maybe
time.
some states, like sanctuary cities or states, such as California, where they protect illegal immigrants, where
Yeah, wouldn't
they're
that
absolutely
skew the
not
data a little
required to do
bit?
that. So,
Yeah, wouldn't that skew the data?
in favor of the illegal immigrant, sure.
Not necessarily.
Because then, well, I don't see how it could go the other way. Because if you can't get data from a sanctuary state concerning what the illegal immigrants are costing the taxpayers, then it would go the opposite way. It wouldn't show. It'd show a positive for the illegal immigrant community, as far as I'm
Well, it
concerned.
depends on whether or
'Cause
not
if-
they're
'cause-
trying to account for underreporting. Right, and what method they're using for that. Right, and that's why I'm asking. I want to know where these numbers came from. Right, so I'm not interested in
looking
just
for
seeing
you.
like here's like the here's this plus this equals this. I don't know where these numbers are coming from in the first place. So I have no idea if this is like a if these numbers are reliable.
Okay, so if you start on page, you don't have to follow me here. I'll just go. I'll just gloss over it. On page 12, the actual page 12, not PDF page 12. Or page, it's 19.
19. Okay, yeah. Just give me the PDF page so that I can type it in.
19.
Okay. Where do I start? Do I start where it says uncompensated hospital expenditures?
Yeah, sure. So and you don't have to read through all of it, but I mean, this is very, very, very large data text. But basically, if you go down, then you start from here, and this is specific to hospital expenditures and the cost of hospitals. But this also goes over stuff like, education.
Also, we have to keep in mind. For any sanctuary cities, it would necessarily have to be able to go both ways, right? Because wouldn't the amount of taxes paid by illegal immigrants also go underreported? Like how would you know
Yes,
how many
but
taxes are paid
again-
by illegals? Yeah, so like
But
this
again,
seems like it would be a
that's
problem.
Yes, that's why number one, sanctuary cities are a problem. But it's also a problem where
No,
they're not
I'm
getting
saying that the math
reported.
would be a problem.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It would the accounting of it would be a problem.
Okay, yeah,
Because
fair.
if we're not getting that data, then how are we supposed to know? Because as far as I'm concerned, if we're looking at it from purely numbers point of view, and you have states such as California or New York, those are holes in the pocket as far as the fiduciary aspect is concerned, because you can't get a particular number from that. If
Also,
they're
how are we measuring the amount that illegal immigrants pay in taxes? Because I'd be interested in
ITNs,
knowing about that as well. ITNs? I'm not too familiar with how the process works, so I'm just curious.
So, an ITN is essentially for them what a social security number is to. So, like for example, if you're here on a work visa, right?
Yeah.
You'll be given an ITN.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how that works with illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're given that. I don't know how that works with illegal immigrants. But as far as immigration, you're given an ITN. Like it'd be like if you filled out a W-2 recently. You'll notice on there when it asks for SSN or ITN.
Yeah.
Is it an ITN? Is that what I'm thinking of? Is that the right acronym?
I think it's either ITN or TIN or something like that. I think it's something like that, yeah. What's this? Undocumented immigrants paid. See, but I just don't know where these numbers are coming from. Paid $96.7 billion in federal, state, and local taxes in 2020. But I don't know where these numbers are coming from. That's why I don't know,
It's an ITIN.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Well, I guess both of us were kind of close. I just because I'm looking at something else where it's tax contributions. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where these numbers are coming from.
ITINs are for foreign nationals, non-resident aliens, and undocumented immigrants who need to file return or as listed as dependents. So yes, that can be used for. The only thing you need to get an ITIN is
because I'm looking here and it's I'm looking at different numbers and I'm on one thing I'm seeing that in 2022 $96.7 billion in taxes were paid by undocumented immigrants for federal, state, and local taxes, but on the thing that you sent, the total tax contributions are only 31 million. So it's that's why I'm sort of skeptical of stuff like this. Because we're getting
on this page
we're getting
it's
completely
not.
We're getting completely different numbers depending on where you look.
There's an explanation. There's an explanation for that. Hold on. There's an explanation for that. So the first one I sent you was for a particular year. Now this.
No. I mean, I'm looking at something else. I'm not looking at your first source. I'm looking at something else completely. I'm looking at itep.org. I don't and again, I don't know where these numbers are coming from. So, I mean, I guess I could, okay, it has okay, that's useful. It'll have it by state and contributions.
You said itp.org?
No, ITEP. I could send you the link.
Sure.
Because and this is why I'm skeptical, is because depending on where you look, it'll tell you different things. So it's I don't know I don't know which calculations of which numbers are meant to be correct. And that's not just for taxes, but also expenditures, right? I don't know what's being used to calculate these things, right? So I, as a layman person, right, I'm not going to be able to, draw that many conclusions from this kind of stuff. Because I mean, this is saying more than 3 times the amount in taxes is being paid by undocumented immigrants than your source. So I don't know why that would be.
What I'm seeing here is, granted, I haven't gotten down far, but what I'm seeing is that it's talking about how much the illegal immigrants have paid into the system, not taken out.
Yeah. Yeah, so if we're talking about total tax contributions by illegal aliens, those are the same variable, right? So we're talking about what they're paying in taxes total in both of these, right? So in terms of total tax contributions on your source, it's 31 million. On the one that I found just now, it's 96, or sorry, not 31 million, 31 billion I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, my bad. It's 96.7 billion on the one that I just found. So it's like, when there's this big of a discrepancy here, it makes me question, like, okay, where are these numbers coming from? Like, who am I supposed to trust here? Right? And like, there could be like the same amount of discrepancy for the total national expenditures on illegal aliens as well. So it's like, when there's this much variation, it's like, it's difficult to draw conclusions. It would for both of these, it'd be over the course of a year, for the record.
Well, as far as, so if we go back to that congress.gov, the big PDF I sent you, if you scroll up a little bit, back to page 11.
On the PDF or
on the PDF, in that
Okay.
little forward area, it has something called the summary of
methodology. We could read that. That. Okay.
So
Pyramid every
says,
effort to source data in this report from
what?
government agencies and testimony from government officials. I don't know about. Okay, I don't know if I'd trust testimony from government officials, but all right. Using these as the foundation of our estimates. When official data is unclear or unavailable, FAIR looked into research generated by credible nonpartisan organizations and academic institutions. Does it list them anywhere, or does it just say that?
I would assume at the very bottom.
Okay.
While you're reading that, I'll go ahead and take a look at the.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. On the rare occasion that a calculation must be estimated
It
and
does,
or
by the way.
assumed. Okay, good.
It's a good amount. It's a good amount.
Okay. Specifically for the credible nonpartisan organizations and academic institutions.
Yes, so it has footnotes for
Okay.
all of them. It has, let's see the total amount.
Okay. We have a
It
detailed reasoning for
has-
this estimation that the readers can examine and the relevant information and judge our conclusions for themselves. For the sake of maximum accuracy, we have noted various areas where we believe it is impossible to estimate a cost. Throughout this study, we have taken a caution to never overestimate totals. Okay, that would be in either direction. And have chosen to err on the lower side of cost estimates and the higher side of tax contributions. Okay. That's interesting because the tax contributions on this are significantly lower than here. So again, I don't know how there could be that much discrepancy. But we'll continue, I guess. We did this to ensure the cost figures do not extend beyond the evidence. What the evidence can empirically improve. Combining this with the fact that there are some costs that cannot be reliably estimated, it is can be safely assumed that the actual cost of illegal immigration is considerably higher than the final tally offered here. Okay, I have to see the numbers, but given current trends, rapidly increasing illegal immigration, so blah blah blah. Obviously, the case that they're stating a position that they hold.
Well, it's not necessarily. I mean, it's true. I mean, under Biden, there's more than 10 million immigrants who came in under Biden's presidency alone.
Yeah, but if we look at
It's
the
not
number that was
unfair to say
deported,
that.
it was actually... Yeah, but if we look at the number deported, there was more deported under Biden's first term than Trump's first term. So,
And there was more deported under Obama than both of them as well.
correct.
So I mean, it's funny to me how under Obama, because they actually ran on deportation. I don't know how old you are, and I'm not going to ask how.
I'm 21.
If anyone in your chat is, I'm 23. Hell yeah. But if anyone in your chat is old enough to remember Obama's first run for presidency.
Yeah, no, I would not.
Pretty much everyone, and not just Obama, Hillary, because remember Hillary ran as well. Pretty much everyone up there on that stage ran on deportation. They ran on it because it wasn't.
Yeah, but they just because they run on it doesn't necessarily, because like Trump ran on deportation as well, and like, you know, obviously it's the case.
And he didn't deliver.
Yeah, so it's.
And he didn't deliver.
Yeah, Joe Biden delivered more than Trump did, so it's purely a rhetoric game in that sense, right? So like, if we're actually like looking at like, what are they doing, right?
Well, let's also take into account
picture from the rhetoric.
Let's also take into account, right? Obviously, Trump's the president.
Yeah.
But just because you're the president doesn't mean you have all-encompassing power. There's still checks and balances with all three branches of the government. So he can't just be like, all right, let's do this now. Let's do this, and this.
He's trying his best to do those things.
No, he's really not. He's really not. I mean, because here's the thing. That's one of the reasons why I supported him, was the promise of deportations. Because this goes into me being far right. I'm all for mass deportations.
Yeah, even with that promise, you should have voted against Trump in that case, because if you actually like take a look at the numbers in 2016, or sorry, not 2016, but like from 2016 to 2020 or whatever, right? If you actually take a look at like, okay, what are these numbers here? Or sorry, 2017 to 20, you get the point. You actually look at those numbers, right? You'd be able to see like he doesn't deliver on that. Like what would make you think that he would like actually deliver on that promise the second time? He didn't deliver on it the first, right? It seems to be the case that the Democrats have actually delivered on that more than Trump ever has or ever will. So,
but again,
even from like a pro deportation standpoint, it wouldn't make any sense to vote for Trump.
Well, that goes back to what I was originally getting to. The fact that the checks and balances thing, you know, with Congress, the Senate and all that, he has to have their approval. Like, for example, that's the whole reason why we're in this government shutdown right now, because of all this rhetoric surrounding the DHS and ICE agents. That's the whole reason why.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is constantly violating the Constitution.
Which constitutional rights? I'm not.
The right to due process. I mean, that's part of the Constitution.
The due process is setting them back.
Yeah, but like you need due process for that. Like you need due process to determine like, okay, is it the case that they're guilty of the thing that they're being accused of? Okay, whatever that may be. Whether it's that they're an illegal immigrant, whatever it is, they still require due process. Okay.
So do you think that they pick someone up and then they just send them back and not check whether or not they're here illegally or not?
Well, I mean, it seems to be the case that they're not doing the best job. I mean, they've targeted people that are here illegally.
Okay. Targeting is different. Yes or no? Yeah. Are they sending people back without checking whether or not they're here legally or not?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, considering the fact that they targeted people that are here illegally. So it's obviously the case that they're not doing a very good job checking.
Okay, but that's not what your claim was.
Right.
Your
so what does it mean? Yeah. So like, what does it mean for them to target? What does it mean for them to target a group of people?
I don't know. You're the one who used it. What's your definition?
Yeah. So like, if say for instance you murder some random innocent, woman, for example, that's just like slowly driving away, doesn't pose any real threat. She's here legally. That'd be like an example of somebody just like getting targeted by ICE for no reason.
She didn't get shot because she was assumed to be an illegal. She got shot because she drove toward an officer. And the same thing with Preddy. And the same thing with Alex Preddy.
Nope, you're wrong about that. So if you actually watched the video, you would see that the wheel The wheels were actually facing away from the officer, not to mention the fact that the officer went out of their way to try to go in front of the car, not to mention the fact that they moved their phone to their left hand in anticipation, got their gun specifically ready, and then they moved so that they could have their phone from their left hand in front of the car, and then they shoot her from the side window, or not from the side window, but they shoot her, right? They specifically shoot her, right? They record the whole ordeal, okay? But if you actually look at where the wheels are facing, okay, they're actually facing away from the officer, okay, and that should tell you something. What that tells you is that there is no immediate danger that he would have been in of getting run over, okay? He was not in danger of that. And
how do you expect him to know if he can't see where the wheels are facing?
How would you not be able to see where the wheels are facing? You just look at the wheels. What are we talking about?
How would you be able to verify that? When's the last time you stood in front?
By looking at the way that the wheels are facing? What?
But as an officer, you're not looking at the wheels.
He was to the side of the car.
You're looking at the suspect. We're talking about the officer that was in front of the car.
Wait, you mean the suspect who was turning the wheel in the opposite direction of the officer? That doesn't help.
But the officer that was in front of the vehicle, which to my understanding, I believe was the one that fired the fatal shot.
Vehicle? Additionally, if you shoot somebody,
because they attempted to detain her.
No, so
from my
understanding, so you do realize, okay, if you shoot somebody that is driving in a moving vehicle, okay, they don't suddenly release their foot from the gas pedal, okay, that foot's still there. So now the car is just a force of nature, okay, that thing is going to keep driving wherever the fuck it was going. So if anything, you've actually created far more of a safety hazard than what there could have possibly been, okay, and again, there was no reason to believe that she was trying to run him over. If you actually watch the footage, it's very obvious.
Well, as seen by the, let's turn to Alex Pretty for a moment. I can't remember if I'm saying his last name correctly.
I'm not as familiar with that case, but yeah.
Well, your viewers may or may not be, depending on how politically they are involved. But this was an individual who had multiple run-ins with DHS enforcement officers. And he was another individual who got shot and died. Videos had circulated post-death of him getting into altercations with DHS before. There was reports of him getting into an altercation. I don't ever remember seeing a video about this where he had ribs broken. And then he got into an altercation where he spit on officers and then kicked the taillight out, and they brought him to the ground. And he had a pistol on his backside and his waistband with 2 extra magazines in his vehicle.
Yeah, when he was shot 10 times within the span of 5 seconds, was he an immediate threat for all 10 of those shots?
I can't say definitively. I'm not going to say.
So if somebody has been shot 9 times, are they an immediate threat?
Okay, well, the number of shots don't.
No, it absolutely matters, right? Because each shot has to be justified. Okay, that is how the law works. Okay, each shot has to be justified.
Okay,
if you're going to use lethal force, it has to be. So any use of lethal force has to be justified.
Well,
so if it's the case that somebody is incapacitated, somebody is incapacitated, you can't. There is no justification. Okay, if they're incapacitated,
you can use deadly force if you believe your life's in danger up until the point where the threat is incapacitated.
But they didn't have reason to believe that. So what they did is they lifted.
How do you know that? They were
lifting their phone. Because they were lifting their phone. They were lifting their phone. What were they going to do? Shoot lasers out of their phone?
Unless you have some clear, ultra high definition video of what transpired other than the 3 video angles that were publicly released, I don't think you can make that claim verifiably other than just of backing the rhetoric behind it. Because if I can't say that I believe the shooting was justified in good conscience, in good faith, and in a good faith debate, I don't think you can.
So it seems to be the case. So it seems to be the case that the officer started out by using pepper spray. He raises his hands towards the officer to get between the officer and the person with the backpack.
A moment of silence at the Minnesota Timberwolves game last night in honor of 37-year-old VA nurse Alex Preddy.
Stop.
In the wake of his fatal shooting by
the
Border
audio
Patrol agent Saturday.
There's 3 different video angles.
Okay.
You might want to find a better one.
Local and federal.
The best one, I believe, is the one where... let me find it.
Here, I'm gonna.
A moment of
try and
silence
see.
at the Minnesota
Okay.
today are preparing to square the
Let's
shooting by
see.
of his fatal shooting.
Dude, I hate this video player. Okay, I'm watching it on stream now.
In the wake of his fatal
Okay.
shooting by Border Patrol agent Saturday.
Okay.
Local and federal officials today are preparing
They're pepper spray.
to square off in court.
I am
Okay.
deeply concerned.
Are they going to show the part
They'll
where,
also try to
where they get,
convince
you know,
the judge to halt the deployment of federal agents into Minnesota after shooting and suggest the finding.
because it didn't, because like based on what I'm seeing here, it didn't seem like anyone was like an immediate threat.
I don't think you're gonna see that on broadcast networks. Let me see if I can. I don't think you should show it on stream. To be honest, I don't think you should be showing it on stream.
I would presume that they would like blur it, but you'd be able to see like right before.
But then you wouldn't be able to.
No, because you'd be able to see like
see if
what
I
the
can
positioning
find it.
is right before, like right as they're about to shoot. But based on what I'm seeing here, it seems to be the case that there was no reason to believe that this person was a threat.
I don't
Like
know.
this guy wasn't holding any weapons. He wasn't trying to fight anyone.
That wasn't the same video. That's a secondary.
Yeah, I mean,
video.
like based on what I've seen, it doesn't.
That's not the video of the shooting.
Yeah, but either way, like my point is that like it doesn't seem like there was any reason to believe that he was like some sort of immediate threat. So lethal force wasn't justified. Okay, like unless I've missed something. So let's see.
I'm trying to find the good angle right now.
So apparently, the first shot is fired at. So the first shot is fired. At least one officer immediately steps away from Preddy.
Okay,
1 second after the first shot, 3 additional shots are fired. Preddy appears to go limp and fall to the ground.
Here, I'm
then
gonna send you
within
this link.
3 seconds, 6 more shots are fired. Okay. Then
Here,
they
I'm gonna
step
send
away
this to
from
you.
his body. So.
And this is an angle I haven't even seen. This is from start at 1:01, 1 minute.
Now, just into the newsroom, we have.
Okay. Oh, it's on YouTube, so it probably should be fine.
Should be,
Yeah,
but you know how YouTube is.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Here, give me a sec. Let me screen share for your end so we can watch together. Okay. Yeah, it should be screen sharing on my end, so you'll be able to see it now. Okay, can you see it? Hello?
Yeah, I can.
Are you? Okay, you can see it.
Now, just into the newsroom, we have a brand new angle of the lead up and the shooting of Alex Preddy by federal agents. And what you're about to see is video from a woman who was sitting inside her car, mere feet from where this incident happened. This is the first time that we can hear, at least a little bit, what led up to this deadly confrontation.
Do not push them into the traffic.
Okay. So I'm not able to.
All right, so this is the start of the confrontation. What I hear in the video, which we just received, are 2 men arguing. One is certainly Preddy, the other is an agent. One says, "Do not push them into the traffic." The other responds, "I'm pushing them away from traffic." It's unclear exactly, can't prove exactly who's talking. But this is the first time that we've seen and heard what led up to the violence.
Okay.
And just how quickly it
Yeah, it looks like is this him?
unfolds right in front of us here. And as also another view of the agent pushing a woman.
Pepper sprayed in the brown.
Yeah.
With the backpack on, and it's still unclear why the agent is pushing her. And
why are they pushing
you are seeing it through the lens.
Seems very unnecessary.
Literally, of a person parked right in front
it's like,
of all this. We also can hear agents.
Uncommon for, although it is very. It's
very unnecessary. Like this is just
well,
like an
it's not.
unnecessary
It's not uncommon for police to create distance between them.
What were they in a fight? It doesn't seem to be that. Like the non-officers were in a fight with each other.
Well, the video doesn't exactly show what they were. Well, here's the thing.
I don't think they were in a fist fight.
Well, let me get into this real quick. So, as all this was going on in Minneapolis, the whole reason that they were sent out there was because of I forget the kid's name, but you may have saw it that that YouTuber that was going around that was documenting fraud. The $1 billion fraud that was going on in Minneapolis, and I can't if I remember his name, I would give it to you. But that's why they got sent in there. And I'm not going to say that the group who was coordinating this, not the fraud, but I'm not going to call them protesters, they're agitators, and I'll get into that in a second. I'm not going to call them Antifa because I don't know, and I don't necessarily think it's Antifa. But it's definitely some sort of coordinated, very well coordinated group. Because
what are they trying
it was
to
shown
do?
that, well, they were, I believe it was Signal that they were using, either Telegram or Signal, one of those messaging apps. And they got a bunch of people, and they were extremely, very coordinated. They had dispatchers, they had people that would patrol on foot, patrol in vehicles.
What were they doing? What were they doing that was illegal?
I'm getting to that. Didn't say it was legal, but they're attempting to dox other than doxing ICE agents.
I don't think there's an issue with that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think law enforcement should be able to be held accountable. Yes, absolutely.
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not a back-to-back guy. Okay, but they're copying license plates. They're following these ICE agents around.
That's legal.
And well, yeah, up until the point where it becomes obstruction.
It's not obstruction.
And
they're just recording what ICE officers are doing.
They're setting up checkpoints.
That's not obstruction. That's not obstruction of anything.
But in the case of Alex Pretty, what he was doing with physically assaulting police officers, spitting on them.
Yeah, that doesn't.
There's video evidence of this guy being agitated. So he's not some protester.
That doesn't. So okay, he spit on some guy. That doesn't justify lethal force.
Well, that's not what happened in this video. This is a prior
yelling.
I'm bringing this up to say that this dude had history, a recorded history.
Yeah, a recorded history that wouldn't justify lethal force.
Of being an agitator.
Yeah, that doesn't seem particularly. Nothing about this seems particularly relevant.
It's proof of character.
It doesn't prove anything.
Well, yes, it does, because
you're just trying to demonize this guy and saying, well, because he's like a piece of shit, he kind of deserved it.
I'm not saying he's a piece of shit and he deserved it.
Well, I mean, that's that's the only conclusion you'd be able to draw from what you're trying to say here.
Well,
you're just saying, well, it's because it's within his character, so therefore lethal force was justified.
No, well, if you let me finish.
Okay.
It's proof and pattern of character. He's not out there just to protest. He's not out there, and again, I'm all for protesting.
But he wasn't doing.
And just for the record, I'm all for him carrying a gun.
Yeah, he wasn't doing anything that required lethal force. So,
please let me get the thought out there. And for the record, I'm all for him having the right to carry a firearm.
Yeah, me
I'm
too.
a gun owner myself. But if he's out there being an agitator, being physical with enforcement officers, I'm not necessarily saying that that's what he was doing in this particular video. I don't know. I haven't seen.
If he's not doing that in this particular video, then.
But you don't know that either. You don't know that either. That's my point. So you're coming to the conclusion.
I don't know that either. I'm coming to the conclusion based on the evidence provided.
Okay.
Based on what I've seen, it doesn't seem like he's trying to do anything violent.
But no one has a video of a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes before. That's what I'm saying. you're basing a conclusion off of what you have before you, but it's not the
Yeah,
full
but
scope.
based on the information we have available in the video, it's very obvious that lethal force wasn't justified.
When the officers get there and they have him down on the ground, an officer shouts, "Gun, gun, gun, gun." Now, this is not exclusive to DHS officials. Anytime that just regular run-of-the-mill police officers are in a ground struggle with a suspect and they see a gun or their fellow officers shout gun, they immediately, they're not gonna oh, let's let him get up, let's let him catch his breath, let's make sure he's all right.
He wasn't aiming for his gun.
But what I'm saying is, those cops heard gun, and they've been followed around all day. They've been harassed all day, and now they've got this guy in front of them, and one of their officers just called out gun, 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 gun.
Yeah,
so are you gonna? Well, that happens all the time with regular police officers.
That's not good. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad when it happens with regular police officers too.
Well, it's on a case-by-case basis. You can't. It's not a blanket thing.
Well, it's gonna be the case that this is obviously not justified, right?
They were obviously
just for having a gun. That's not sufficient cause.
They were taking him down for a reason. Or
no,
I would
not
like
necessarily.
I would
You don't even know.
I would like. Okay. So why is it that you can say that, but when I'm saying that you're making an assumption based off something you can't see? Okay, so then we can both be right on that.
I don't know what the reason would be, or if it's a good reason.
Okay,
so then it seems to be the case that they just found this guy annoying.
Okay, okay. I found that hard to believe, but let's just agree that we don't know the full story of the pretext of this video. Okay, can we agree on that?
It doesn't really matter. Right?
That's what you just said. That was your rebuttal 30 seconds ago. So how can it not matter?
What are we talking about? I was saying that you don't. I was saying you don't even know, right?
Yes.
You don't even know necessarily the context. But I'm saying
yes,
if you did,
and then I said we can agree on that.
It wouldn't even be particularly relevant because either way,
how not?
Because based on what we see in the video, there's no reason to believe that lethal force was justified.
Okay. You're arguing the same thing two different ways because on one side you're saying we don't know the pretext, so we can't know.
What pretext would justify?
Let me explain. You're saying on one hand that we don't know what happened beforehand, so we can't say definitively one way or the other that what happened was justified. But also on the other hand, you're saying,
that's not the argument I made. Right?
Well, let me get.
I'm saying
it's pretty much is. It's not verbatim.
Nope. It's almost like I said a completely different thing. But all right. But you were specifically saying that they were doing this for a reason. I'm like, well, we don't necessarily even know that. We don't know that there was a legitimate reason for this, right? But either way, regardless of whatever the initial reason may have been, because this guy wasn't posing any immediate threat, lethal force wasn't justified.
We're basically agreeing. I'm saying that.
So you agree that this wasn't justified then?
No, I'm saying we don't have enough evidence.
That's not the point that I made.
To say one way or the other.
Nope, that's not the point that I made. I've never said that. I said that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so based on the available evidence, right, which is going to be this video, it is very clear that lethal force was not justified. Okay?
But you can't say that definitively.
Yes, you
can. Because we don't know. No, because we don't know what happened beforehand.
Yeah, I'm saying
we don't know why they're. We don't know why they're. Yes, it is because we don't know why we're trying to detain him.
Okay, so what would have justified it then? What would he have done before that would have justified them using lethal force in this video?
Okay, we got to separate this in two parts. First of all, we need to be able to find out if the detaining of him was justified in the first. That's a whole separate conversation.
Let's say that it is. Let's say it's justified to detain him.
But the lethal force aspect, again, coming back to this, is the officer shouted gun. Gun, 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 gun. Now I'm not saying just because the officer shouted gun, he should have gotten shot. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I happen to believe that the officer who fired may have just gotten a little trigger happy, or he may have been in a legitimate fear for his life.
They fired 10 times.
And again, I'm saying he may have been in a legitimate fear for his life. I mean, the same thing with officers. I mean,
why would he be shooting him when he's like already like limp on the ground? That doesn't make any sense. Even the first shot wasn't justified, let alone the following 9.
Have you ever been in a gunfight?
No, but I'm well aware of the fact that if you're supposedly, you know, a trained law enforcement officer or agent, right? Granted, these people aren't very well trained, but that's a whole separate.
They go through the same training that U.S. Marshals go. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's say that's the case. Then they should know. I don't know. To have trigger discipline. I think that's fairly obvious.
Before you continue, I'll retract that because I'll be honest. I just saw a video about something in the House committee about how they just revoked like some hours with the DHS about like they shortened the hours of training pretty much. So I'll retract my previous statement about the training. I don't know about exactly when they shortened the hours of training for these agents, but I didn't want to say that and lie about that when I just heard something. But apologies for the interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so like if it's the case that you're not only shooting someone that poses no immediate threat, not just once, but 10 times, okay? Like don't you think that like, you know, we would classify that as a murder, like shooting somebody that poses no immediate threat for no reason? Okay? For no justified reason. It's not a justified reason. Right? You can't just say like, oh, well, I think it would have been an issue. It's like, you can say that about anything. Like you could say like, oh, well, I thought this person had a gun and they didn't.
Okay,
it's like,
okay,
but
well,
the evidence suggests
it's not the
opposite.
same. Okay, it's not. Okay, the evidence isn't all that clear. Okay, I think we can both agree on that. It's not.
No, the evidence.
No, it's not because
clear.
when he's down on the ground, you can't see where hand placement is. And for
you
two,
can see that he's not. You can absolutely tell that he's not trying to reach for his gun.
Hold on. From that angle, you can't see jack shit. 2, you've never been. I'm gonna go ahead and assume you've never been in combat.
Yeah, I don't have to have been in combat to make rational conclusions.
You've never been in a gunfight, so you don't know. Well, if you could let me finish the thought out, because I let you finish your thought out, so I'd appreciate the same respect here. With it's a fight for your life when it comes to that, when a gun is involved. If you're the officer,
if you're the officer, happening.
Can I finish?
You're saying it's a fight for your life.
Fighting. Well, you're like you keep like
their life
keep
wasn't
trying
in
to
danger.
You don't.
The officer's life.
He has a gun. He has a gun.
Yeah, on his fucking belt.
From the angle.
He's on the ground. What is he gonna do?
You can still reach for a gun.
90 degrees. Like what?
You can still. You don't. You have to look at your gun to
180 degrees and then like you know reach the gun from the back and then like aim. Like what are we saying?
So, you're telling me that you believe you have to look at your gun to unholster it?
What? Yeah. If you're gonna aim it at somebody, yeah.
He had officers around him. He didn't need to aim. He just needed to get a finger on the trigger and pull.
Yeah, but his hand wasn't even on the gun. It wasn't even close to the gun. What are we talking about?
What if he's reaching for it?
What? Yeah. What if things were different? Yeah. Like what?
No. I'm saying. Despite the fact that the video isn't that clear, let's say, because I think this is a good baseline. Let's say he was reaching for it. Let's say the video is crystal clear.
Let's say things were different.
Because I would like to get a baseline here. 4K Ultra HD, and the dude is reaching for his gun. Now we don't know if he's going to set it on the ground to show the officers he's being compliant, or if he's going to do something with malicious intent. If that was the case, do you believe that him getting shot would be justified? And I'm not going to use. I just want to use this as a baseline. If he was reaching for his gun, would it be considered?
Yeah, if he was reaching for his gun, you would tell him to stop, and if he keeps doing it, then yeah.
Okay.
So
From the angle,
you would first have to tell him to stop. You tell him to stop. If he keeps reaching for it, then it's
tell him to
okay.
stop.
Well, yeah.
I think in a world where we're all adults and we all have pretty decent executive function.
You tell him to stop because if he continues to move, if he moves any closer to it, then yeah, you would shoot.
I think he knows that. I think that type of
wait, because your gun. Hold on, because in that case, your gun would already be aimed at them, right? Your gun would be aimed at them in that case, correct? So if it's the case that they're reaching for their gun, okay, and you say not to move, and then they continue to move to grab the gun. Okay, the time it would take for you to pull the trigger would be significantly less than the amount of time it would take for them to grab the gun, take it out of the holster, turn around, and then shoot you. So yes, it actually would be reasonable.
Okay, aside from that, I've gone over.
Aside from that,
well, I'm trying to say,
destroyed your whole hypothetical.
Not really, but aside from that, what I'm saying is, you're saying the video evidence is clear.
Yeah,
I'm saying
it's
that
very clear that Alex isn't a threat.
I'm saying that because I can't see, because these agents are kind of dogpiling, you know, they're on all sides of him. You can't really tell what's going on up in there unless someone in your chat can provide me, like some sort of new angle that I haven't seen yet, where I can see all those movements clearly.
We can finish this video. Okay, we can finish this.
I think it's just going to show them putting him in a body bag. I mean, after him getting shot.
We'll see.
Word gun 4.
Okay, why is it fucking sideways, dude?
Times in roughly 4 seconds.
Dude, you were saying this is the good angle?
Leading up to the sound.
No, this wasn't a good angle.
Minutes later,
it's a new angle to me.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely not the good angle.
No,
I've seen better angles than this. Okay, but either way, fact of the matter is, yeah, I think that murdering someone that doesn't pose an immediate threat, I feel like it goes without saying that that's unjustified. So I don't know what I don't know what argument you're trying to make here at this point.
Well, I'm saying if there's a good angle, because again, we don't know why they're trying to detain him. We don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, because if
it doesn't.
Yes, it
no,
does.
It doesn't.
If the reason they're detaining him,
that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not lethal force is justified.
Yeah,
okay, the only relevant
if they're detaining him because they have reasonable suspicion that he's a danger to someone, then yes, it's relevant.
No, even in that case, you would only use lethal force. No, even in that case, you would only use lethal force if it's absolutely necessary.
I'm not disagreeing there, but you also can't at the same time say that the pretext isn't relevant. That's kind of
but it's not
the
relevant.
whole base. In the judicial system, it's very fucking relevant. I mean, you can't have a court.
The only context that matters is whether or not.
Okay, how do you find justifiable cause without knowing what the pretext is?
Well, because if you're trying, it's going to be based on whether or not are they grabbing their gun? Are they pointing the gun at you, etc. Right? It's going to be do they have a weapon? Like, are they trying to use that weapon? What are they doing? Are they trying to cause physical harm? Right? These are the questions you would be asking.
The pretext matters for your side too, because if they had no reason to be
but these are things that you could see in the video. But you could see, but you can see in the video, right? Based on what we know, regardless of whatever the pretext may be from before the video, you can see that use of lethal force was not justified. Okay, there was no immediate danger. Okay, they were not in immediate danger of getting shot by Alex. Okay.
I'm having a hard time understanding.
It just seems like you're starting with a conclusion and working backwards.
No. I'm actually the opposite. Because let's say that I'm trying to work from your perspective, right? I'm trying to prove that what they did was not justified. Okay?
Yeah.
And part of that would be the pretext of the situation. Because if the shooting in and of itself is a different situation, but to begin with, if the reason why they're messing with him isn't a good reason, then off jump, excluding the shooting, it's not justified.
Well, yeah, I mean that would make it a lot worse, sure.
Exactly. That's my point. That's why it matters.
I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm not saying it wouldn't make it worse, right?
I'm not,
like,
and I'm not saying
like, obviously it's gonna be worse if there was no justifiable reason to detain them in the first place. But even if it's justified to detain him, it's still unjustified to use that kind of lethal force.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the pretext is the justifying part of the shooting.
Okay, well then there you go. Then that destroys your entire argument.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
does.
Because
if they're stopping him for example, right? They're just they just want to get him away from. Let's just assume they're trying to detain an immigrant. If they're just trying to create space for that event, and then that's what led up to the shooting, then all we have to look at is the shooting itself. But if they're detaining him for another reason, like he's being physically combative, he's being a danger to himself or
yeah, but he
other
obviously wasn't
aggressors,
being a danger in the video.
But that's the video. We don't know what happened.
So
before
why would he have been like acting as like this like complete danger, but then suddenly as soon as people are recording, which they magically in the middle of the confrontation know that suddenly the cameras have started rolling. And then they stop being confrontational and violent.
Well, they do that.
This doesn't make any sense.
This isn't something that's exclusive to the Pretty video. I mean, this is something that, I mean, you look at any riot video or any video where you have confrontations with protesters versus police, where there's aggressors. I mean, they're aggressive and they want to get in the face of law enforcement until they get hosed down or hit with pepper spray or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's say
that
happens. Let's say that happens. Okay, let's say that okay, they used the fucking pepper spray. I mean, we saw them using pepper spray and whatnot in the video. Okay, Alex wasn't trying to do anything at that point, so it's like he wasn't trying to grab for his gun. He wasn't trying to do anything to cause any bodily harm to any of the officers. So for them to just like fucking shoot him. I mean, doesn't that seem a bit extreme?
Aside from, excluding video evidence, yes, sure.
What do you mean excluding video evidence? It'd be based on the video evidence.
Well, I say that to say I haven't seen clear enough evidence to show whether or not it was justified or not, and that's why the character evidence from before is important as well.
No, it's
because
not.
Yes, well, if we're looking at this one singular
now
video,
you're saying whether or not the shooting, whether or not that
no,
lethal force is justified is based on their character. So you've swapped back to the previous argument that you said was irrelevant.
Is this just going to be a continuous thing where I get to a point and then you just try to derail it after I just let you full thought?
Well, you're contradicting yourself constantly.
Or are we going to be cordial with each other and have a conversation without interrupting each other every single time?
Yeah, but you constantly contradict yourself. That's the issue. You're saying things that contradict previous things that you said.
I'm not contradicting myself. You're just
yes,
you're just interrupting me before I could connect the thought. That's not contradicting myself.
No, because yes, it is. Because before you were specifically saying that whether or not the use of lethal force itself isn't determined by whether or not the actual process of detaining them was justified, right? That these things exist independently of each other to some capacity. Okay, you acknowledge.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. And I say that to say...
But you acknowledge this fact. You acknowledge that even if it was completely justified to detain him, that, you know, that wouldn't be what determines whether or not the use of lethal force is justified, right? Right? It's you agreed to that premise.
Well, if officers, and I've seen plenty of body cam footage over the years, where if someone is detained and they have a gun on them, the officers will typically be like, hey, this dumbass has got a gun on him. Let's get it off of him. That's why I'm more. That's why I'm saying the character. That's why I'm saying that the other videos matter, because they attest to the fact that he's been an aggressive person. He's been an aggressive person to DHS specifically. Now that I'm not, but that's why he's not. That's why he's this helpless guy that's just there, that just got caught up in a bad situation.
What was he doing that put their lives in immediate danger?
Well, if we're going to play devil's advocate here, he had a gun on him, and he may or may not have been reaching.
He wasn't reaching for it.
That's why I'm saying I haven't seen videos to prove one way or the other. One way or the other.
And again, let's say he was. Once again, if you're an ICE officer, right? You can have your gun already fucking pointed at them. Okay.
If he's reaching, I'm blowing his head smooth off.
No, you could just like, you know, tell them to freeze, right? Stop moving, stop reaching for the gun.
Yeah, because a criminal listens to the law. So that's what they tend to do.
No, so I already explained this, okay? So let me explain why this is retarded. So if it's the case that they continue to move, then you can shoot them, because again, the time it would take for them to actually reach the gun, then pull it out of the holster, then turn around and aim it at you and then shoot you would be very long compared to the amount of time it would take to have your already aimed gun just shoot them, just pulling the trigger.
Okay. Here's why.
So that's why you would do that. That's how that works.
Okay, no, it's not.
Yes,
it really isn't. No, it's not, because
hold on. Do you think that it would take exactly the same amount of time to pull the trigger that it would for somebody to grab the gun out of the holster, turn around, aim it, and then shoot the person?
Okay.
What are we fucking saying?
This is a multifaceted conversation right here. Because for one, it's not just taking into account the actual mechanics of it. But most officers, if not all of them, don't want to kill anybody. So they're very hesitant to do it in the first place. I mean, the PTSD alone that's associated with that type of deal is insane. I have
it doesn't seem like
many
anyone
friends
is very hesitant in this situation.
Well, sometimes you can't be. That's why it's not a matter of
how
many milliseconds we give this guy to listen to us after, you know. I'm just saying this for sake of argument.
Well, you would tell them to, if they were reaching for the gun, you would tell them to freeze. If they keep reaching for the gun, you shoot them immediately.
If you're already in the middle of,
you already have the gun pointed at them. Like, why does
if you're already in the middle of a ground war with a guy who's been resisting you so far, he's already not very keen on listening to lawful commands. So do you think that your next lawful command,
the person that was supposedly wrestling the guy wasn't wrestling. They weren't wrestling the guy while they were shooting him. Well, like, what are we saying?
Okay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about
you brought it up.
This fictional character. Yes, but we're talking about, me and you were talking about a separate fictional character. We're talking about a guy that's reaching for his gun, not Alex Pretty.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if it's the case that he was reaching.
Not yeah, sure. That's what we've been talking about the whole time. Don't try to crisscross this. This is what we've been talking about for the past 5 minutes.
If it's the case, I'm saying if it's the case that he's reaching for his gun, right? He's facing away. Okay.
But my point is, he's not gonna, if he hasn't been listening.
And then you have your gun already pointed at him. You can tell him to freeze, and if he continues reaching for his gun, you can shoot him. You already have the gun pointed at him. The amount of time it would take to pull the trigger is going to be very small compared to the amount of time it would take for him to reach all the way to the gun, then pull it out of the holster, then turn around, aim it, and then shoot you. Like, it's just,
do you realize that's not how any police departments work at all? That really only works with melee weapons. You can tell them to freeze. You can tell them to stop. You can.
No, it works. It works in this case too, because it actually takes time to pull a gun out of a holster and then to turn around and aim it.
It's much faster than you think. It's much faster.
Yeah, want to know what's a lot faster than that? Pulling the trigger.
And they did that.
Yeah, but they could have said freeze, and then if they don't freeze, then they could pull the trigger. That's what they could have done.
You know what's faster than saying freeze? 9mm. And
or,
in this
or you could just
particular,
not, or yeah, but obviously it's going to be the case that lethal force wasn't necessary, and that's even assuming that they were even reaching for the gun, which we don't have reason to believe they weren't reaching for the gun. By the way,
yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not arguing for one way definitively or the other.
No, they weren't reaching for the gun, but I'm saying even if it was the case that they were, it still wouldn't be justified.
Even if they were reaching for the gun, it wouldn't be justified.
Yeah, you would tell them to freeze, and then if they don't freeze, then you would shoot. Because you already have the thing aimed at them.
No, because then at that point you're putting your life and the officer's life in jeopardy. Yes, you are.
Not. No, because
I want you. Okay, after this,
how long do you think it would take to pull the trigger compared to how long would it take to grab the gun, pull it out of the holster, and then aim it and then pull the trigger?
Hey, I train.
Which one do you think would take longer?
I train.
Which one would take longer
all the time?
Which one would take longer?
I'm about to tell you. Okay, I train this.
Yeah, tell me.
The specific. There's when you're training.
Like answer the question.
I'm going to.
It's like a multiple choice. Okay. It's like a multiple choice. I don't need this preamble. I don't need this preamble. It's a multiple choice question. Answer.
It's much faster than you think.
Okay.
What? Let me ask you this. What kind of guns do you have? That's not an answer to the
question I asked. That's not an answer to the question I asked either.
Go ahead. Ask me again. Let me see if I can.
So you didn't even know what question you were supposedly going to answer.
No.
Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you know? Okay. What was the question I asked?
No, go ahead. You're ready. Go ahead.
What was the question I asked?
I'm waiting.
Tell me what question you were supposedly going to answer.
Why are you so frustrated?
Yeah. So like when you started monologuing, what was the question you were supposedly going to answer?
Oh, I already had my answer in mind because you've been asking me
like
this,
what? No, I'm asking you what was the question I asked?
Why are you so upset?
What was the question I asked? You don't even remember it, do you?
I'm not going to answer you because you're very
No, it's because you don't know what the question
right
you were supposed. No, it's because you don't even know what question you were going to answer. You don't even know what question you were answering. You weren't paying attention.
I see I've hit a nerve here. I don't understand
so
why.
I'll ask the question again because you obviously forgot it. So let's try this again. What do you think is faster? Okay, this is a multiple choice question. Let's say it's either a case that A, you already have the gun aimed and pointed at the person and your finger's on the trigger. Is it faster to A, pull that trigger, or for B, the other person to grab the gun, pull it out of the holster, turn around, aim it, and then pull the trigger? Which one is faster?
Well, it depends on how the suspect is. Is he going to be situated?
That's not an answer to the question I asked.
Is he going to be situated exactly how Pretty was on the ground?
Yes.
Where are his hands in relation to the gun?
Well, they're obviously not on the gun.
Okay, but how close are they to the gun?
Clearly, based on the video, not very.
Well, I'm asking you specifically. Like, are they at his knees? Are they
Let's
close to his hips? So to the side of his hip?
Yeah, they're just like in a neutral position.
Okay. Well, if he's trained...
What do you think would take longer?
If he's trained in draw time, it'd be about the same. I'd give the edge to the officer.
You think it would be the same to just pull the trigger as it would be to grab a gun out of your holster? So grab the gun, pull it out of the holster, then turn around and then shoot somebody.
Have you ever trained draw time?
You think that would be the exact same amount of time?
Well,
yes or no?
If you listen to what I said instead of starting your rant without listening to me, I said it would be about the same, but I would give the edge to the officer.
Right, about the same. No, not even close.
Have you ever trained draw time in your life? You said you own guns. Ever trained draw time?
Well, it's obviously going to be the case that's going to be a lot longer than just pulling the trigger.
No, answer my question. That's
so
not what I asked.
Yeah,
have you ever trained draw time?
No, but I don't have to make this argument.
Exactly.
So it's obviously going to be the case. No, that doesn't.
So you have no point of reference. You have no point of reference to what you're trying to argue.
Yeah, so the point of reference is that it takes like a millisecond to pull a trigger.
Are you sure about that?
What are we fucking...
Because different triggers have different
oh, right. They have one with
pressures.
like a 5-second delay, of course.
No, what? No.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic.
Like different triggers have different pressures that you can use to actually...
Yeah, well, surely the ICE officers would be trained enough to at least know how to use a gun, right?
Yeah, I would hope so. I think they are.
You would hope that they would be able to, use a gun more effectively than some random dude, correct?
I mean, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's gonna be the case that them pulling the trigger, it's gonna be faster than the other guy grabbing the gun, pulling out of the holster, turning around 180 degrees, and then aiming the gun and then shooting them, right?
Sure. Why not?
What do you mean, why not? It's obviously the case.
I'm just.
It's like you're not willing to concede on like the most obvious.
Well,
shit
it's not that I'm not willing to concede. It's just obviously this particular conversation you're getting very flustered and very angry.
Dog, I've remained calm this whole time. Being
no, you have
not.
not.
The same
Let's
thing
be
as being
real.
angry.
Let's be real. Come on, let's not.
Making you answer a question is not the same thing as being angry.
Let's not lie to each other here. Come on, I've had a nice time chatting with you so far.
So like, rather than like tone policing, maybe you could like, I don't know, like get better at answering questions. You know, you could try that.
I've been great at answering your questions. You've been the one that's been interrupting me and trying to derail my thoughts.
Right. So like, for instance, when I asked you a question and then you went on an irrelevant monologue, and then I asked you to repeat the question, you didn't even know what question you were answering.
Oh, the one time.
Right.
The one singular time.
Me personally,
and every other time you tried to derail my argument and derail my train of thought.
It wasn't derailing it. It was pointing out contradictions.
Well, usually you'd wait. I mean, if you've ever done an actual debate before, usually you wait until the other person just finished speaking.
Why would I wait for you to say like 15 dumb things when I could just like pick out the first dumb thing you say and then correct that?
I mean, I've let you do that this whole time, and I wait.
Except the difference is that I'm not the one contradicting myself.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, so like when I say things that are true and internally consistent.
Okay, true.
It wouldn't make sense.
To you?
According to the evidence. And I'm also internally consistent. So you're like ignoring the fact.
Isn't it clear enough?
The evidence isn't clear enough for what we would need.
Again, I'm not saying it's not clear enough to justify the shooting. I'm saying it's not clear enough to me personally. Either way.
Right. So like him like facing away from the officer, there's no reason to believe that he's like, you know.
So do you think it's impossible to shoot back? Do you think it's impossible? Again, fictional, not the same case, but do you think it's impossible to take a gun out from behind you, behind your waistband, and just fucking shoot back? You don't have to aim it, but you know something back there is going to get hit. You think that's impossible?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that, but again, the amount of time that it would take for someone to grab the gun and then grab the trigger, or put their hand on the trigger and then shoot would still be longer than the amount of time to just pull the trigger when you already have it aimed and you already have your finger on the trigger. So even in that case, your logic still wouldn't apply here.
Okay.
So.
All right. I want to get on one more thing because I do have to get to bed here soon. I've got an early one tomorrow, and I want to keep this pretty short.
Sure.
What is your take on transgenders and the transgender community?
Well, I'm about as pro-trans as it gets. What's your take?
Well, kind of like what I mentioned earlier with having mostly conservative ideals. One of those being personal liberty.
Yeah. I don't think that's a conservative ideal, but go off.
Well, as far as
seems like a leftist
with abortion. Well.
Or maybe perhaps it's a different axis on the, the political context.
Well, let's. I say that because let's frame it this way: abortion, right? That's something. By and large, is something that left-leaning people support because it's my body, my choice, so on and so forth. But conservative,
falls on the political compass. It's gonna be like a libertarian position.
Sure,
it's gonna be anti-authoritarian. That's what it is.
Right. But as far as transgenders go, transgender community, it's the same thing for me with abortion. Like it doesn't. I don't care. I mean, I think it's wrong. I don't think it's right.
Wait, what? Wait, you don't think it's right?
But that doesn't mean that I think any less. I know this. I know.
You can just say your position.
fucking funny. Like, oh, I'm not racist. I have a black friend, but I have a trans friend, and I've talked to them extensively about this, and I've explained my point of view. And it's not like I have any hate in my heart towards these people.
Just spit it out. I get it. You don't have to do the whole preamble. What's your position?
See, it's clear that you've never been in a debate like this before, because typically this is how people explain positions. They usually get like a minute and a half to explain their position. You just want to get straight to the arguing. Yeah, we can do that if you want. You just want to get straight to the arguing.
Absolutely.
Like, why can't we be respectful and have a conversation? Like,
because I don't care that you have a trans friend. It's not relevant to the argument. I want to hear your actual argument.
Well, I think it's a mental disorder.
Okay, define mental disorder.
Well, it's something that isn't consistent with the regular human brain as it grows and develops. It's deformity isn't the word I'm looking for. It's a mental disorder.
So a mental disorder is something that's atypical about the brain.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Mental disorder.
I mean, you don't think the scale of people who identify as transgender from, say, the 1980s to now
So this is
telling of it being atypical?
Let me explain why your definition here is incorrect. Okay. I just wanted to fact check myself.
If it's my belief, how can my definition be incorrect?
So because if the DSM-5 disagrees with you, then you're incorrect. So, anyways,
the DSM-5, the one that was updated to call, because medical professionals can never be wrong. They can never be corrupted. They can never be bought at and paid for.
Yeah, I mean,
the one who was just telling me 20 minutes ago that corporations. Now we're going to the corporations to ask for a definition that supports your side of the argument.
Hold on, if we're just like defining words,
okay.
Wait, hold on.
But the DSM-5.
Okay, so a mental disorder is that. So you were close. Your definition was close, but there was one distinct variable that you were missing, right? And that in order for it to be disorder, it has to be some sort of disturbance in thinking, emotional regulation, behavior, etc., that disrupts daily functioning. Okay. It has to be disruptive in some way. It has to negatively affect you. Okay? That is a necessary prerequisite. Okay? Do you disagree with that?
No, but I think in the way that I'm describing it in this context can be used colloquially.
Okay, so it's going to be the case that no, you don't disagree with that. Okay. So that means that a necessary property of a disorder is that it causes some sort of harm. Okay. So when you say that being trans is a disorder, do you mean that gender dysphoria is a disorder?
Yeah.
Okay. Because dysphoria and being trans aren't the same thing. Okay, I want to make that clear.
They're not mutually exclusive either.
No, obviously they wouldn't be. But if we're talking about dysphoria, for instance, right? Let's say it's the case that you have a trans person, okay, and they're, let's say they transition, okay? Let's say that they started as dysphoric, they transition, they no longer have dysphoria, right? That would mean that they wouldn't stop being trans. They would still be trans, but they wouldn't have a disorder in that case, right? Because there wouldn't be anything that would impede on their ability to exist in daily life, right? There wouldn't be anything that impedes on that at all, right? The dysphoria would be gone. So them being trans isn't necessarily even the issue there.
Well, it's been proven that the physical act of carrying out the transition, i.e. surgery, doesn't even help the dysphoria because the suicide rates of the trans people before and after surgery stays the same.
So are we talking about relative to the general population? It's higher, and also it's going to be the case that we would want to
it's not higher. It's the same.
Okay, you misunderstood the question. I'll ask a better question actually, or I'll make a better point. I'll just get to the point, I guess. You wouldn't want to just look at surgery results, okay? You would want to look at gender affirming care in a more broad sense, okay? That's going to be hormone replacement therapy. I guess surgery would be included in that category, but you want to look at this as a whole. You'd also want to include social transition. You'd want to include all of these things, okay? Because all these things are going to be fairly important in assessing this, okay? And you would also want to look at regret rate. Okay, regret rate is going to be important in determining whether or not this is this is something that is beneficial in some way, right? If the regret rate is low, it seems to be the case that, like, okay, right, that should tell you something.
Okay,
right?
well, I'm gonna ask this: what determines the regret rate? Jesus Christ, the regret rate, is it the people who detransition only as categorized as the regret rate, or
no? It would just be you would just like have like some sort of like study that includes people that have had whatever the treatment is, and then you would calculate like what percentage of them after X amount of time regret it. That's what you would be. That's what you would use to determine that.
Right, but with this study, right, or is it obviously you can't go and find every trans person that's ever existed here in the United States?
Well, yeah, you would need like a representative sample, yeah. So you would have
so, do you have a study like that, or can you recall one? I mean, I'm not going to ask you to send me any links if you don't want to, but
here I could try and find one again that I've covered on stream. So I guess I could do medical transition regret rate. Maybe then I could find it. So you mentioned surgeries. So this one seems to be like specifically about surgeries. I don't know if this is one that I've read or not. So I'm just going to quickly go through it. Okay, regret after gender affirming surgery. Okay, so this is going over 27 studies, pulling 7,900 trans people who underwent any kind of gender affirming surgery. Okay, so it seems to be the case that the prevalence of regret after.
Would you mind sending that to me, by the way, so I can read along?
Yeah, of course. Here, give me a sec. So this is surgery. So this is going to have a higher regret rate than just like medical transition, like HRT, for instance, in general. So, yeah. So if we actually take a look here, we'll see, right? Like the actual regret rate is approximately 1%. Okay, so 33% underwent transmasculine procedures, 67% transfeminine procedures. Okay. The prevalence of regret among patients undergoing transmasculine and transfeminine procedures was less than 1%. Okay, and 1% respectively. Okay. So out of the 7,928 patients, only 77 of them actually regretted it. So this is like a really low regret rate, right? And this should tell you something, right? That like this should be indicative of like, okay, like this is something that people are satisfied with on some level. Okay. This is something that people obviously benefit from, right? It's like, regardless of the fact that it was a lengthy process to go through, regardless of the fact that it was, risky and most likely very expensive, right? They don't seem to be regretting it. And even if they, like even if it was the case that it's like, oh, well, I don't feel any better after this, right? There would be, in many cases, at least like some amount of regret there, because it's like, well, I just wasted all my time and money, right? So the fact that the regret rate is that low should tell you something. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
It does, but I'm also, again, how I want to put this. It's how do we know? Like in this survey, right?
So a systematic review of several databases was conducted. Random effects meta-analysis, meta-regression, and subgroup and sensitivity analyses were performed. So, and that's just based on, and we're able to just, obviously, we could go.
So I'm just double
more in depth
checking
if you want. But
I'm just double checking the statistics here and the study itself.
Yeah, go for it.
So, according to what I'm reading.
Mm-hmm. What part of the study are you on? Are you reading the introduction?
No, this is about the study overall. This isn't about a particular part of it.
So you're like reading the abstract?
No, this is rebuttals and
okay.
The abstract about the type of study that it is.
Okay,
so as far as
show me this or like send it somewhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
One second.
This study is a lie. Yeah, so true, dude. The study is lying when it comes to the conclusion.
No one said it's a lie. No one said it's a lie.
Chat. I was reading chat. I was responding to a chatter that was saying dumb shit. Right? They're not like, I was making fun of them for like not being engaged at all. Like they're not saying like what's wrong with the study. They're not engaging at all. I just like was pointing that out. It's not okay for a 12-year-old to get a tattoo, yet they can get their genitalia removed forever. I'm not in favor of minors getting bottom surgery. I've never claimed that. So I don't know what you're yapping about.
So this first one I'm going to send you. How do I?
Just DM it to me.
Yeah. No, I was trying to find because the share link for this side. So this first one, it's going to be the same website, but it's a letter to the editor in regards to that particular.
So what part were you reading?
So it's just an overview of why the type of study that they use to gauge the regret level is questionable, and
you just linked me the same study that I sent you. It's the same thing. I'm confused.
What?
Yeah, they both start with the same thing.
No, scroll down. It's scroll further down. It's different.
Where? It's literally the same fucking thing. You sent me. You literally sent the same fucking link. Look at the URL. It's literally the same URL. Okay. Okay, I think this is what you were trying to send me.
There we go.
Okay, what is this?
So again, that's a letter to the editor.
Okay. Interesting. So, aim to measure the prevalence of regret following gender-affirming surgery. Given the significant rise in young people seeking medical intervention, which includes surgery, outcome studies that accurately assess regret rate are increasing importance. We argue that the conclusions are questionable due to limitations in their methods and shortcomings studies selected. Okay, we could go through this. Starting with the methods. The authors overlooked numerous relevant studies, including one of the best known, raising questions about the adequacy of their search strategy. Okay, what study would this be? Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, it's going to be in the footnotes. Hold on, 2. So that's going to be this one. Okay, reject optional cookies. Oh, is this the Swedish study? Or they misrepresent the... Hold on. Okay, I can't... It only gives me the abstract. That's fucking annoying. I don't know what I can do with this. Incidence and prevalence applications in Sweden for legal blah 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 examined over a 50-year period, including the legal and surgical applied Okay, 767 people applied. 89% received a new legal gender. Underwent sex reassignment surgery. 25 individuals. 23% were denied a new legal gender in SRS. The remaining withdrew their application, were on a waiting list, or were granted partial treatment. Okay. Incidence increased. The most pronounced proportion of FM individuals. Contrast, the proportion of MF increased from 30, blah, 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 blah. Applied for a new, okay. This doesn't. Okay, so what does this say? Okay, so.
And then this next one I'm sending you.
So wait. So right here it says. So apparently it corresponds to a 2.2% regret rate for both sexes. And there was a significant decline of regrets over the time period. Okay? So this is actually congruent with what the meta-analysis I sent you was. And the reason that this is important is because this is being shown.
No. What it's talking about is it's including a study talking about how it's measuring the regret about the surgery type versus the surgery itself.
No, it's saying it's overlooking numerous relevant studies, right? So they're talking about the search strategy. Okay, so that's what I was addressing. Okay, so the study that they cited as one of the best known that wasn't cited would be one that would support my side of the argument. Okay, so it'd just be like another study that would demonstrate that the regret rate is low. Okay, so that addresses that criticism. Right, that nothing really, about that study would yes, it does. Nothing about that study.
No, it doesn't. It literally.
Nothing about that study. Nothing about that study contradicts anything in the study that I showed you. Okay. Especially considering the fact that this is over a long period.
You've glossed literally.
Long period of time. So look at where it says 2.2% regret rate for both sexes. There was a significant decline of regrets over the time period, meaning that the regret rate continually got lower. Okay, hope that helps.
So are we just going to gloss over everything that didn't support your position in that?
Well, we're going through it right now. You
said let's continue, or whatever you said, as if you were done with that, as if
done with what? What specifically? Yeah, I read all of the available information about that study. Because I'm not going to be able to pay for the study, but based on what it's saying there, it would actually be in support of the conclusions that were found in the meta-analysis. So this doesn't contradict that. So when I say let's continue, it's because the information being presented doesn't contradict anything being said in what I showed you.
It literally says lack of controlled studies, incomplete follow-up, lack of valid assessment measures.
Okay, we haven't gotten there.
It's all in the same paper, and it's a very short read.
Yeah, so
fails to include relevant studies.
Yeah. So can you stop talking? Because I'm going through this one at a time. So I'm going through this one at a time.
Data extraction.
Hey, retard! I'm going through this one at a time, right? So when it says,
I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me.
Yeah. So retard. Okay. So it's going to be the case that when it cites something as an example of what it's trying to claim, okay. What I'm doing here is I'm individually going through the references to see if it contradicts anything being said in the meta-analysis that we looked at. Because if it doesn't, and if it actually coincides with it, that would actually be evidence in favor of my position. Because then there's another study that comes to the same. Because then there's another study that goes.
Obviously, you're the retard here. You're the retard here. You have to use the footnotes correctly.
You're fucking stupid. I did use the footnotes correctly. You stupid fuck.
Did you?
Yes, I did, stupid.
How do you use a footnote? So
I clicked on this, and then it took me down to the bottom of the page, and then I clicked on where it said 2.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You use a footnote because the footnote is linking that study to that particular specific thing that they were using the reference for. It's not about the entire conversation.
You mean to support the argument?
It's not.
So you mean the thing that they cited, the thing that they did that I just went over? Okay. Literally the thing that I went over, you mean they made an argument? You mean they made an argument, and then had a citation, and then we went through the citation? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's what we just did, dummy. I know you're fucking slow, but for anyone that's not slow, you'd be able to follow along and figure that out.
All right, bring up the next one.
Okay, there we go. Okay, let's continue. Raising questions about the adequacy of their search strategy. One study, okay, and then it cites this, we'll get into that in a sec, was inappropriately included because it only investigated regarding choice of surgical procedure, not of the surgery itself. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, we'll just click on this to make sure that this is what that's suggesting what it's saying. Okay. Strange. Verify you are human. Dude. Okay. Let's see here. Does depth matter? Okay. What are the results? Okay. So, in total, we're seeing for consultation fees. So, it's the vaginoplasty versus vulvoplasty. Okay. Let's see. Wait, no contradictions to vaginoplasty. Remaining patients had risk factors, leading the surgeon to recommend vulvoplasty. Out of those who completed the surgery, okay, 93% were satisfied with the surgery and their decision for vulvoplasty. So it's saying both of these things. So it's not just that they're satisfied with getting vulvoplasty, it's that they're also satisfied with the surgery itself. So this criticism is also wrong. Okay?
Okay, again, it's
so it says satisfied with the surgery and their decision for vulvoplasty, not one or the other, not just that they chose vulvoplasty over the other thing. It means that they're satisfied with their decision for vulvoplasty and the surgery itself. So yes, it would actually be reasonable to use this.
Okay. If you used it correctly, you would know that is what they are arguing against.
Yes, so they're saying, their argument here, if you were actually paying attention, they're saying that it was wrong because it only investigated the choice regarding the surgical procedure, not of the surgery itself. Okay? But that's wrong. That's a wrong assessment. Okay? Because we actually look at it, right? It actually addresses both of these things. Okay? Actually talks about both of these things, not just one, not just the other, but both. Okay? So it's saying that they're not just satisfied with their decision of getting vulvoplasty over vaginoplasty. It's also that they're satisfied with the surgery itself, and it explicitly says that clearly in the text here. Okay? So that critique is also wrong. May I continue?
Sure.
Okay. So, let's continue. In addition, there are significant data extraction errors leading to erroneous conclusions. For instance, the sample for surgical regret in their largest included study was inflated from 2,600 to 4,800, likely due to a miscalculation table from a table reporting treatment patterns on that paper's total population study. Okay.
Just let me know here in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Amsterdam cohort of gender dysphoria. What's this? Okay. Let's see, is there anything wrong with the study? Let's find out. This might not be one of them I'm able to verify. Okay, the number of... Okay, so... Okay, is it our gender... So, wait, 6,700. Wait, this doesn't even... That doesn't correspond with either of the numbers referenced. What are they saying? This is saying that it has an N value of 6,700. Let me make sure I didn't click on the wrong link. The sample for surgical regret in their largest included study was inflated from 2,600 to 4,800. But if we click on that, it's actually neither of those numbers. There's actually neither. Okay, if we actually look at the N value is actually 6,700. So I don't even know what it's trying to get at. It's like it's like they're not even aware of what they're citing. Or is it saying for the signed male at birth? 4863? I don't see 4863 anywhere. Is that even a number that shows up? Yeah, so if we're talking about the sample is 6,700. It's not even addressing anything in the studies. Like, how much of this do I need to go through for you to say, okay, this response isn't very good? Do we keep going, or do you agree that whatever this response is just like dog shit?
It's not dog shit. I mean, it's not only peer
literally
reviewed,
dog
but
shit.
it's not only peer reviewed.
Right, where the response is peer reviewed. This response in particular. This response is peer reviewed. Where are you getting that idea from?
No, I'm talking about the rebuttals that they're.
Yeah, this is what you sent. This is the rebuttal. This is what you sent me.
Which one?
Where are you
The first
getting
one
the
or the second one?
The one that starts with sir. The one that we've been reading the entire time. I would assume you would know which one that is. The first one sent me.
I sent you two different ones, and the reference is kind of one.
Okay, so you don't believe this one is peer reviewed then, correct?
I didn't say that. I said
okay,
you're saying it's dog. You're saying it's dog shit, and I said that.
And you said it's peer reviewed. What's giving you the idea that this is peer reviewed?
Well, I mean, typically with the what's it called? What's it called? The scientific method, or whatever that's called, that step-by-step process. First of all, peer review is part of that.
I don't think you realize not all studies or responses to studies are peer reviewed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a term for that. We would just call them studies. So we obviously make that distinction for a reason. So where in this response does it indicate that it's peer reviewed?
Well, first of all, the where all of this is written, like the website that we're on, it's a peer-reviewed site. I mean, you can't publish on it without it being peer-reviewed in the first place.
So let me get this straight then.
And PubMed.
Okay, so let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. Okay, so the study I sent you would be peer-reviewed then, correct? The meta-analysis. This one, the meta-analysis, that would be peer-reviewed then, correct? Because you have to peer-review it in order to post it on this site.
Which one did you send me something?
The one that you were originally critiquing, the one that you were finding the critique of. Yeah. So then this study wouldn't be bullshit then, because it's peer-reviewed, right? Because that was your argument. Because all of according to you, all of the studies on the site are peer-reviewed.
Well, I
that
never
was the argument
said that.
you made.
Well,
you did say that.
Well,
you said it had to be peer reviewed to be on the site.
Yes, but let me explain this. The reason why I brought it being peer reviewed was that you were calling into question the validity of the rebuttal of this.
So let me get this straight. You can call into question the validity of this study, but not the rebuttal? Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm calling into question the sources they used.
You mean the exact thing that I was doing? You mean the exact thing that I was doing with the rebuttal?
Okay, so agree to disagree. Like, I don't get what you're trying to get.
What do you mean agree to disagree?
So it's either
like
we
it's
either we both win or both lose.
I'm gonna make it very obvious. Okay, I'm gonna make it very clear. You obviously don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Okay, that you've made this very clear. Yes.
Are you a professional trans person? Is that what you are?
Yes, I'm a professional trans person.
Damn, I haven't met one of you before.
Oh, I know, crazy.
Are you actually trans?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Male to female?
Correct.
You passed very well. Good for you.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
But getting back to that,
Can you, since you're saying since you seem to have a strong stance on peer-reviewed studies, can you explain what a peer-reviewed study is, real quick?
yeah, from my understanding,
Yeah.
a peer-reviewed study is, you create something, you're trying to prove something or disprove something, and you bring it to your colleagues, your peers, and they look it over. They look over everything that you brought to the table, and they can basically sign off on it and be like, hey, yeah, I agree.
There's quite a bit more to it than that.
Okay, but it's the gist, correct? Yes, it is. So
let's see. Let's find out.
So you don't even know what a peer-reviewed study is, but you're questioning my knowledge.
Hold on. Peer-reviewed definition. Well, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Okay. So we're talking about independent experts. Okay. So this is independent experts in a specific field. Okay. This isn't just colleagues. This isn't just like people that you work with. Okay. Hope that helps. Okay.
Okay, but what I said was true. That's typically how
no
peer reviewing goes.
No, it wouldn't be people at your workplace.
It's not. Oh my god!
Nope, it would be
people.
Independent experts.
It's not necessarily people like in your next cubicle. It's not necessarily people in your next to your cubicle. No one said that. You inferred that. No one said that.
So when you're saying colleagues at your workplace, what do you mean by that?
Like field colleagues.
Oh, field colleagues that are all at your workplace for some reason.
They don't have to be at your workplace. Why
would you say that? Why would you say they'd be at your workplace? You handed over to the colleagues at your workplace and then they sign it off.
I never said that. You inferred that. Literally, if you're not a fucking dumbass, you would understand that with the scientific. It keeps blanking on me.
I wonder why.
Scientific process.
Right.
Well, I have a lot of things going on. Which you're clearly very
familiar with. That's why you couldn't explain what a peer-reviewed study is.
I literally just explained what a peer-reviewed study is.
No, you didn't.
But since I got it right, and you didn't even know what
you didn't get it right.
You didn't even know
yes,
what it
I
is.
did.
But you had to look it up. But you had to look it up because you wanted to split hairs, even though what I said.
It wasn't splitting hairs. It was to show you something, right? Because I'm still screen sharing with you, and I wanted to show you something. Okay, I think that's reasonable. Right?
What I'm making is these are that things, when I said colleagues, that I was talking about someone who was in the next cubicle next to me, or someone I fucking carpool with every day.
You literally were saying no. You were describing it as being like in the same workplace. You were obviously
no. I did not. No, I did not.
We can rewind the VOD.
I think. Go ahead. Go ahead because.
Will do.
Obviously, you're making that inference by yourself, or at least you're retroactively making that inference.
Oh, I'm retroactively making that inference. Is that so? Is that so? All right, let's find out together, okay?
That inference.
Oh, I'm retroactively making that inference. Is that so? Okay, let's go back. Let's figure this one out.
No.
Okay.
Because you wanted to split.
Okay, let's go
fucking
back.
Dumbass. You would understand that with the science.
Okay.
Field colleague. In your next to your. It's not.
Hold on. Okay, can watch it together.
What I said was true. That's typically how.
Okay, I think it's before this. Well, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Something you don't do. Me cringing at your wrong definition.
And study.
And some peer-reviewed studies. Can you explain what a peer-reviewed study is, real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah, from my understanding.
Yeah.
A peer-reviewed study is, you create something, you're trying to prove something or disprove something,
go ahead.
And you bring it to your colleagues, your peers, and
your peers. You bring it to your peer-reviewed study is when you bring it to your
peers.
They
look over everything that you brought to the table. Yeah, and they can basically sign off on it and be like, hey, yeah, I agree.
There's quite a bit more to it than that.
Okay, but it's the.
So yeah, I mean, you were basically saying, yeah, you bring it to peer-reviewed studies when you bring it to your peers, and then they sign off on it.
peers, colleagues. Yeah, colleagues doesn't necessarily mean that you have to carpool or work right next to someone. A colleague can be someone in your same field. Like the same way like a cancer surgeon or a cancer doctor, if they encounter
we're
some form of cancer they haven't seen before.
No, it specifically has to be independent experts in the same field.
Okay, well the gist of what I said wasn't incorrect. Just because I didn't use the particular specific term,
right?
Independent expert.
You were fumbling.
I'm wrong. No, I did.
A peer-reviewed study is when your peers review.
Dude,
yeah,
defining what a peer review is sixth grade science. What are you talking about?
You were this close to defining it as when your peers review your study. You were very close to that. That was very close to your definition.
Well, not really.
You may as well said that.
It's a self-explanatory phrase.
Yeah. Well, that's.
I mean, if you have to be explained what a peer review study is, you probably shouldn't even be the realm of.
Yeah, that's why you failed to include the part where we're talking about independent experts that are in the same field. So these wouldn't be people that work together. This wouldn't just be like regular.
You're the one who inferenced people that work together. You're the one who keeps bringing that up. You're the one who said. You're the one who brought it up.
Again, your definition wasn't that far off from when people when you show your study to your peers and they review it.
But I didn't say that though.
You were not that far off from it.
But I didn't say it though.
Chat, am I going insane? Am I nitpicking or?
But because
or am I being reasonable here?
I pretty much got it right without using your term, independent expert, that you used. Somehow I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, chat's saying I'm reasonable. I don't know, dude.
Well, maybe. I don't put too much.
I mean, neither do I. But like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm being unreasonable here.
Well, I mean, I don't
to be fair, it's not that important of a point.
That,
it's really not that important. I was just kind of a.
Well, I mean,
either way,
brought it up.
I mean, yeah, because it's funny. But anyways,
sure.
Where were we? Yeah, but the fact of the matter is,
I'll let you finish your point, and if you have any more questions for me.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason I brought it up is because someone was saying, I bet this guy doesn't even know what a peer-reviewed study is. And I was like, let's test that out. I was like, let's find out if that's true.
Who said that?
I don't remember. Somebody in chat.
Who said that?
But yeah, anyways. Yeah, I don't know.
Viewer, send a $50 super chat so I can find out who you are.
But, regardless, I think it goes without saying that, hold on. Where were we in the discussion?
We were talking about the basis of, both what you cited and what I cited were both peer-reviewed, and we're debating on the validity of one or the other. Yeah,
not all. You know that not all studies in the NLM are peer-reviewed, right? You know that.
Well, no,
not everything there is.
The references that they cited are peer-reviewed.
Yeah, so that's not the argument I was making. No, not all the references would be peer-reviewed necessarily. Okay.
Well, in places like PubMed and most of those medical journals.
Yeah, so we're talking about NLM.
It's not uncommon for them to be peer-reviewed.
Yeah. So I'm saying on the National Library of Medicine specifically. Okay.
Okay.
So the thing you sent, where it's like the response, okay, the response to the study that I sent. Okay, there's no reason to believe that that's peer-reviewed. Okay, when you were saying that it's peer-reviewed, you made that up. Okay, that's why I was taking the piss. You know that, right?
That's not why you're doing it. You just.
Well, no, it is. Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons because.
Give me 1 second, please.
Okay. Dear Lord. Okay. Chat. So, oh, are you back?
I'll be almost. Hold on. Yeah, I'll be coming down in a second.
Okay. Dude, chat. This is fucking.
The flays.
What a weird conversation this has been. This has been a strange convo. This person clearly does not understand.
But it is almost time for me to actually just hit one.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, not really.
All right. Well, before I get off here, I just want to say it did get heated at times.
Yeah.
But appreciate you taking the time to chat with me.
Yeah, of course.
On both sides, Republican and Democrat people. I mean, despite the fact again that it got heated at some point, usually for most other people, it just evolves into screaming and name calling.
I usually try to stick to the facts.
But yeah, I gotta jump
Even
off.
Even if I'm a little bit snarky sometimes.
Listen, everyone's got their thing. I don't. It comes with the territory, and in conversations like this,
yeah, of course.
That comes with it. But I gotta go. I gotta help my lady meal prep.
All right.
Again, I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me.
Yeah, of course.
You have a good night.
All right, you too. Good night.
All right. Good night.
All right. Yeah, we could go. There we go. I think you forgot to press the leave button. Okay. My thoughts on that conversation. I think I did a fairly good job making my arguments. Caller roasted repeatedly. Yeah, I did kind of brutalize him a bit. I can't even lie. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. That was painful. Yeah, it was a little bit painful because it's like he almost wanted to be like intellectually honest about it. Like it's like he was trying to be intellectually honest, but like sometimes he just like wouldn't pay attention to what was happening. And I'm like, dude, come on. Come on. You can hear it in his voice. He's probably not a full homophobe. Yeah, no, I wouldn't claim that he is. Caller did a horrible job. He kept dodging and was so disingenuous. I feel like, to be fair, part of it is I also did a pretty good job there. I think my sort of like chill, laid back, for the most part, but like also assertive approach kind of worked. And just like, I don't know. I feel like I did pretty well there. It's been a long time since I've had a debate that long, so that was fun. That was fun. I loved your approach. Thank you. I'm glad you guys liked my approach there. That was like a much calmer approach. I hope you had a chance to see the video I recommended earlier because it so clearly shows that the car shooting was literally planned. Oh yeah, I think I saw that. Not well, I don't know if I saw the one that you sent, but I saw some form of video where it was like super obvious. Do you debate people on political views exclusively? I debate people on religion if they want, or I'll debate people on maybe some like normie philosophy shit. I don't know. I'm not like that good at philosophy debates. Respect to your attention span. I mean, your focus is laser sharp. Not once did you got derailed. Yeah, I know. I'm proud of myself for that. I think I did a good job there. Like I was on point. I was on point. I think I did pretty good. All right, it looks like someone's in the waiting room. Hello, what do you want to talk about? Hello? You're on the air. Hello. Oh, I think they might be AFK. Oh, there you are. Scared me for a second.
Actually, yeah, my bad. I don't know. Personally, for the most part, I actually probably agree with you on most topics.
Well, what do you disagree with me on?
Hello? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, what do you disagree with me on?
I don't know, in general, there's not really much I would say I personally disagree with you on when it comes to everything, when it comes to like trans topics and,
Yeah.
Trump and the regime. I honestly agree with you on all of that. There are a few things where every now and again, I guess I would say that I don't fully agree with you on when it comes to like religious views, but it's not really about anything particular church or anything like that. It's more just about, spirituality in general. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to like spirituality itself. I'm just kind of indifferent to it. But when it comes to like specific religions, like it's gonna be the case that like yeah, I reject the notion of any correctness of any religion because the ideas are simply absurd.
Yeah, me too personally, honestly, but it's just that I have
I think we
heard
agree
like
then.
it's just that, a lot of, statements about whether it was a few streams ago, but I do remember that you said something about how there, if God was truly righteous and all that, that you wouldn't, he or
The
they
problem of
would,
evil. Yeah,
yeah,
I
they
know.
wouldn't allow evil to exist, right? But
Yeah, correct. Based on other things that the person believes, I was demonstrating that there was a contradiction in their worldview.
yeah,
For
and
sure.
honestly, the person you were debating on that really had no idea what they were talking about.
Yeah.
For me, I feel like it's kind of like you can't really have a sense of, free will if you do not allow evil people to be evil. They should be punished for that, obviously. And I like the way you put it before as well, where you're saying that no one deserves eternal hellfire. Like, if they learn what they have done is wrong, no matter what it takes, that person should, if they actually figure that out, they should be given a second chance, right? But I do not
Yeah.
believe that, you know, um, in religion and in the higher power that does exist. To me, I personally don't even see it as a matter of belief. I have experienced some near-death situations and others where I genuinely do believe that I have seen that there is a higher power involved,
Yeah,
and
but
that's
people can see things on mushrooms too, so I wouldn't necessarily like I mean your brain can do wacky stuff, so it's like I don't know. It's like you don't know if it's external or internal. You can't really know
fair.
that.
No, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah.
Again,
And like
I
if you're in a near death experience, like there is going to be a lot of activity in your brain. Your brain's going to be doing a lot of shit. So,
yeah,
you can't
yeah,
really
in
know
fact,
what that actually indicates. You can't really use that as evidence of anything because um again, like there might be similar activity when you take mushrooms where you experience what you perceive to be, a higher power, but there's nothing necessarily universal about like what that experience actually is or what it entails. Right? There's always going
right.
to be like some variation there. I think that's just going to be subject to what your brain is like more than anything.
No matter what, though, I do think that at least I hope this is true for all people, or at least most of us, where we all have this inherent wish for something better for everyone, not just ourselves, but, to have a true connection with others. And, I feel like that is to me what God really is. Whether you want to see God as being like an individual, some sort of monotheistic religion or polytheistic, that doesn't matter to me. Honestly, so long as people, understand that love is important overall and that we should be treating each other, our fellow people, as the way we'd want to be treated, I think that's what's most important.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's like a belief that I have, like, independent of any religious view. Which is basically just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, be good to people. I've never disagreed with that. But that's just like
Right.
a view that's like that exists independent of religious worldview. So
Yeah, that's true. Again, I don't actually subscribe to any specific church or anything like that. I was technically brought up as a Catholic, but I do not consider myself Catholic anymore, especially after all this stuff that I've read into with the church, what they've done, not even just in recent history, but I mean, if you know, for example, Pope John the 12th, this was back in medieval times, he literally died because he was raping some guy's wife, and then the dude broke down the door and threw him out the the top window of the building. So obviously popes are not infallible, and that's part of the reason why I do not consider myself Catholic whatsoever, period. Nobody has infallibility. But You know, I do believe that, you know, there is a higher power of love and, you know, trying to help people. I feel like that is the God we should be looking towards. Again, whether I'm going to say if it's monotheistic or polytheistic.
I definitely believe it would not be all loving, all good, all powerful, and all knowing. And I don't think it would be, you know, I don't think it could be all of those things simultaneously.
That's fair enough. And honestly, I don't think that, like, actually, if I feel like a lot of the churches that have come today, like, and try to establish power themselves, saying, "Oh, I'm the one true church," whether it be the Catholics, the Orthodox, the Mormons, whatever.
Yeah.
Calling yourself the one true church inherently is giving yourself this sort of, "Oh, I have power over God," in a way, which is wrong. We should be looking more towards actual love and helping people, and no matter what their circumstances are, so long as, you know, we want to help each other. And that's part of the reason why, again, I despise, like, the
Yeah,
Catholic
I don't think we disagree on that. I mean, other than like maybe like I don't know specific details about like specific religions, but like I don't know. It seems like we kind of agree, like anti-religious institution, kind of an
Yeah.
agnostic worldview. I think it's like fair enough. I don't think we're that far. So I don't really
No, yeah,
see.
of course not. I've
Yeah.
been
I think
following you for.
I'm a little bit too tired to get into like the particulars, I guess. If I were to like debate that, I mean, I could, but like I'm a little bit tired.
Yeah, no problem. Honestly, again, I just joined the chat for the sake of it, in case, you know,
Yeah,
you
that's
ran out of
fair.
people to talk
That's
to.
fair. Well, there is a
Yeah.
person waiting.
Yeah. All right,
All
it's
right.
cool. You know, again, I appreciate talking to you again. So,
Yeah, of
you know,
course.
some other time, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah,
All
of
right. I hope
course.
you take care now. All right.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one.
You
Bye.
too.
See you. All right, you're on the air. Hello? You're on the air. You muted
Hello,
yourself.
hello, hello.
Hello. What do you want to talk about?
I mean, nothing much. I just wanted to say what's up. I think you're cool.
Yo, let's
I,
go.
yeah, I saw your streams. You just randomly were suggested to me. So yeah, I was just like, you know what? Let me just stop by and say what's up. And I don't want to, you know, keep you too long either. I know you've been doing this for
Yeah.
a little bit now tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just
I
wanted to say
appreciate
what's up.
that. Well, thank you for popping in and have a good night. I'm probably gonna end
Okay, good
stream
night.
soon.
Thanks for having
All
me
right.
on.
Yeah, of course. Have a good one. Okay. I think that'll conclude the debates for tonight. I think I've done enough. I'm fucking tired, dude. I'm so tired. Ah. Yeah, I know I look sleepy. I am sleepy. Anyways. Oh, dude. This shit died in the algorithm, dude. Debates don't be doing that well. Yo. Thank you, Batal Crafter, for the 10 saying W stream. Thank you, I agree. Dude, as soon as we get into like the fucking autistic research-oriented stuff, dude, everyone just like stops giving a fuck. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. I don't know. I don't even know. Shit's weird, I guess. Shit's weird. Anyways. Dude, that's like... Dude, as soon as we get into the fucking nitty-gritties and talk about studies, just, dude, the fucking shorts viewers just leave. Yeah, people like drama, not research. Dude, which kind of hurts me a little bit, because it's like... I would do more research on stream. Like, if it did well in the algorithm, I feel like I'm like a little bit algorithm beholden, if you will, just on that basis alone. You know, I am a little bit beholden to the algorithm there. Because it's like, if I just like shitpost a bunch, then like, you know, I'll get quite a few viewers in many cases. But then it's like, if I do some like real shit, like that debate, it's like, suddenly, you know, people just aren't interested, which, oh well. We need drama. Yeah, and I do quite a bit of drama. I just like, I don't know. I do quite a bit of that. I think YouTube also doesn't know where to put me in the algorithm, honestly, because I've been doing like drama and debates and just chatting, and it's like, who the fuck do we recommend you to? Because it's like very different. It's not just that it, like we're talking about different things. It's like also a different style of content. Like I have like a different demeanor. I have like different modes of existing. So it's like it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit difficult, I guess. I don't know. But it's like I don't produce enough content where to the point where I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna make a, you know, other accounts for different things, you know. I don't know. Debate style spectrum between something like Dean Withers and allegedly Ian. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Dean Withers' debate style. I don't even know anything about allegedly Ian, to be honest. I don't know if I've watched an allegedly Ian debate. One does quick counter questions. The other lets people go on more. Yeah, fair. I'd probably be closer to doing the quick counter questions, just because it's like, I don't have the patience to listen to somebody say like a bunch of bullshit and then like, you know, not correct them and just be like, you know, because then it's like, I either have to like write down what they're saying, which lame, boring, I don't want to do all that. Or I have to like remember it, and it's like, I don't want to have to remember all that information, right? It's like, I don't want to have to like go back and then like address each individual point. The only way in which that would ever be useful is it's like, okay, maybe just let them ramble and then address like their worst point. Just like do that. Let them dig their own grave. Like I can also do that. But it's just like easier to like go point by point. You know, like I found that like addressing each individual point like as it comes up. It's like anytime somebody says something wrong, you know. I don't know. Yeah, I think I did a good job today. I mean, to be fair, it was mainly the one caller. And granted, I mean, he didn't do, you know, the best job, but I think he did probably is he better than like the average person that would like join a debate stream? I feel like he might be like more intelligent than the average person to join one of those. Because I'm not gonna lie, the average person that joins these, in many cases, in terms of people that actually debate me, are like, you know, not that smart. I think it might also be good to draw attention to how many times the caller dodged and changed topics too. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some rhetorical strats that I use, right? Where it's like he was like going on a monologue, not answering a question, and I was like, "Dude, just answer the question." He's like, "I am." And I'm just like, really? What was the question I asked? And he didn't remember it because he didn't know what question he was answering. It's like, buddy, you're confused. What are you doing? You're answering the question and you don't even remember the question? Like, what's happening? Like, oh, right, you were going on an irrelevant monologue. He wasn't very good, but better than the usual ones you see. I feel like I also did better than I normally do. I don't know. I feel like I was like, from an entertainment standpoint, not on my A game, but from like an intellectual standpoint on my A game, I feel like I was doing a fairly good job. Just like from a purely logical standpoint. If he's above average, not saying a lot for the average. Oh yeah, no, I'm the average person that like debates me on these issues is kind of fucking dumb. I think the guy you debated is an actual DHS member. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. He was sweeping hard for ICE. I'm like, buddy, come on. You don't have to be like this. You don't have to do this. You look so pretty today, Femi. Thank you. But yeah, no, he was sweeping hard for us. It's like, dude, you just like watch the video. I suspect he's a cop. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't gonna make any assumptions because it wasn't really relevant to the debate. I wasn't gonna bring up like, oh, I bet you're a cop, because it's like, well, regardless of whether or not he's a cop, like he's just like wrong, and that's like gonna be the most important fact, you know, is that he's like wrong about stuff. I mean, that was like an easy blowout topic for me, I guess. Well, it wasn't even that it was an easy blowout topic. Actually, now that I think of it, like I haven't really. I was like worried that like I wouldn't have like enough like knowledge on like specific shit, like on the particulars of how ICE operates, because it's like that's not something I've really debated before. Maybe I've debated like a couple cases, but like I don't know. But I'm glad that it like shifted over to like debates about the particulars of individual cases, because I was gonna be more familiar with that um than just like a broad sort of scope. Because like when there's so much shit, it's kind of difficult to like, you know, be like, here's like what they're doing specifically. And it's like, well, you gotta look at like the particulars. He was BSing though, yeah. No, when they asked me advice, I'm like, oh god, I haven't debated this. I don't know if I'm gonna do well here. Because like it wasn't a topic that I had really done. But I think I did like okay at first, and then like once we got into like the more specifics and I started getting into, you know, getting into the groove of things, I was like, okay, I've got a good feel for this. But yeah, I just like I didn't know where to start, I guess is I was like, oh god, where do I even start this? Like what do we even start for like a topic that I'm like not. It's not that I'm not familiar with it. Like I'm obviously familiar with it, but it's like I'm not familiar with debating it, I guess. The argument is like why they don't want it to go to a straight trial. Like they want to defend the idea of the Gestapo investigating itself being sufficient. Yeah, that was like an argument that I was gonna make. I never got there because we got like very, very carried away in the particulars of the case and I couldn't get him to concede. But if I had gotten him to concede and be like, well, yeah, this like one case is bad, but like, you know, ICE in general is good, even though this one case is bad. If I were to get him to concede, then I'd be like, okay, so like why is it the case that this is being enabled? Like why isn't justice being served then? Like why isn't it the case that, you know, anything is being done? Like why are they not being, you know, aren't they being prosecuted? Like what's that about? I'm Tesla on the server based on the scientists, not the company. Real. But yeah, I mean that's sort of where I was gonna go with that. And then obviously anything related to trans issues is gonna be a blowout topic for me. So it's just like an easy win, no matter what. So I mean that was probably the worst topic he could have possibly picked, because that's the one that I'm the most familiar with. The fact that he was trying to argue about regret rates and just like, oh well the study is bad. I'm like, okay, why is the study bad? Oh well, there's like this counter argument, I guess. There's this like response to it, so maybe the study is bad. And I'm like, okay. And we read through it and it's like, and I demonstrate why the arguments being made in the response don't actually add up when you actually click on the sources that it uses to supposedly back up its arguments. If anything, it's like, okay, this doesn't do anything, or it actually supports the opposite position. So it's like, you know, what am I going to believe? That the study that cites things, that the meta-analysis that cites things that come to the same conclusion as what the meta-analysis is saying, or on average, or the one where it cites things that contradict its own claims. Like it doesn't make any sense. You definitely know how to read academia, like do appraisal pretty good. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't even have very much experience with that. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I mean, like I obviously know more than that guy, but it's like I have like a fairly basic understanding of this kind of stuff. Like this isn't like, I mean, this is stuff that I taught myself. Like this isn't, for the most part, stuff that I learned from like being educated. I just sort of figured a lot of this stuff out on my own. Which I guess sort of carries me. Yeah, I don't know. Also, when it came to I think his best argument, I guess would have been like the one about immigration. I guess he would have had like the strongest case for that. But he was citing something where it's like I don't know where these numbers are coming from. He didn't know where the numbers were coming from either. And it's like if I can quickly find other sources that give us completely different numbers, then it's like, okay, like I don't know like what am I supposed to believe here? Like these are saying completely different things. So I was like, you're gonna need to substantiate this. But yeah. But I think that the main reason that he would have been I mean it's not like that the reason that I would have had like the most difficulty there would just be because like I don't know, it's like because we would have had to have gone like really into like some of the particulars. I think I was like I mean I would say that I was still winning that debate, obviously. You know, even just like on the basis of like me like asking specific questions that like you know his answers didn't make any sense to. Like for instance, when I was like how would you measure this nationally, right? And they're like, well, because they would you know give this information. It's like, well, if they're already doing that, then why did Greg Abbott make an executive order for them to give this information if they already do it anyway? It doesn't make any sense, right? So like in that sense, I would have won, but like in terms of like demonstrating the contrary, you know, I didn't really do that because again, I would have really had to have like you know done like a shit ton of analysis of you know, various different sources that say different things, and I don't know. Immigration is a blind spot for many. Yeah, immigration wouldn't be like my strong suit by any means. Hello, I admire you, but I don't have the time right now. See you another time soon. Hell yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's not even that it's like a blind spot. It's just like some of that shit's like really complicated. Like it's the thing is it's very difficult to get like reliable numbers for that. And that's one of the issues that I have, and that's why I don't really debate that issue as much when I do debates. Because it's like I don't know, because you can find numbers that make various different arguments, or that could be used to make various different arguments. So, and it's like I don't see what the point is if I don't even understand like where those numbers are coming from. Then it's like then I'm not really interested in debating that, because then it's just like there's just like team politics. It's like, well, here are the studies that like say the thing that I think versus the studies that say the thing that you think. And my studies are better because I found more of them. It's like, yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem particularly interesting if I'm not actually engaged with the material. So, yeah. No, what's funny is the when I searched I think gender affirming care regret rate, I actually found a new study. I don't think this one's in my research doc. I don't think I had ever even like gone through this one. At least not in detail. But then I'm like, oh, okay, like this is a meta-analysis. This looks good in terms of like the number, in terms of the results, that looks good. And it seems to be the case that like, you know, it seems to be the case that this is based on a variety of different reliable studies. So as soon as I saw meta-analysis, I was like, okay, we're good. Because I'm like, good luck critiquing this. Like, and he certainly tried to critique it, but he did not do a good job. I was part of me was hoping that like they would like make me go to like the discussion part and like, I don't know, like try to go through like the numbers and like prove me wrong there. Be like, here's why these numbers like wouldn't indicate this or something, but nah. That would have been fun. That would have been painful, but fun. Because I wouldn't know how to do that. I would have been stumped. I'm like, fuck, dude, this guy's got me good. Because I actually don't know how all of these equations work. Okay, I don't know what t squared equals 0.02. Estimate between study variance. I don't know what that means. Like if they pointed at that and they were like, explain what that means, dude, I'd be fucked. I'd actually be so fucked. It's not like I'm particularly good at this. It's just like, I think I'm just like better than the average person. And like obviously I could go through the entire study and then I'd have a better understanding of this, but have you spoken with Surface since the show to see how she's doing? Yeah, so it seems to be the case that she really enjoyed the interview, and especially the well mainly the less of the interview and more so the Firebat Snark session. Okay, that what I understand, that shit was pretty fucking cathartic for her. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I definitely could have done better with the interview. I should have had more questions prepared. So I did fumble a little bit there. Which, oh well, next time I do something like that, I'll be better prepared. I don't know. I'm not used to an interview format. What's interesting is what I should have done is I should have been like, format this like you would format debate preparation. Because I've done debate prep before and I've done a pretty good job with that. And then just like remove like the debate-y aspects of it, I guess. I don't know. Because I wasn't thinking that way, because I was like, okay, well, I want to ask like basic questions that like aren't, confrontational or anything. Not that I was going to be confrontational, but you know what I mean. Like, I was going to ask like debate type questions, if that makes sense. Right. She was forgiven by Firebat. She's okay. Yo, true, true, true. It's a p-value? Why is it written as a t-value then? Or why is it written as t? Because I do know what a p-value is. Right? That's going to be what you're looking for in terms of like, I guess like not the level of confidence. Or wait, that's going to be, maybe I don't know what it is. It's going to be that the smaller the p-value is, the better. No, because this is saying, wait, this is saying p equals 0 for this. This is t squared. I don't know what t squared means. P-value equals qualitative measure of the study. Yeah, I didn't remember that exact definition. See, I don't know that much either, okay? I'm pretty stupid. I'm just like kind of good on the spot sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. So, like, there's definitely like in terms of like my ability to debate, like there are definitely some oversights that like someone that's like actually good might be able to like figure out and exploit, but man, you have to know what you're doing to do that. And you'd have to be really good. So, at least for a topic like this. Less than 0.005 is good, I think. I thought it was like 0.05, not 0.005. But I could be mistaken. Okay, they have like a whole quality rank. See, that's the thing is like, you have to keep in mind that like when it comes to like judging studies, like a lot of the time, when coming to conclusions, you're not gonna have time to like read a billion studies and read the whole thing. Okay, so what do I do to research? Okay, when I'm trying to look for an answer to something, well, I find studies that come across as reliable. I read the conclusion, Then I see like what kind of study is it? Like is it like a meta-analysis? Like and obviously the type of study is going to matter, right? So like for trans-related stuff, you're either going to want something longitudinal or you're going to want a meta-analysis. Okay, those are usually going to be like the types of studies that are going to be the best. Okay, those are going to measure specific things, right? Now, in terms of whatchamacallit, my brain is so rusty. Yeah, mine too. Mine too. P-value is the probability of observing the result as extreme as, or more extreme than the one observed in the study. Assuming the null hypothesis, no effect or no difference is true. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'd kind of forgotten that. Anyways. But yeah, like you can oftentimes just like get away with like, you know, just like look into like a study briefly, just like skim it, read the conclusion, see what type of study it is. Like definitely like pay attention to like what it's actually saying. Okay. And then you can like, rather than just like reading like one entire study, you can just like sort of get like an idea by like reading a bunch of different studies, right? You can just sort of get like you can sort of, you know, just find like a bunch of different studies and just like see like what do these all have in common? Where is their variety? Like where's the differences? Like where are their discrepancies and why do those discrepancies exist? But also you have to make sure you know what they're actually measuring though. Right? So even if you don't understand the math behind it, if you understand what they're actually measuring, that's going to be key. Right? So if you understand like okay, like they're measuring this longitudinally, meaning that like they're measuring like what is it like before the treatment and after the treatment? Like does this like do their lives improve? Do they get worse? Do they stay the same, etc. Right? Like understanding that is gonna make a huge difference. Cause like obviously if you don't understand that, one of the things that's been done is people will conflate these things because they actually don't know how to read a study. It's not that they're lazy like me and pick out like the important bits. No, that like they're actually incompetent. Okay, like they're like severely incompetent. So it's like they see like the numbers and they see, oh well, here's the trans suicide rate compared to the general population, but they don't interpret that. So they just see that the number assigned to the people that have had surgery is bigger than the other number. So that must mean that the surgery increased the suicide rate, right? When it's like not only would it not be demonstrating any amount of causality, it's like you're just like not understanding what these variables actually are. So there's going to be some stuff you do have to understand, right? Once you understand some of the basics, it's like you don't have to understand the math behind it for the most part. You just like have like a vague idea of like what, you know, what stuff means, and then you'll be fine. Purr just like uses one singular study while ignoring all the rest to stay relevant and radicalize the youth. Yeah, exactly. And that's going to be like a method that I'm not in favor of. And that's why I love meta-analyses so much. It's like, okay, this goes over like a bunch of different studies, okay, and then comes to a conclusion from there. Right? So like does a lot of the work for me. The one meta-analysis is not going to be necessarily the only thing I would look at. I would want to look at multiple things. Right? Yeah, like in terms of like the best evidence you could get, like if you can find a meta-analysis, like that's going to be the absolute best. Right? Yeah, it also does depend on the quality of the studies chosen. Something you can do is you can go through a meta-analysis, just like get an understanding of it, and you can go to the footnotes and see like, or not necessarily the footnotes. You could just like go to like certain parts of the study, whatever it may be, and just like see like what is it citing for the certain claims, like what is it citing. Go to those studies, see like okay, like is it peer reviewed? Like is this, you know, like what does this look like? Like is this a high quality study? Right. And there are ways to like analyze studies without necessarily understanding the math. Just like based on like the arguments being made. Because like I mean, when they come to conclusions, they make arguments for or against certain conclusions, right? You would want to read those, right? So like when what, for instance, when the guy I was debating was like trying to cite like, oh, well, here's like a response to it that would, you know, potentially discredit it, right? When I was going through that, like I was clicking on like all the footnotes anytime there would be one, right? It would like say a certain thing. It's like, okay, here's an argument it's making. Let's see if the study it's citing actually supports the argument being made. And that's going to be a huge one. With a lot of stuff like this, you literally just have to see, does the study being cited support the argument being made? If the answer is no, then that should be a huge red flag, right? That should tell you like, okay, this is, you know, either I'm interpreting something wrong or this person is not representing this accurately, right? But I don't. Meta-analysis can be found extensively for certain disciplines in health science, yes, but the humanitarian studies not so much. Yeah, it's also going to depend on like what specifically is being studied. So thankfully for like gender affirming care and shit like that, it seems to be the case that we do have meta-analyses, and you know, the meta-analyses are going to be the best. Then longitudinal studies are also going to be, you know, really good, and those are going to be the main types of studies you're going to want to look at. Right? Like for instance, like I've had people, like I've heard someone say like, oh, well, it's not double blind. And it's like, how the fuck would you do a double blind study for transition? That doesn't make any sense. It's like you would know if the hormones were working. Like you would know. Like it's either the case that like you grow titties or you don't, or that your voice gets deeper or it doesn't. Like there's no, like you physically see the changes. So it's like it doesn't even make any sense. So when someone makes an argument like that, you can also sort of discredit them, at least in your own mind, or just like, no, okay, this person doesn't know what they're saying. Anyways, unless they were dissociating. No, even if they're just well, no, because like if you're dissociating, you're just gonna be like, I mean, not engaged. Like if someone, I'm talking about like someone like making, like confidently making the argument that in order for this to be reliable, we need some double blind studies for transition, right? If they're unironically saying that shit, you can rest assured they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? They have no idea. Like they're legitimately confused or dishonest. But yeah, analysis should be taught in schools. Is it not? I don't remember. I guess it depends on if you take AP stats or not. I don't remember if that was taught actually. No idea. I didn't really learn that much from that. My knowledge is mostly just from me like existing on the internet, weirdly enough. But yeah, always try to read conclusions from a bunch of different studies rather than just like reading one study. Like it's actually better to just like read just the conclusions of a bunch of different studies than like read an entire study, but it's like only one, you know? When I was in school, they never said meta-analysis ever. Yeah, I guess they didn't either. I guess I'm just like so used to hearing it that like, yeah, I guess it wasn't something. I guess I did teach myself these things. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I'm kind of self-taught. You know what I mean? Femyoz, are you cool with olive oil? No, I still dislike her. But I mean, also like it seemed like there was like an opportunity for content, right? There was like a debate VC, and I'm like, okay, like let's see what the fuck this is. This could be entertaining. And I wasn't gonna start shit. Like if olive oil run wasn't gonna start shit, it wouldn't be like entertaining to like start shit on my own. Cause like I don't know, cause then I'd be the one spurging out or whatever, and it's like if she doesn't care, like if she's not like mad that I'm there, then like whatever, like I'm not gonna bother. So, and obviously like she's not like a serious person. Like obviously she's quite anti-intellectual, but like I mean she's like kind of a troll, so it doesn't really matter. Your Discord server only for debates, not one for community too. I have separate servers. So I have one server for debates and another server for the community. So both of these are linked in the about section and they'll be labeled accordingly. So just go to the about section of my channel and you'll see. Yeah, I do have a community server as well. So you'll be able to distinguish them in the about section of my channel. Even in medicine, invasive procedures studies depend on lower rank of evidence than double-blind studies because of the logistical and ethical limitations. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're like me in that regard, where when something interests you, you look into it vigorously. No, not even that. I just like, I want to be real. If I'm like hyper fixated on something, I can just like, I don't want to say bullshit my way through it, but like I don't really put that much effort. Like it's actually like very easy. Like again, the debate that we had over the fucking studies. I mean, that was like the first time I even fucking looked at it. So it's like, you know, but I guess I'm just like good at sifting through information. I think it's like a big part of it. Like I was obviously a lot better than he is at sifting through new info. And I think that definitely carried hardcore, right? It seems like he was struggling to sift through the information and was just like, well, here's like something that like maybe says the opposite. It's like, it's obviously he didn't read it. It's like I don't know why he didn't concede like as soon as I like showed like, okay, here's like the first contradiction. Like here's where the evidence it's citing contradicts what it's saying. What's the verification like for the community one? You basically just chill in newcomers chat for a while, and then me and or my mods will verify you when we feel like it, I guess. You know, if we think you're cool and epic and based, and then it's like we give you access to the rest of the server. But a lot of stuff happens in the newcomer chats. It's not like it's gonna be, you know, boring there. It's not like it's uneventful or anything. You'll get plenty of opportunities to interact with cool people. But it's basically just a containment zone to get people used to the culture, to get, you know, to get like a feel for the server, etc. Right? Because we do have like kind of a specific server culture. Not like it if I have spare time. I would read Kant's Critique of Reasoning. See, here's the thing. I'm the type of person to like read a synopsis and then like look into like the specific arguments, but like written in like the shortest way possible while getting all the information across. And then just like responding to those arguments. See that it's like I'm just like I feel like it's like a better way of getting knowledge. It's like I don't need to like you know study or like I don't need to read an entire book. I can just like you get important bits and pieces and just like be more well-rounded that way, because it's like I'm not gonna have time to like be well-rounded if I just like, you know, go through an entire book like one at a time. Like it's never gonna get me anywhere. Like realistically, I don't have the attention span for that. Really, that's why I can't find much to disagree with you on. The only things are so semantical. That's not really a debate, just talk. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah. Anyways, I think that was a fun stream. Good debates. I mean, it wasn't really that many debates, but you know, you get the point. When I was debating, it was good. I'm really fucking tired. Manuel Kant is the most boring writer I've ever read. Don't read it, it's just gonna make you want to sleep. Yeah. And it's not like his arguments were good to make up for it. So it's like, dude, he made bad arguments. Okay. Even I can debunk them. That's how bad they are. Okay. Anyways, see y'all later. Peace out, everyone. I'm fucking tired, dude. What am I even doing?